Short Story and Suspense Collection 13. The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. I had called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes upon the second morning after Christmas with the intention of wishing him the compliments of the season. He was lounging upon the sofa in a purple dressing-gown, a pipe rack within his reach upon the right, and a pile of crumpled morning papers, evidently newly studied, near at hand. Beside the couch was a wooden chair, and on the angle of the back hung a very seedy and disreputable hard-felt hat, much the worse for wear and cracked in several places. A lens and a forceps lying upon the seat of the chair suggested that the hat had been suspended in this manner for the purpose of examination. "You are engaged," said I. "Perhaps I interrupt you." "Not at all. I am glad to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results. The matter is a perfectly trivial one." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the old hat. "But there are points in connection with it which are not entirely devoid of interest and even of instruction." I seated myself in his armchair and warmed my hands before the crackling fire, for a sharp frost had set in and the windows were thick with the ice crystals. "I suppose," I remarked, "that, homely as it looks, this thing has some deadly story linked on to it, that it is a clue which will guide you in the solution of some mystery and the punishment of some crime." No crime," said Sherlock Holmes, laughing. "Only one of those whimsical little incidents which will happen when you have 4,000,000 human beings all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles. Amid the action and reaction of so dense a swarm of humanity, every possible combination of events may be expected to take place, and many a little problem will be presented which may be striking and bizarre without being criminal. We have already had experience of such." "So much so," I remarked, "that of the last 6 cases which I have added to my notes, 3 have been entirely free of any legal crime." "Precisely. You allude to my attempt to recover the Irene Adler papers, to the singular case of Miss Mary Sutherland, and to the adventure of the man with the twisted hip. Well, I have no doubt that this small matter will fall into the same innocent category. Do you know Peterson, the commissionaire?" "Yes. It is to him that this trophy belongs." "It is his hat." No. He found it. Its owner is unknown. I beg that you will look upon it not as a battered billycock, but as an intellectual problem. And, first, as to how it came here. It arrived upon Christmas morning, in company with a good fat goose, which is, I have no doubt, roasting at this moment in front of Peterson's fire. The facts are these. About 4 o'clock on Christmas morning, Peterson, who, as you know, is a very honest fellow, was returning from some small jollification and was making his way homeward down Tottenham Court Road. In front of him he saw, in the gaslight, a tallish man walking with a slight stagger and carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Goodge Street, a row broke out between this stranger and a little knot of roughs. One of the latter knocked off the man's hat, on which he raised his stick to defend himself and, swinging it over his head, smashed the shop window behind him. Peterson had rushed forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window, and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels and vanished amid the labyrinth of small streets which lie at the back of Tottenham Court Road. The roughs had also fled, at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left in possession of the field of battle, and also of the spoils of victory in the shape of this battered hat and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose, which surely he restored to their owner. My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It is true that for Mrs. Henry Baker was printed upon a small card which was tied to the bird's left leg, and it is also true that the initials H.B. are legible upon the lining of this hat. But as there are some thousands of Bakers and some hundreds of Henry Bakers in this city of ours, it is not easy to restore lost property to any one of them. What then did Peterson do? He brought round both hat and goose to me on Christmas morning, knowing that even the smallest problems are of interest to me. The goose was retained until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the slight frost, it would be well that it should be eaten without unnecessary delay. Its finder has carried it off, therefore, to fulfil the ultimate destiny of a goose, while I continue to retain the hat of the unknown gentleman who lost his Christmas dinner. Did he not advertise? No. Then what clue could you have as to his identity? Only as much as we can deduce. From his hat? Precisely. But you are joking. What can you gather from this old battered felt? Here is my lens. You know my methods. What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article? I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. It was a very ordinary black hat, of the usual round shape, hard and much the worse for wear. The lining had been of red silk, but was a good deal discoloured. There was no maker's name, but, as Holmes had remarked, the initials H.B. were scrawled upon one side. It was pierced in the brim for a hat securer, but the elastic was missing. For the rest it was cracked, exceedingly dusty, and spotted in several places, although there seems to have been some attempt to hide the discoloured patches by smearing them with ink. "I can see nothing," said I, handing it back to my friend. "On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything. You fail, however, to reason from what you see. You are too timid in drawing your inferences." "Then pray tell me what it is that you can infer from this hat." He picked it up and gazed at it in the peculiar introspective fashion which was characteristic of him. "It is perhaps less suggestive than it might have been," he remarked, "and yet there are a few inferences which are very distinct, and a few others which represent at least a strong balance of probability. That the man was highly intellectual is of course obvious upon the face of it, and also that he was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon evil days. He had foresight, but has less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when taken with the decline of his fortunes, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink, at work upon him. This may account also for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him." "My dear Holmes!" "He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect," he continued, disregarding my remonstrance. "He is a man who leads a sedentary life, goes out little, is out of training entirely, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he has had cut within the last few days, and which he anoints with lime cream. These are the more patent facts which are to be deduced from his hat. Also, by the way, that it is extremely improbable that he has gas laid on in his house." "You are certainly joking, Holmes." "Not in the least. Is it possible that even now, when I give you these results, you are unable to see how they are attained?" "I've no doubt that I am very stupid, but I must confess that I am unable to follow you. For example, how did you deduce that this man was intellectual?" For answer, Holmes clapped the hat upon his head. It came right over his forehead and settled upon the bridge of his nose. "It is a question of cubic capacity," said he. "A man with so large a brain must have something in it." "The decline of his fortunes, then. This hat is 3 years old. These flat brims curled at the edge came in then. It is a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago, and has had no hat since, then he has assuredly gone down in the world." "Well, that is clear enough, certainly. But how about the foresight and the moral retrogression?" Sherlock Holmes laughed. "Here is the foresight," said he, putting his fingers upon the little disc and loop of the hat securer. "They are never sold upon hats. If this man ordered one, it is a sign of a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind. But since we see that he has broken the elastic and has not troubled to replace it, it is obvious that he has less foresight now than formerly, which is a distinct proof of a weakening nature. On the other hand, he has endeavoured to conceal some of these stains upon the felt by daubing them with ink, which is a sign that he has not entirely lost his self-respect. Your reasoning is certainly plausible. The further points, that he is middle-aged, that his hair is grizzled, that it has been recently cut, and that he uses lime cream, are all to be gathered from a close examination of the lower part of the lining. The lens discloses a large number of hair ends clean cut by the scissors of the barber. They all appear to be adhesive, and there is a distinct odour of lime cream. The dust, you will observe, is not the gritty, grey dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house, showing that it has been hung up indoors most of the time, while the marks of moisture upon the inside are proof positive that the wearer perspired very freely, and could therefore hardly be in the best of training. But his wife, you said that she had ceased to love him. This hat has not been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear Watson, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection. But he might be a bachelor. Nay, he was bringing home the goose as a peace offering to his wife. Remember the card upon the bird's leg. You have an answer to everything. But how on earth do you deduce that the gas is not laid on in his house? One tallow stain, or even 2, might come by chance, but when I see no less than 5, I think that there can be little doubt that the individual must be brought into frequent contact with burning tallow, walks upstairs at night probably with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other. Anyhow, he never got tallow stains from a gas jet. Are you satisfied? Well, it is very ingenious, said I, laughing. But since, as you said just now, there has been no crime committed and no harm done save the loss of a goose, all this seems to be rather a waste of energy. Sherlock Holmes had opened his mouth to reply when the door flew open and Peterson, the commissionaire, rushed into the apartment with flushed cheeks and the face of a man who is dazed with astonishment. "The goose, Mr. Holmes, the goose, sir," he gasped. "Eh? What of it, then? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window?" Holmes twisted himself round upon the sofa to get a fairer view of the man's excited face. "See here, sir. See what my wife found in its crop." He held out his hand and displayed upon the centre of the palm a brilliantly scintillating blue stone, rather smaller than a bean in size, but of such purity and radiance that it twinkled like an electric point in the dark hollow of his hand. Sherlock Holmes sat up with a whistle. "By Jove, Peterson," said he, "this is treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you have got. A diamond, sir? A precious stone? It cuts into glass as though it were putty. It's more than a precious stone. It is the precious stone. Not the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle, I ejaculated. Precisely so. I ought to know its size and shape, seeing that I have read the advertisement about it in the Times every day lately. It is absolutely unique, and its value can only be conjectured, but the reward offered of £1,000 is certainly not within a 20th part of the market price. £1,000? Great Lord of mercy! The commissionaire plumped down into a chair and stared from one to the other of us. That is the reward, and as I have reason to know that there are sentimental considerations in the background which would induce the Countess to part with half her fortune if she could but recover the gem. It was lost, if I remember aright, at the Hotel Cosmopolitan, I remarked. Precisely so, on December the 22nd, just 5 days ago. John Horner, a plumber, was accused of having abstracted it from the lady's jewel case. The evidence against him was so strong that the case has been referred to the assizes. I have some account of the matter here, I believe. He rummaged amid his newspapers, glancing over the dates until at last he smoothed one out, doubled it over, and read the following paragraph. Hotel Cosmopolitan jewel robbery. John Horner, 26, plumber, was brought up upon the charge of having, upon the 22nd instant, abstracted from the jewel case of the Countess of Morcar the valuable gem known as the blue carbuncle. James Ryder, upper attendant at the hotel, gave his evidence to the effect that he had shown Horner up to the dressing room of the Countess of Morcar upon the day of the robbery in order that he might solder the second bar of the grate, which was loose. He had remained with Horner some little time, but had finally been called away. On returning he found that Horner had disappeared, that the bureau had been forced open, and that the small morocco case in which, as it afterwards transpired, the Countess was accustomed to keep her jewel, was lying empty upon the dressing-table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm, and Horner was arrested the same evening, but the stone could not be found either upon his person or in his room. Catherine Cusack, maid to the Countess, deposed to having heard Ryder cry of dismay on discovering the robbery, and to having rushed into the room where she found matters as described by the last witness. Inspector Bradstreet, B Division, gave evidence as to the arrest of Horner, who struggled frantically and protested his innocence in the strongest terms. Evidence of a previous conviction for robbery having been given against the prisoner, the magistrate refused to deal summarily with the offence, but referred it to the assizes. Horner, who had shown signs of intense emotion during the proceedings, fainted away at the conclusion and was carried out of court. So much for the police court," said Holmes thoughtfully, tossing aside the paper. "The question for us now to solve is the sequence of events leading from a rifled jewel case at one end of the crop of a goose in Tottenham Court Road at the other. You see, Watson, our little deductions have suddenly assumed a much more important and less innocent aspect. Here is the stone. The stone came from the goose, and the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, the gentleman with the bad hat and all the other characteristics with which I have bored you. So now we must set ourselves very seriously to finding this gentleman and ascertaining what part he has played in this little mystery. To do this, we must try the simplest means first, and these lie undoubtedly in an advertisement in all the evening papers. If this fail, I shall have recourse to other methods. What will you say? Give me a pencil and that slip of paper. Now, then, found at the corner of Goodge Street a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have the same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street. That is clear and concise. Very, but will he see it? Well, he is sure to keep an eye on the papers, since to a poor man the loss was a very heavy one. He was clearly so scared by his mischance in breaking the window, and by the approach of Peterson and the thought of nothing but flight, but since then he must have bitterly regretted the impulse which caused him to drop his bird. Then again, the introduction of his name will cause him to see it, for everyone who knows him will direct his attention to it. Here you are, Peterson. Run down to the advertising agency and have this put in the evening papers. In which, sir? Oh, in the Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James's Gazette, Evening News, Standard, Echo, and any others that occur to you. Very well, sir. And this stone? Ah, yes, I shall keep the stone. Thank you. And I say, Peterson, just buy a goose on your way back and leave it here with me, for we must have one to give this gentleman in place of the one which your family is now devouring. When the commissionaire had gone, Holmes took up the stone and held it against the light. "It's a bonny thing," said he. "Just see how it glints and sparkles. Of course, it is a nucleus and focus of crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's pet baits. In the larger and older jewels, every facet may stand for a bloody deed. This stone is not yet 20 years old. It was found in the banks of the Amoy River in southern China, and is remarkable in having every characteristic of the carbuncle, save that it is blue in shade instead of ruby red. In spite of its youth, it is already a sinister history. There have been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal. Who would think that so pretty a toy would be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison? I'll lock it up in my strong box now and drop a line to the Countess to say that we have it. Do you think that this man Horner is innocent?" "I cannot tell." "Well, then, do you imagine that this other one, Henry Baker, had anything to do with the matter?" "It is, I think, much more likely that Henry Baker is an absolutely innocent man, who had no idea that the bird which he was carrying was of considerably more value than if it were made of solid gold. That, however, I shall determine by a very simple test if we have an answer to our advertisement." "And you can do nothing until then?" "Nothing. In that case I shall continue my professional round, but I shall come back in the evening at the hour you have mentioned, for I should like to see the solution of so tangled a business." "Very glad to see you. I dine at 7. There is a woodcock, I believe. By the way, in view of recent occurrences, perhaps I ought to ask Mrs. Hudson to examine its crop." I had been delayed at a case, and it was a little after 6:30 when I found myself in Baker Street once more. As I approached the house I saw a tall man in a Scotch bonnet with a coat which was buttoned up to his chin waiting outside in the bright semicircle which was thrown from the fanlight. Just as I arrived the door was opened and we were shown up together to Holmes's room. "Mr. Henry Baker, I believe," said he, rising from his armchair and greeting his visitor with the easy air of geniality which he could so readily assume. "Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Baker. It is a cold night, and I observe that your circulation is more adapted for summer than for winter. Ah, Watson, you have just come at the right time. Is that your hat, Mr. Baker?" "Yes, sir, that is undoubtedly my hat." He was a large man with rounded shoulders, a massive head, and a broad, intelligent face sloping down to a pointed beard of grizzled brown. A touch of red in nose and cheeks, with a slight tremor of his extended hand, recalled Holmes's surmise as to his habits. His rusty black frock coat was buttoned right up in front, with the collar turned up, and his lank wrists protruded from his sleeves without a sign of cuff or shirt. He spoke in a slow staccato fashion, choosing his words with care, and gave the impression generally of a man of learning and letters who had had ill usage at the hands of fortune. "We have retained these things for some days," said Holmes, "because we expected to see an advertisement from you giving your address. I am at a loss to know now why you did not advertise." Our visitor gave a rather shameful laugh. "Shillings have not been so plentiful with me as they once were," he remarked. "I had no doubt that the gang of roughs who assaulted me had carried off both my hat and the bird. I did not care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt at recovering them." "Very naturally. By the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it." "To eat it?" Our visitor half rose from his chair in his excitement. "Yes, it would have been of no use to anyone had we not done so. But I presume that the other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, will answer your purposes equally well." "Oh, certainly, certainly," answered Mr. Baker with a sigh of relief. "Of course, we still have the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your own bird, so if you wish—" The man burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha, ha, ha! They might be useful to me as relics of my adventure," said he. "But beyond that I can hardly see what use the disjecta membra of my late acquaintance are going to be to me. No, sir, I think that, with your permission, I will confine my attention to the excellent bird which I perceive upon the sideboard." Sherlock Holmes glanced sharply across at me with a slight shrug of his shoulders. "There is your hat, then, and there your bird," said he. "By the way, would it bore you to tell me where you got the other one from? I am somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I have seldom seen a better grown goose." "Certainly, sir," said Baker, who had risen and tucked his newly gained property under his arm. "There are a few of us who frequent the Alpha Inn, near the museum. We are to be found in the museum itself during the day, you understand. This year our good host, Windigate by name, instituted a goose club, by which, on considerations of some few pence every week, we were each to receive a bird at Christmas. My pence were duly paid, and the rest is familiar to you. I am much indebted to you, sir, for a Scotch bonnet is fitted neither for my years nor my gravity." With a comical pomposity of manner he bowed solemnly to both of us and strode off upon his way. "So much for Mr. Henry Baker," said Holmes, when he had closed the door behind him. "It is quite certain that he knows nothing whatever about the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?" "Not particularly." "Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a supper and follow up this clue while it is still hot." "By all means." It was a bitter night, so we drew on our ulsters and wrapped cravats about our throats. Outside the stars were shining coldly in a cloudless sky, and the breath of the passers-by blew out into smoke like so many pistol shots. Our footfalls rang out crisply and loudly as we swung through the Doctor's Quarter, Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and through Wigmore Street into Oxford Street. In a quarter of an hour we were in Bloomsbury at the Alpha Inn, which is a small public house at the corner of one of the streets which runs down into Holborn. Holmes pushed open the door of the private bar and ordered 2 glasses of beer from the ruddy-faced, white-aproned landlord. "Your beer should be excellent if it is as good as your geese," said he. "My geese?" The man seemed surprised. Yes, I was speaking only half an hour ago to Mr. Henry Baker, who was a member of your goose club. Ah, yes, I see. But you see, sir, them's not our geese. Indeed? Whose then? Well, I got the 24 from a salesman in Covent Garden. Indeed? I know some of them. Which was it? Breckinridge is his name. Ah, I don't know him. Well, here's your good health, landlord, and prosperity to your house. Good night. Now for Mr. Breckinridge, he continued, buttoning up his coat as we came out into the frosty air. Remember, Watson, that though we have so homely a thing as a goose at one end of this chain, we have at the other a man who will certainly get 7 years' penal servitude unless we can establish his innocence. It is possible that our inquiry may but confirm his guilt, but, in any case, we have a line of investigation which has been missed by the police, and which a singular chance has placed in our hands. Let us follow it out to the bitter end. Faces to the south, then, and quick march. We passed across Holborn, down Endell Street, and so through a zigzag of slums to Covent Garden Market. One of the largest stalls bore the name of Breckinridge upon it, and the proprietor, a horsey-looking man with a sharp face and trimmed side whiskers, was helping a boy to put up the shutters. "Good evening. It's a cold night," said Holmes. The salesman nodded and shot a questioning glance at my companion. "Sold out of geese, I see," continued Holmes, pointing at the bare slabs of marble. "Let you have 500 tomorrow morning." "That's no good." "Well, there are some on the stall with the gas flare." "Ah, but I was recommended to you." "Who by?" "The landlord at the Alpha." "Oh, yes, I sent him a couple of dozen." "Fine birds they were, too. Now, where did you get them from?" To my surprise, the questions provoked a burst of anger from the salesman. "Now, then, mister," said he, with his head cocked and his arms akimbo, "what are you driving at? Let's have it straight now." "It is straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese which you supplied to the Alpha." "Well, then, I shan't tell you so now." "Oh, it is a matter of no importance, but I don't know why you should be so warm over such a trifle." "Warm? You'd be as warm, maybe, if you were as pestered as I am. When I pay good money for a good article there should be an end of the business. But it's, 'Where are the geese?' and 'Who did you sell the geese to?' and 'What will you take for the geese?' One would think they were the only geese in the world to hear the fuss that is made over them." "Well, I have no connection with any other people who have been making inquiries," said Holmes carelessly. "If you won't tell us, the bet is off. That is all. But I'm always ready to back my opinions on a matter of fowls, and I have a fiver on it that the bird I ate is country bred." "Well, then, you've lost your fiver, for it's town bred," snapped the salesman. "It's nothing of the kind." "I say it is." "I don't believe it." "Do you think you know more about fowls than I, who have handled them ever since I was a nipper? I tell you, all those birds that went to the Alpha were town bred." "You'll never persuade me to believe that." "Will you bet, then?" "It's merely taking your money, for I know that I am right. But I'll have a sovereign on it with you, just to teach you not to be obstinate." The salesman chuckled grimly. "Bring me the books, Bill," said he. The small boy brought round a small thin volume and a great greasy-backed one, laying them out together beneath the hanging lamp. "Now then, Mr. Cocksure," said the salesman, "I thought that I was out of geese, but before I finish you'll find that there is still one left in my shop. You see the little book? Well, that's the list of the folk from whom I buy. D'ye see? Well, then, here, on this page are the country folk, and the numbers after their names are where their accounts are in the big ledger. Now, then, you see this other page in red ink? Well, that is a list of my town suppliers. Now, look at that third name. Just read it out to me. Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, 249, read Holmes. Quite so. Now turn that up in the ledger. Holmes turned to the page indicated. Here you are. Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, egg and poultry supplier. Now then, what's the last entry? December the 22nd, 24 geese at 7 and 6pence. Quite so. There you are. And underneath? Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12 shillings. What have you got to say now? Sherlock Holmes looked deeply chagrined. He drew a sovereign from his pocket and threw it upon the slab, turning away with the air of a man whose disgust is too deep for words. A few yards off he stopped under a lamp-post and laughed in the hearty, noiseless fashion which was peculiar to him. When you see a man with whiskers of that cut and a pink 'un protruding out of his pocket, you can always draw him by a bet, said he. I dare say that if I had put £100 down in front of him, the man would not have given me such complete information as was drawn from him by the idea that he was doing me on a wager. Well, Watson, we are, I fancy, nearing the end of our quest, and the only point which remains to be determined is whether we should go on to this Mrs. Oakshott tonight, or whether we should reserve it for tomorrow. It is clear from what that surly fellow said that there are others beside ourselves who are anxious about the matter, and I should—" His remarks were suddenly cut short by a loud hubbub which broke out from the stall which we had just left. Turning round, we saw a rat-faced fellow standing in the centre of the circle of yellow light which was thrown by the swinging lamp, while Breckinridge, the salesman, framed in the door of his stall, was shaking his fist fiercely at the cringing figure. "I've had enough of you and your geese," he shouted. "I wish you were all at the devil together. If you come pestering me any more with your silly talk, I'll set the dog at you. You bring Mrs. Oakshott here, and I'll answer her. But what have you to do with it? Did I buy the geese off you?" "No, but one of them was mine all the same," whined the little man. "Well, then, ask Mrs. Oakshott for it." "She told me to ask you." "Well, you can ask the King of Prussia, for all I care. I've had enough of it. Get out of this." He rushed fiercely forward, and the inquirer flitted away into the darkness. "Ah, this may save us a visit to Brixton Road," whispered Holmes. "Come with me and we will see what is to be made of this fellow." Striding through the scattered knots of people who lounged around the flaring stalls, my companion speedily overtook the little man and touched him upon the shoulder. He sprang round, and I could see from the gaslight that every vestige of colour had been driven from his face. "Who are you, then? What do you want?" he asked in a quavering voice. "You will excuse me," said Holmes blandly, "but I could not help overhearing the questions which you put to the salesman just now. I think that I could be of assistance to you." "You? Who are you? How could you know anything of the matter?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes. It is my business to know what other people don't know." "But you can know nothing of this." "Excuse me, I know everything of it. You are endeavouring to trace some geese which were sold by Mrs. Oakshott of Brixton Road to a salesman named Breckinridge, by him in turn to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha, and by him to his club, of which Mr. Henry Baker is a member." "Oh, sir, you are the very man whom I've longed to meet," cried the little fellow, with outstretched hands and quivering fingers. "I can hardly explain to you how interested I am in this matter." Sherlock Holmes hailed a four-wheeler which was passing. "In that case we had better discuss it in a cosy room rather than in this wind-swept market-place," said he. "But pray tell me, before we go any farther, who it is that I have the pleasure of assisting." The man hesitated for an instant. "My name is John Robinson," he answered with a sidelong glance. "No, no, the real name," said Holmes sweetly. "It is always awkward doing business with an alias." A flush sprang to the white cheeks of the stranger. "Well, then," said he, my real name is James Ryder." "Precisely so. Head attendant at the Hotel Cosmopolitan. Pray step into the cab, and I shall soon be able to tell you everything which you would wish to know." The little man stood glancing from one to the other of us, with half frightened, half hopeful eyes, as one who is not sure whether he is on the verge of a windfall or of a catastrophe. Then he stepped into the cab, and in half an hour we were back in the sitting-room at Baker Street. Nothing had been said during our drive, but the high, thin breathing of our new companion and the claspings and unclaspings of his hands spoke of the nervous tension within him. "Here we are," said Holmes cheerily, as we filed into the room. "The fire looks very seasonable in this weather. You look cold, Mr. Ryder. Pray take the basket chair. I will just put on my slippers before we settle this little matter of yours. Now, then, you want to know what became of those geese?" "Yes, sir." "Or rather, I fancy, of that goose. It was one bird, I imagine, in which you were interested, white with a black bar across the tail." Ryder quivered with emotion. "Oh, sir," he cried, "can you tell me where it went to?" "It came here." "Here?" "Yes, and a most remarkable bird it proved. I don't wonder that you should take an interest in it. It laid an egg after it was dead. The bonniest, brightest little blue egg that ever was seen. I have it here in my museum." Our visitor staggered to his feet and clutched the mantelpiece with his right hand. Holmes unlocked the strong-box and held up the blue carbuncle, which shone out like a star, with a cold, brilliant, many-pointed radiance. Ryder stood glaring with a drawn face, uncertain whether to claim or to disown it. "The game's up, Ryder," said Holmes quietly. "Hold up, man, or you will be into the fire. Give him an arm back into his chair, Watson. He's not got blood enough to go in for felony with impunity. Give him a dash of brandy. So, now he looks a little more human. What a shrimp it is, to be sure." For a moment he had staggered and nearly fallen, but the brandy brought a tinge of colour into his cheeks, and he sat staring with frightened eyes at his accuser. "I have almost every link in my hands, and all the proofs which I could possibly need, so there is little which you need tell me. Still, that little may be as well cleared up to make the case complete. You had heard, Ryder, of this blue stone of the Countess of Morcar's?" "It was Catherine Cusack who told me of it," said he in a crackling voice. "I see. Her ladyship's waiting maid. Well, the temptation of sudden wealth so easily acquired was too much for you, as it has been for better men before you. But you were not very scrupulous in the means you used. It seems to me, Ryder, that there is the making of a very pretty villain in you. You knew that this man, Horner, the plumber, had been concerned in some such matter before, and that the suspicion would rest more readily upon him. What did you do then? You made some small job in my lady's room, you and your confederate Cusack, and you managed that he should be the man sent for. Then, when he had left, you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had this unfortunate man arrested. You then—" Ryder threw himself down suddenly upon the rug and clutched at my companion's knees. "For God's sake, have mercy!" he shrieked. Think of my father, of my mother. It would break their hearts. I never went wrong before. I never will again. I swear it. I'll swear it on a Bible. Oh, don't bring it into court. For Christ's sakes, don't." "Get back into your chair," Holmes said sternly. "It is very well to cringe and crawl now, but you thought little enough of this poor Horner in the dock for a crime of which he knew nothing." "I will fly, Mr. Holmes. I will leave the country, sir. Then the charge against him will break down." We will talk about that. And now let us hear a true account of the next act. How came the stone into the goose, and how came the goose into the open market? Tell us the truth, for there lies your only hope of safety." Ryder passed his tongue over his parched lips. "I will tell you just as it happened, sir," said he. "When Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me that it would be best for me to get away with the stone at once, for I did not know at what moment the police might not take it into their heads to search me and my room. There was no place about the hotel where it would be safe. I went out, as if on some commission, and I made for my sister's house. She had married a man named Oakshott and lived in Brixton Road, where she fattened fowls for the market. All the way there, every man I met seemed to me to be a policeman or a detective, and for all that it was a cold night. The sweat was pouring down my face before I came to the Brixton Road. My sister asked me what was the matter and why I was so pale, but I told her that I had been upset by the jewel robbery at the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and smoked a pipe and wondered what it would be best to do. I had a friend once called Maudsley who went to the bad and has just been serving his time in Pentonville. One day he had met me and fell into talk about the ways of thieves and how they could get rid of what they stole. I knew that he would be true to me, for I knew one or two things about him. So I made up my mind to go right on to Kilburn, where he lived, and take him into my confidence. He would show me how to turn the stone into money, but how to get to him in safety. I thought of the agonies I had gone through in coming from the hotel. I might at any moment be seized and searched, and there would be the stone in my waistcoat pocket. I was leaning against the wall at the time and looking at the geese, which were waddling about round my feet, and suddenly an idea came into my head which showed me how I could beat the best detective that ever lived. My sister has told me some weeks before that I might have the pick of her geese for a Christmas present, and I knew that she was always as good as her word. I would take my goose now, and in it I would carry my stone to Kilburn. There was a little shed at the yard, and behind this I drove one of the birds, a fine big one, white, with a barred tail. I caught it, and prying its bill open, I thrust the stone down into its throat as far as my finger could reach. The bird gave a gulp, and I felt the stone pass along its gullet and down into its crop. But the creature flapped and struggled, and out came my sister to know what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the brute broke loose and fluttered off among the others. "Whatever are you doing with that bird, Jem?" says she. "Well," said I, "you said that you'd give me one for Christmas, and I was feeling which was the fattest." "Oh," says she, "we've set yours aside for you. Jem's bird, we call it. It's the big white one over yonder. There's 26 of them, which makes one for you and one for us, and 2 dozen for the market." "Thank you, Maggie," says I, "but if it is all the same to you, I'd rather have that one I was handling just now." "The other is a good 3 pounds heavier," said she, "and we've fattened it expressively for you." "Never mind, I'll have the other, and I'll take it now," said I. "Oh, just as you like," said she, a little huffed. "Which is it you want, then?" "That white one with the barred tail, right in the middle of the flock." "Oh, very well." kill it and take it with you." "Well, I did what she said, Mr. Holmes, and I carried the bird all the way to Kilburn. I told my pal what I had done, for he was a man that it was easy to tell a thing like this to. He laughed until he choked, and we got a knife and opened the goose. My heart turned to water. There was no sign of the stone, and I knew that some terrible mistake had occurred. I left the bird, rushed back to my sister's, and hurried into the backyard. There was not a bird to be seen there. "Where are they all, Maggie?" I cried. "Gone to the dealers, Jem." "Which dealers?" "Breckinridge, of Covent Garden." "But there was another with a barred tail," I asked, "the same as the one I chose." "Yes, Jem, there were two barred-tailed ones, and I could never tell them apart. Well, then, of course, I saw it all, and I ran off as hard as my feet would carry me to this man Breckinridge. But he had sold the lot at once, and not one word would he tell me as to where they had gone. You heard him yourselves tonight. Well, he has always answered me like that. My sister thinks I am going mad. Sometimes I think that I am myself, and now I am myself a branded thief, without ever having touched the wealth which I sold my character. God help me! God help me!" He burst into convulsive sobbing, with his face buried in his hands. There was a long silence, broken only by his heavy breathing and by the measured tapping of Sherlock Holmes' fingertips upon the edge of the table. Then my friend rose and threw open the door. "Get out," said he. "What, sir? Oh, heaven bless you!" "No more words. Get out." And no more words were needed. There was a rush, a clatter upon the stairs, the bang of a door, and the crisp rattle of running footfalls from the street. "After all, Watson," said Holmes, reaching up his hand for his clay pipe, "I am not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies. If Horner were in danger it would be another thing, but this fellow will not appear against him, and the case must collapse. I suppose that I am commuting a felony, but it is just possible that I am saving a soul. This fellow will not go wrong again. He is too terribly frightened. Send him to jail now, and you make him a jailbird for life. Besides, it is the season of forgiveness. Chance has put in our way a most singular and whimsical problem, and its solution is its own reward. If you will have the goodness to touch the bell, Doctor, we will begin another investigation, in which also a bird will be the chief feature." End of The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13, The Premature Burial by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Premature Burial. There are certain themes of which the interest is all-absorbing, but which are too entirely horrible for the purposes of legitimate fiction. These the mere romanticist must eschew, if he do not wish to offend or to disgust. They are with propriety handled only when the severity and majesty of truth sanctify and sustain them. We thrill, for example, with the most intense of pleasurable pain over the accounts of the passage of the Berezina, of the earthquake at Lisbon, of the plague at London, of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, or of the stifling of the 123 prisoners in the black hole at Calcutta. But in these accounts it is the fact, it is the reality, it is the history which excites. As inventions, we should regard them with simple abhorrence. I have mentioned some few of the more prominent and august calamities on record, but in these it is the extent, not less than the character of the calamity, which so vividly impresses the fancy. I need not remind the reader that from the long and weird catalogue of human miseries, I might have selected many individual instances more replete with essential suffering than any of the vast generalities of disaster. The true wretchedness, indeed, the ultimate woe, is particular, not diffuse, that the ghastly extremes of agony are endured by man the unit, and never by man the mass. For this let us thank a merciful God. To be buried while alive is beyond question the most terrific of these extremes which have ever fallen to the lot of mere mortality. That it has frequently, very frequently, so fallen will scarcely be denied by those who think. The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? We know that there are diseases in which occur total cessations of the apparent functions of vitality, and yet in which these cessations are merely suspensions, properly so called. They are only temporary pauses in the incomprehensible mechanism. A certain period elapses, and some unseen mysterious principle again sets in motion the magic pinions and the wizard wheels. The silver cord was not forever loosed, nor the golden bowl irreparably broken. But where, meantime, was the soul? Apart, however, from the inevitable conclusion, a priori, that such causes must produce such effects, that the well-known occurrence of such cases of suspended animation must naturally give rise, now and then, to premature interments. Apart from this consideration, we have the direct testimony of medical and ordinary experience to prove that a vast number of such interments have actually taken place. I might refer at once, if necessary, to 100 well-authenticated instances, one of very remarkable character, and of which the circumstances may be fresh in the memory of some of my readers, occurred not very long ago in the neighboring city of Baltimore, where it occasioned a painful, intense, and widely extended excitement. The wife of one of the most respectable citizens, a lawyer of eminence and a member of Congress, was seized with a sudden and unaccountable illness which completely baffled the skill of her physicians. After much suffering, she died, or was supposed to die. No one suspected, indeed, or had any reason to suspect, that she was not actually dead. She presented all the ordinary appearances of death. The face assumed the usual pinched and sunken outline. The lips were of the usual marble pallor. The eyes were lusterless. There was no warmth. Pulsation had ceased. For 3 days the body was preserved unburied, during which it had acquired a stony rigidity. The funeral, in short, was hastened, on account of the rapid advance of what was supposed to be decomposition. The lady was deposited in her family vault, which for 3 subsequent years was undisturbed. At the expiration of this term it was opened for the reception of a sarcophagus. But alas! How fearful a shock awaited the husband who personally threw open the door. As its portals swung outwardly back, some white-apparelled object fell rattling within his arms. It was the skeleton of his wife in her yet unmolded shroud. The careful investigation rendered it evident that she had revived within 2 days after her entombment, that her struggles within the coffin had caused it to fall from a ledge or shelf to the floor, where it was so broken as to permit her escape. A lamp which had been accidentally left, full of oil, within the tomb, was found empty. It might have been exhausted, however, by evaporation. On the uttermost of the steps which led down into the dread chamber was a large fragment of the coffin, with which, it seemed, that she had endeavored to arrest attention by striking the iron door. While thus occupied, she probably swooned, or possibly died through sheer terror, and, in failing, her shroud became entangled in some ironwork which projected interiorly. Thus she remained, and thus she rotted, erect. In the year 1810, a case of living inhumation happened in France, attended with circumstances which go far to warrant the assertion that the truth is, indeed, stranger than fiction. The heroine of the story was a Mademoiselle Victorine Lafourcade, a young girl of illustrious family, of wealth, and of great personal beauty. Among her numerous suitors was Julien Bossuet, a poor litterateur or journalist of Paris. His talents and general amiability had recommended him to the notice of the heiress, by whom he seems to have been truly beloved. But her pride of birth decided her, finally, to reject him, and to wed a Monsieur Runel, a banker and a diplomatist of some eminence. After marriage, however, this gentleman neglected and perhaps even more positively ill-treated her. Having passed with him some wretched years, she died. At least her condition so closely resembled death as to deceive everyone who saw her. She was buried, not in a vault, but in an ordinary grave in the village of her nativity. Filled with despair and still inflamed by the memory of a profound attachment, the lover journeys from the capital to the remote province in which the village lies, with the romantic purpose of disinterring the corpse and possessing himself of its luxuriant tresses. He reaches the grave. At midnight he unearths the coffin, opens it, and is in the act of detaching the hair when he is arrested by the unclosing of the beloved eyes. In fact, the lady had been buried alive. Vitality had not altogether departed, and she was aroused by the caresses of her lover from the lethargy which had been mistaken for death. He bore her frantically to his lodgings in the village. He employed certain powerful restoratives suggested by no little medical learning. In fine, she revived. She recognized her preserver. She remained with him until, by slow degrees, she fully recovered her original health. Her woman's heart was not adamant, and this last lesson of love sufficed to soften it. She bestowed it upon Bossuet. She returned no more to her husband, but, concealing from him her resurrection, fled with her lover to America. 20 years afterward, the two returned to France, in the persuasion that time had so greatly altered the lady's appearance that her friends would be unable to recognize her. Monsieur Renella did actually recognize and make claim to his wife. This claim she resisted, and a judicial tribunal sustained her in her resistance, deciding that the peculiar circumstances, with the long lapse of years, had extinguished, not only equitably but legally, the authority of the husband. The Chirurgical Journal of Leipzig, a periodical of high authority and merit, which some American bookseller would do well to translate and republish, records in a late number a very distressing event of the character in question. An officer of artillery, a man of gigantic stature and of robust health, being thrown from an unmanageable horse, received a very severe contusion upon the head, which rendered him insensible at once. The skull was slightly fractured, but no immediate danger was apprehended. Trepanning was accomplished successfully, he was bled, and many other of the ordinary means of relief were adopted. Gradually, however, he fell into a more and more hopeless state of stupor, and finally it was thought that he died. The weather was warm, and he was buried with indecent haste in one of the public cemeteries. His funeral took place on Thursday. On the Sunday following, the grounds of the cemetery were, as usual, much thronged with visitors, and about noon an intense excitement was created by the declaration of a peasant that, while sitting upon the grave of the officer, he had distinctly felt a commotion of the earth, as if occasioned by someone struggling beneath. At first little attention was paid to the man's asseveration, but his evident terror and the dogged obstinacy with which he persisted in his story had at length their natural effect upon the crowd. Spades were hurriedly procured, and the grave, which was shamefully shallow, was in a few minutes so far thrown open that the head of its occupant appeared. He was then seemingly dead, but he sat nearly erect within his coffin, the lid of which, in his furious struggles, he had partially uplifted. He was forthwith conveyed to the nearest hospital, and there pronounced to be still living, although in an asphytic condition. After some hours he revived, recognized individuals of his acquaintance, and, in broken sentences, spoke of his agonies in the grave. From what he related, it was clear that he must have been conscious of life for more than an hour, while inhumed, before lapsing into insensibility. The grave was carelessly and loosely filled with an exceedingly porous soil, and thus some air was necessarily admitted. He heard the footsteps of the crowd overhead, and endeavored to make himself heard in turn. It was the tumult within the grounds of the cemetery, he said, which appeared to awaken him from a deep sleep, but no sooner was he awake than he became fully aware of the awful horrors of his position. This patient, it is recorded, was doing well and seemed to be in a fair way of ultimate recovery, but fell a victim to the quackeries of medical experiment. The galvanic battery was applied, and he suddenly expired in one of those ecstatic paroxysms which, occasionally, it superinduces. The mention of the galvanic battery, nevertheless, recalls to my memory a well-known and very extraordinary case in point, where its action proved the means of restoring to animation a young attorney of London who had been interred for 2 days. This occurred in 1831 and created, at the time, a very profound sensation wherever it was made the subject of converse. The patient, Mr. Edward Stapleton, had died, apparently of typhus fever, accompanied with some anomalous symptoms which had excited the curiosity of his medical attendants. Upon his seeming decease, his friends were requested to sanction a post-mortem examination, but declined to permit it. As often happens when such refusals are made, the practitioners resolved to disinter the body and dissect it at leisure in private. Arrangements were easily effected with some of the numerous corps of body snatchers with which London abounds, and upon the 3rd night after the funeral, the supposed corpse was unearthed from a grave 8 feet deep and deposited in the opening chamber of one of the private hospitals. An incision of some extent had actually been made in the abdomen, when the fresh and undecayed appearance of the subject suggested an application of the battery. One experiment succeeded another, and the customary effects supervened, with nothing to characterize them in any respect, except, upon 1 or 2 occasions, a more than ordinary degree of lifelikeness in the convulsive action. It grew late. The day was about to dawn, and it was thought expedient, at length, to proceed at once to the dissection. A student, however, was especially desirous of testing a theory of his own, and insisted upon applying the battery to one of the pectoral muscles. A rough gash was made, and a wire hastily brought in contact, when the patient, with a hurried but quite unconvulsive movement, arose from the table, stepped into the middle of the floor, gazed about him uneasily for a few seconds, and then spoke. What he said was unintelligible, but words were uttered. The syllabification was distinct. Having spoken, he fell heavily to the floor. For some moments all were paralyzed with awe, but the urgency of the case soon restored them their presence of mind. It was seen that Mr. Stapleton was alive, although in a swoon. Upon exhibition of ether, he revived and was rapidly restored to health and to the society of his friends, from whom, however, all knowledge of his resuscitation was withheld until a relapse was no longer to be apprehended. Their wonder, their rapturous astonishment, may be conceived. The most thrilling peculiarity of this incident, nevertheless, is involved in what Mr. S. himself asserts. He declares that at no period was he altogether insensible, that dully and confusedly he was aware of everything which happened to him, from the moment in which he was pronounced dead by his physicians to that in which he fell swooning to the floor of the hospital. "I am alive," were the uncomprehended words which, upon recognizing the locality of the dissecting room, he had endeavored, in his extremity, to utter. It were an easy matter to multiply such histories as these, but I forbear, for, indeed, we have no need of such to establish the fact that premature interments occur. When we reflect how very rarely, from the nature of the case, we have it in our power to detect them, we must admit that they may frequently occur without our cognizance. Scarcely, in truth, is a graveyard ever encroached upon, for any purpose, to any great extent, that skeletons are not found in postures which suggest the most fearful of suspicions. Fearful indeed the suspicion, but more fearful the doom. It may be asserted without hesitation that no event is so terribly well adapted to inspire the supremeness of bodily and of mental distress as is burial before death. The unendurable oppression of the lungs, the stifling fumes from the damp earth, the clinging of the death garments, the rigid embrace of the narrow house, the blackness of the absolute night, the silence like a sea that overwhelms, the unseen but palpable presence of the conqueror worm, these things, with the thoughts of the air and grass above, with memory of dear friends who would fly to save us if but informed of our fate, and with consciousness that of this fate they can never be informed, that our hopeless portion is that of the really dead. These considerations, I say, carry into the heart, which still palpitates, a degree of appalling and intolerable horror from which the most daring imagination must recoil. We know of nothing so agonizing upon earth. We can dream of nothing half so hideous in the realms of the nethermost hell, and thus all narratives upon this topic have an interest profound, an interest, nevertheless, which, through the sacred awe of the topic itself, very properly and very peculiarly depends upon our conviction of the truth of the matter narrated. What I have now to tell is of my own actual knowledge, of my own positive and personal experience. For several years I had been subject to attacks of the singular disorder which physicians had agreed to term catalepsy, in default of a more definitive title. Although both the immediate and the predisposing causes, and even the actual diagnosis of this disease are still mysterious, its obvious and apparent character is sufficiently well understood. Its variations seem to be chiefly of degree. Sometimes the patient lies for a day only, or even for a shorter period, in a species of exaggerated lethargy. He is senseless and externally motionless, but the pulsation of the heart is still faintly perceptible. Some traces of warmth remain. A slight color lingers within the center of the cheek, and, upon application of a mirror to the lips, we can detect a torpid, unequal, and vacillating action of the lungs. Then again the duration of the trance is for weeks, even for months, while the closest scrutiny and the most rigorous medical tests fail to establish any material distinction between the state of the sufferer and what we conceive of absolute death. Very usually he is saved from premature interment solely by the knowledge of his friends that he has been previously subject to catalepsy, by the consequent suspicion excited, and, above all, by the non-appearance of decay. The advances of the malady are, luckily, gradual. The first manifestations, although marked, are unequivocal. The fits grow successively more and more distinctive, and endure each for a longer term than the preceding. In this lies the principal security from inhumation. The unfortunate whose first attack should be of the extreme character which is occasionally seen would almost inevitably be consigned alive to the tomb. My own case differed in no important particular from those mentioned in medical books. Sometimes, without any apparent cause, I sank, little by little, into a condition of semi-syncope or half-swoon, and, in this condition, without pain, without ability to stir, or, strictly speaking, to think, but with a dull, lethargic consciousness of life and of the presence of those who surrounded my bed, I remained until the crisis of the disease restored me, suddenly, to perfect sensation. At other times I was quickly and impetuously smitten. I grew sick and numb and chilly and dizzy, and so fell prostrated once. Then, for weeks, all was void and black and silent, and nothing became the universe. Total annihilation could be no more. From these latter attacks I awoke, however, with a gradation slow in proportion to the suddenness of the seizure. Just as the day dawns to the friendless and houseless beggar who roams the streets throughout the long, desolate winter night, just so tardily, just so wearily, just so cheerily came back the light of the soul to me. Apart from the tendency to trance, however, my general health appeared to be good, nor could I perceive that it was at all affected by the one prevalent malady, unless, indeed, an idiosyncrasy in my ordinary sleep may be looked upon as superinduced. Upon awaking from slumber, I could never gain at once thorough possession of my senses, and always remained for many minutes in much bewilderment and perplexity, the mental faculties in general, but the memory in especial, being in a condition of absolute abeyance. In all that I endured, there was no physical suffering, but of moral distress and infinitude. My fancy grew charnel. I talked of worms, of tombs, and epitaphs. I was lost in reveries of death, and the idea of premature burial held continual possession of my brain. The ghastly danger to which I was subjected haunted me day and night. In the former, the torture of meditation was excessive, in the latter, supreme. When the grim darkness overspread the earth, then, with every horror of thought, I shook as the quivering plumes upon the hearse. When nature could endure wakefulness no longer, it was with a struggle that I consented to sleep, for I shuddered to reflect that, upon awaking, I might find myself the tenant of a grave. And when, finally, I sank into slumber, it was only to rush at once into a world of phantasms, above which, with vast, sable, overshadowing wing hovered, predominant, the one sepulchral idea. From the innumerable images of gloom which thus oppressed me in dreams, I select for record but a solitary vision. Methought I was immersed in a cataleptic trance of more than usual duration and profundity. Suddenly there came an icy hand upon my forehead, and an impatient, gibbering voice whispered the word, "Arise," within my ear. I sat erect. The darkness was total. I could not see the figure of him who had aroused me. I could call to mind neither the period at which I had fallen into the trance, nor the locality in which I then lay. While I remained motionless and busied in endeavors to collect my thought, the cold hand grasped me fiercely by the wrist, shaking it petulantly, while the gibbering voice said again, "Arise! Did I not bid thee arise? And who," I demanded, "art thou?" "I have no name in the regions which I inhabit," replied the voice mournfully. "I was mortal, but am fiend. I was merciless, but am pitiful. Thou dost feel that I shudder. My teeth chatter as I speak, yet it is not with the chilliness of the night without end, but this hideousness is insufferable. How canst thou tranquilly sleep? I cannot rest for the cry of these great agonies. These sights are more than I can bear. Get thee up, come with me into the outer night, and let me unfold to thee the graves. Is not this a spectacle of woe? Behold!" I looked, and the unseen figure, which still grasped me by the wrist, had caused to be thrown open the graves of all mankind, and from each issued the faint, phosphoric radiance of decay, so that I could see into the innermost recesses, and there view the shrouded bodies in their sad and solemn slumbers with the worm. But alas, the real sleepers were fewer, by many millions, than those who slumbered not at all. And there was a feeble struggling, and there was a general sad unrest, and from out the depths of the countless pits there came a melancholy rustling from the garments of the buried. And of those who seemed tranquilly to repose, I saw that a vast number had changed, in a greater or less degree, the rigid and uneasy position in which they had originally been entombed. And the voice again said to me, as I gazed, "Is it not, oh, is it not a pitiful sight?" But before I could find words to reply, the figure had ceased to grasp my wrist, the phosphoric lights expired, and the graves were closed with a sudden violence, while from out them arose a tumult of despairing cries, saying again, "Is it not, oh God, is it not a very pitiful sight?" Fantasies such as these, presenting themselves at night, extended their terrific influence far into my waking hours. My nerves became thoroughly unstrung, and I fell prey to the perpetual horror. I hesitated to ride, or to walk, or to indulge in any exercise that would carry me from home. In fact, I no longer dared trust myself out of the immediate presence of those who were aware of my proneness to catalepsy, lest, falling into one of my usual fits, I should be buried before my real condition could be ascertained. I doubted the care, the fidelity of my dearest friends. I dreaded that, in some trance of more than customary duration, they might be prevailed upon to regard me as irrecoverable. I even went so far as to fear that, as I occasioned much trouble, they might be glad to consider any very protracted attack as sufficient excuse for getting rid of me altogether. It was in vain they endeavored to reassure me by their most solemn promises. I exacted the most sacred oaths that under no circumstances they would bury me until decomposition had so materially advanced as to render farther preservation impossible. And, even then, my mortal terrors would listen to no reason, would accept no consolation. I entered into a series of elaborate precautions. Among other things, I had the family vault so remodeled as to admit of being readily opened from within. The slightest pressure upon a long lever that extended far into the tomb would cause the iron portal to fly back. There were arrangements also for the free admission of air and light, and convenient receptacles for food and water, within immediate reach of the coffin intended for my reception. This coffin was warmly and softly padded, and was provided with a lid, fashioned upon the principle of the vault door, with the addition of springs so contrived that the feeblest movement of the body would be sufficient to set it at liberty. Besides all this, there was suspended from the roof of the tomb a large bell, the rope of which, it was designed, should extend through a hole in the coffin, and so be fastened to one of the hands of the corpse. But, alas, what avails the vigilance against the destiny of man? Not even these well-contrived securities suffice to save from the uttermost agonies of living inhumation a wretch to these agonies foredoomed. There arrived an epoch, as often before there had arrived, in which I found myself emerging from total unconsciousness into the first feeble and indefinite sense of existence. Slowly, with a tortoise gradation, approached the faint gray dawn of the cycle day, a torpid uneasiness, an apathetic endurance of dull pain. No care, no hope, no effort. Then, after a long interval, a ringing in the ears. Then, after a lapse still longer, a prickling or tingling sensation in the extremities. Then a seemingly eternal period of pleasurable quiescence, during which the awakening feelings are struggling into thought. Then a brief resinking into nonentity. Then a sudden recovery. At length the slight quivering of an eyelid, and immediately thereupon an electric shock of a terror, deadly and indefinite, which sends the blood in torrents from the temples to the heart. And now the first positive effort to think, and now the first endeavor to remember, and now a partial and evanescent success, and now the memory has so far regained its dominion that, in some measure, I am cognizant of my state. I feel that I am not awakening from ordinary sleep. I recollect that I have been subject to catalepsy, and now, at last, as if by the rush of an ocean, my shuddering spirit is overwhelmed by the one grim danger, by the one spectral and ever-prevalent idea. For some minutes after this fancy possessed me, I remained without motion. And why? I could not summon courage to move. I dared not make the effort which was to satisfy me of my fate. And yet there was something at my heart which whispered me it was sure. Despair, such as no other species of wretchedness ever calls into being, despair alone urged me, after long irresolution, to uplift the heavy lids of my eyes. I uplifted them. It was dark, all dark. I knew that the fit was over. I knew that the crisis of my disorder had long passed. I knew that I had now fully recovered the use of my visual faculties, and yet it was dark, all dark, the intense and utter raylessness of the night that endureth for evermore. I endeavored to shriek, and my lips and my parched tongue moved convulsively together in the attempt, but no voice issued from the cavernous lungs, which, oppressed as if by the weight of some incumbent mountain, gasped and palpitated with the heart at every elaborate and struggling inspiration. The movement of the jaws in this effort to cry aloud showed me that they were bound up, as is usual with the dead. I felt, too, that I lay upon some hard substance, and by something similar my sides were also closely compressed. So far, I had not ventured to stir any of my limbs, but now I violently threw up my arms, which had been lying at length, with the wrists crossed. They struck a solid wooden substance, which extended above my person at an elevation of not more than 6 inches from my face. I could no longer doubt that I reposed within a coffin at last. And now, amid all my infinite miseries, came sweetly the cherub hope, for I thought of my precautions. I writhed and made spasmodic exertions to force open the lid. It would not move. I felt my wrists for the bell rope. It was not to be found. And now the comforter fled forever, and a still sterner despair reigned triumphant, for I could not help perceiving the absence of the paddings which I had so carefully prepared. And then, too, there came suddenly to my nostrils the strong, peculiar odor of moist earth. The conclusion was irresistible. I was not within the vault. I had fallen into a trance while absent from home, while among strangers, when or how I could not remember, and it was they who had buried me as a dog, nailed up in some common coffin, and thrust deep, deep and forever into some ordinary and nameless grave. As this awful conviction forced itself thus into the innermost chambers of my soul, I once again struggled to cry aloud, and in the second endeavor I succeeded. A long, wild, and continuous shriek, or yell of agony, resounded through the realms of the subterranean night. "Hello! Hello there," said a gruff voice in reply. "What the devil's the matter now?" said a second. "Get out of that," said a third. "What do you mean by yowling in that kind of style, like a cattymount?" said a fourth. And hereupon I was seized and shaken without ceremony for several minutes by a junto of very rough-looking individuals. They did not arouse me from my slumber, for I was wide awake when I screamed, but they restored me to the full possession of my memory. This adventure occurred near Richmond, in Virginia. Accompanied by a friend, I had proceeded upon a gunning expedition some miles down the banks of the James River. Night approached, and we were overtaken by a storm. The cabin of a small sloop lying at anchor in the stream and laden with garden mold afforded us the only available shelter. We made the best of it and passed the night on board. I slept in one of the only 2 berths in the vessel, and the berths of a sloop of 60 or 20 tons need scarcely be described. That which I occupied had no bedding of any kind. Its extreme width was 18 inches. The distance of its bottom from the deck overhead was precisely the same. I found it a matter of exceeding difficulty to squeeze myself in. Nevertheless, I slept soundly, and the whole of my vision, for it was no dream and no nightmare, arose naturally from the circumstances of my position, from my ordinary bias of thought, and from the difficulty, to which I have alluded, of collecting my senses, and especially of regaining my memory, for a long time after awaking from slumber. The men who shook me were the crew of the sloop, and some laborers engaged to unload it. From the load itself came the earthly smell. The bandage about the jaws was a silk handkerchief in which I had bound up my head, in default of my customary nightcap. The tortures endured, however, were indubitably quite equal for the time to those of actual sepulture. They were inconceivably hideous, but out of evil proceeded good, for their very excess wrought in my spirit an inevitable revulsion. My soul acquired tone, acquired temper. I went abroad. I took vigorous exercise. I breathed the free air of heaven. I thought upon other subjects than death. I discarded my medical books. Buchan I burned. I read no night thoughts, no fustian about churchyards, no bugaboo tales such as this. In short, I became a new man and lived a man's life. From that memorable night, I dismissed forever my charnel apprehensions, and with them vanished the cataleptic disorder, of which, perhaps, they had been less the consequence than the cause. There are moments when, even to the sober eye of reason, the world of our sad humanity may assume the semblance of a hell. But the imagination of man is no Charithus, to explore with impunity its every cavern. Alas, the grim legion of sepulchral terrors cannot be regarded as altogether fanciful, but like the demons in whose company Afrasiab made his journey down the Oxus, they must sleep, or they will devour us. They must be suffered to slumber, or we perish. End of The Premature Burial.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13, The Final Problem by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. It is with a heavy heart that I take up my pen to write these last words, in which I shall ever record the singular gifts by which my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes was distinguished. In an incoherent and, as I deeply feel, an entirely inadequate fashion, I have endeavoured to give some account of my strange experiences in his company from the chance which first brought us together at the period of the Study in Scarlet, up to the time of his interference in the matter of the naval treaty, an interference which had the unquestionable effect of preventing a serious international complication. It was my intention to have stopped there and to have said nothing of that event which has created a void in my life which the lapse of 2 years has done little to fill. My hand has been forced, however, by the recent letters in which Colonel James Moriarty defends the memory of his brother, and I have no choice but to lay the facts before the public exactly as they occurred. I alone know the absolute truth of the matter, and I am satisfied that the time has come when no good purpose is to be served by its suppression. As far as I know, there have been only 3 accounts in the public press, that in the Journal de Genève on May the 6th, 1891, the Reuters dispatch in the English papers on May the 7th, and finally the recent letter to which I have alluded. Of these, the first and second were extremely condensed, while the last is, as I shall now show, an absolute perversion of the facts. It lies with me to tell for the first time what really took place between Professor Moriarty and Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It may be remembered that after my marriage and my subsequent start in private practice, the very intimate relations which had existed between Holmes and myself became to some extent modified. He still came to me from time to time when he desired a companion in his investigation, but these occasions grew more and more seldom, until I found in the year 1890 there were only 3 cases of which I retain any record. During the winter of that year and the early spring of 1891, I saw in the papers that he had been engaged by the French government upon a matter of supreme importance, and I received 2 notes from Holmes, dated from Narbonne and from Nimes, from which I gathered that his stay in France was likely to be a long one. It was with some surprise, therefore, that I saw him walk into my consulting room upon the evening of the 24th of April. It struck me that he was looking even paler and thinner than usual. "Yes, I have been using myself up rather too freely," he remarked, in answer to my look rather than to my words. "I have been a little pressed of late. Have you any objection to my closing your shutters?" The only light in the room came from the lamp upon the table at which I had been reading. Holmes edged his way round the wall, and flinging the shutters together, he bolted them securely. "You are afraid of something?" I asked. "Well, I am." "Of what?" "Of air guns." "My dear Holmes, what do you mean?" "I think that you know me well enough, Watson, to understand that I am by no means a nervous man. At the same time, it is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close upon you. Might I trouble you for a match?" He drew in the smoke of his cigarette, as if the soothing influence was grateful to him. "I must apologize for calling so late," said he, "and I must further beg you to be so unconventional as to allow me to leave your house presently by scrambling over your back garden wall." "But what does it all mean?" I asked. He held out his hand, and I saw in the light of the lamp that 2 of his knuckles were burst and bleeding. "It is not an airy nothing, you see," said he, smiling. "On the contrary, it is solid enough for a man to break his hand over. Is Mrs. Watson in?" "She is away upon a visit." "Indeed. You are alone?" "Quite." "Then it makes it the easier for me to propose that you should come away with me for a week to the Continent." "Where?" "Oh, anywhere. It's all the same to me." There was something very strange in all this. It was not Holmes's nature to take an aimless holiday, and something about his pale, worn face told me that his nerves were at their highest tension. He saw the question in my eyes, and putting his fingertips together and his elbows upon his knees, he explained the situation. "You have probably never heard of Professor Moriarty," said he. "Never." "Aye, there's the genius and the wonder of the thing," he cried. "The man pervades London, and no one has heard of him. That's what puts him on a pinnacle in the records of crime. I tell you, Watson, in all seriousness, that if I could beat that man, if I could free society of him, I should feel that my own career had reached its summit, and I should be prepared to turn to some more placid line in life. Between ourselves, the recent cases in which I have been of assistance to the royal family of Scandinavia and to the French Republic have left me in such a position that I could continue to live in the quiet fashion which is most congenial to me, and to concentrate my attention upon my chemical researches. But I could not rest, Watson. I could not sit quiet in my chair if I thought that such a man as Professor Moriarty were walking the streets of London unchallenged. What has he done, then? His career has been an extraordinary one. He is a man of good birth and excellent education, endowed by nature with a phenomenal mathematical faculty. At the age of 21 he wrote a treatise upon the binomial theorem, which has had a European vogue. On the strength of it he won the mathematical chair at one of our smaller universities, and had, to all appearances, a most brilliant career before him. But the man had hereditary tendencies of the most diabolical kind. A criminal strain ran in his blood, which, instead of being modified, was increased and rendered infinitely more dangerous by his extraordinary mental powers. Dark rumours gathered round him in the university town, and eventually he was compelled to resign his chair and to come down to London, where he set up as an army coach. So much is known to the world, but what I am telling you now is what I have myself discovered. As you are aware, Watson, there is no one who knows the higher criminal world of London so well as I do. For years past I have continually been conscious of some power behind the malefactor, some deep organising power which forever stands in the way of the law and throws its shield over the wrongdoer. Again and again, in cases of the most varying sorts, forgery cases, robberies, murders, I have felt the presence of this force, and I have deduced its action in many of those undiscovered crimes in which I have not been personally consulted. For years I have endeavoured to break through the veil which shrouded it, and at last the time came when I seized my thread and followed it, until it led me, after 1,000 cunning windings, to ex-Professor Moriarty of mathematical celebrity. He is the Napoleon of crime, Watson. He is the organiser of half that is evil and of nearly all that is undetected in this great city. He is a genius, a philosopher, an abstract thinker. He has a brain of the first order. He sits motionless like a spider in the centre of its web, but that web has 1,000 radiations, and he knows well every quiver of each of them. He does little himself. He only plans. But his agents are numerous and splendidly organised. Is there a crime to be done, a paper to be abstracted, we will say, a house to be rifled, a man to be removed, the word is passed to the professor. The matter is organised and carried out. The agent may be caught. In that case money is found for his bail or his defence. But the central power which uses the agent is never caught, never so much as suspected. This was the organisation which I deduced, Watson, and which I devoted my whole energy to exposing and breaking up. But the professor was fenced round with safeguards so cunningly devised that, do what I would, it seemed impossible to get evidence which would convict in a court of law. You know my powers, my dear Watson, and yet at the end of 3 months I was forced to confess that I had at last met an antagonist who was my intellectual equal. My horror at his crimes was lost in my admiration at his skill. But at last he made a trip, only a little trip, but it was more than he could afford when I was so close upon him. I had my chance, and starting from that point, I have woven my net round him until now it is all ready to close. In 3 days, that is to say, on Monday next, matters will be ripe, and the professor, with all the principal members of his gang, will be in the hands of the police. Then will come the greatest criminal trial of the century, the clearing up of over 40 mysteries, and the rope for all of them. But if we move at all prematurely, you understand, they may slip out of our hands even at the last moment. Now, if I could have done this without the knowledge of Professor Moriarty, all would have been well. But he was too wily for that. He saw every step which I took to draw my toils round him. Again and again he strove to break away, but I as often headed him off. I tell you, my friend, that if a detailed account of that silent contest could be written, it would take its place as the most brilliant bit of thrust and parry work in the history of detection. Never have I risen to such a height, and never have I been so hard pressed by an opponent. He cut deep, and yet I just undercut him. This morning the last steps were taken, and 3 days only were wanted to complete the business. I was sitting in my room thinking the matter over, when the door opened and Professor Moriarty stood before me. My nerves are fairly proof, Watson, but I must confess to a start when I saw the very man who'd been so much in my thoughts standing there on my threshold. His appearance was quite familiar to me. He is extremely tall and thin. His forehead domes out in a white curve, and his 2 eyes are deeply sunken in his head. He is clean-shaven, pale, and aesthetic-looking, retaining something of the professor in his features. His shoulders are rounded from much study, and his face protrudes forward, and is forever slowly oscillating from side to side in a curiously reptilian fashion. He peered at me with great curiosity in his puckered eyes. "You have less frontal development than I should have expected," said he at last. "It is a dangerous habit to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing-gown." The fact is that upon his entrance I had instantly recognized the extreme personal danger in which I lay. The only conceivable escape for him lay in silencing my tongue. In an instant I had slipped the revolver from the drawer into my pocket and was covering him through the cloth. At his remark I drew the weapon out and laid it cocked upon the table. He still smiled and blinked, but there was something about his eyes which made me feel very glad that I had it there. "You evidently don't know me," said he. "On the contrary," I answered, "I think it is fairly evident that I do. Pray take a chair. I can spare you 5 minutes if you have anything to say." "All that I have to say has already crossed your mind," said he. "Then possibly my answer has crossed yours," I replied. "You stand fast?" "Absolutely." He clapped his hand into his pocket, and I raised the pistol from the table, but he merely drew out a memorandum book in which he had scribbled some dates. "You crossed my path on the 4th of January," said he. "On the 23rd you incommoded me. By the middle of February I was seriously inconvenienced by you. At the end of March I was absolutely hampered in my plans, and now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual persecution that I am in positive danger of losing my liberty. The situation is becoming an impossible one." "Have you any suggestion to make?" I asked. "You must drop it, Holmes," said he, swaying his face about. "You really must, you know." "After Monday," said I. "Tut, tut," said he. "I am quite sure that a man of your intelligence will see that there can be but one outcome to this affair. It is necessary that you should withdraw. You have worked things in such a fashion that we have only one resource left. It has been an intellectual treat to me to see the way in which you have grappled with this affair, and I say, unaffectedly, that it would be a grief to me to be forced to take any extreme measure. You smile, sir, but I assure you that it really would. Danger is part of my trade, I remarked. That is not danger, said he. It is inevitable destruction. You stand in the way not merely of an individual, but of a mighty organization, the full extent of which you, with all your cleverness, have been unable to realize. You must stand clear, Mr. Holmes, or be trodden underfoot. I am afraid, said I, rising, that in the pleasure of this conversation I am neglecting business of importance which awaits me elsewhere. He rose also and looked at me in silence, shaking his head sadly. Well, well, said he at last, it seems a pity, but I have done what I could. I know every move of your game. You can do nothing before Monday. It has been a duel between you and me, Mr. Holmes. You hope to place me in the dock. I tell you that I will never stand in the dock. You hope to beat me. I tell you that you will never beat me. If you are clever enough to bring destruction upon me, rest assured that I shall do as much to you. You have paid me several compliments, Mr. Moriarty, said I. Let me pay you one in return, when I say that if I were assured of the former eventuality, I would, in the interest of the public, cheerfully accept the latter. I can promise you the one, but not the other, he snarled, and so turned his rounded back upon me and went peering and blinking out of the room. That was my singular interview with Professor Moriarty. I confess that it left an unpleasant effect upon my mind. His soft, precise fashion of speech leaves a conviction of sincerity which a mere bully could not produce. Of course, you will say, why not take police precautions against him? The reason is that I am well convinced that it is from his agents the blow will fall. I have the best proofs that it would be so. You have already been assaulted? My dear Watson, Professor Moriarty is not a man who lets the grass grow under his feet. I went out about midday to transact some business in Oxford Street. As I passed the corner which leads from Bentinck Street on to the Welbeck Street crossing, a two-horse van furiously driven whizzed round and was on me like a flash. I sprang to the footpath and saved myself by the fraction of a second. The van dashed round by Marylebone Lane and was gone in an instant. I kept to the pavement after that, Watson, but as I walked down Vere Street, a brick came down from the roof of one of the houses and was shattered to fragments at my feet. I called the police and had the place examined. There were slates and bricks piled up on the roof preparatory to some repairs, and they would have me believe that the wind had toppled over one of these. Of course, I knew better, but I could prove nothing. I took a cab after that and reached my brother's rooms in Pall Mall, where I spent the day. Now I have come round to you, and on my way I was attacked by a rough with a bludgeon. I knocked him down, and the police have him in custody. But I can tell you with the most absolute confidence that no possible connection will ever be traced between the gentleman upon whose front teeth I have barked my knuckles and the retiring mathematical coach who is, I dare say, working out problems on a blackboard 10 miles away. You will not wonder, Watson, that my first act on entering your rooms was to close your shutters, and that I have been compelled to ask your permission to leave the house by some less conspicuous exit than the front door. I've often admired my friend's courage, but never more than now, as he sat quietly checking off a series of incidents which must have combined to make up a day of horror. You will spend the night here? I said. No, my friend, you might find me a dangerous guest. I have my plans laid, and all will be well. Matters have gone so far now that they can move without my help. as far as the arrest goes, though my presence is necessary for a conviction. It is obvious, therefore, that I cannot do better than get away for the few days which remain before the police are at liberty to act. It would be a great pleasure to me, therefore, if you could come on to the Continent with me." "The practice is quiet," said I, "and I have an accommodating neighbour. I should be glad to come." "And to start tomorrow morning?" "If necessary." "Oh, yes, it is most necessary." "Then these are your instructions, and I beg, my dear Watson, that you will obey them to the letter, for you are now playing a double-handed game with me against the cleverest rogue and the most powerful syndicate of criminals in Europe. Now listen. You will dispatch whatever luggage you intend to take by a trusty messenger unaddressed to Victoria tonight. In the morning you will send for a hansom, desiring your man to take neither the first nor the second which may present itself. Into this hansom you will jump, and you will drive to the Strand end of the Lowther Arcade, handing the address to the cabman upon a slip of paper, with a request that he will not throw it away. Have your fare ready, and the instant that your cab stops, dash through the arcade, timing yourself to reach the other side at 9:15. You will find a small brougham waiting close to the curb, driven by a fellow with a heavy black cloak tipped at the collar with red. Into this you will step, and you will reach Victoria in time for the Continental Express." "Where shall I meet you?" "At the station. The second first-class carriage from the front will be reserved for us." "The carriage is our rendezvous, then?" "Yes." It was in vain that I asked Holmes to remain for the evening. It was evident to me that he thought he might bring trouble to the roof he was under, and that was the motive which impelled him to go. With a few hurried words as to our plans for the morrow, he rose and came out with me into the garden, clambering over the wall which leads into Mortimer Street, and immediately whistling for a hansom, in which I heard him drive away. In the morning I obeyed Holmes's injunctions to the letter. A hansom was procured with such precaution as would prevent its being one which was placed ready for us, and I drove immediately after breakfast to the Lowther Arcade, through which I hurried at the top of my speed. A brougham was waiting with a very massive driver wrapped in a dark cloak, who, the instant that I stepped in, whipped up the horse and rattled off to Victoria Station. On my alighting there, he turned the carriage and dashed away again without so much as a look in my direction. So far all had gone admirably. My luggage was waiting for me, and I had no difficulty in finding the carriage which Holmes had indicated, the less so as it was the only one in the train which was marked "Engaged." My only source of anxiety now was the non-appearance of Holmes. The station clock marked only 7 minutes from the time when we were due to start. In vain I searched among the groups of travellers and leave-takers for the lithe figure of my friend. There was no sign of him. I spent a few minutes in assisting a venerable Italian priest who was endeavouring to make a porter understand, in his broken English, that his luggage was to be booked through to Paris. Then, having taken another look round, I returned to my carriage, where I found that the porter, in spite of the ticket, had given me my decrepit Italian friend as a travelling companion. It was useless for me to explain to him his presence was an intrusion, for my Italian was even more limited than his English. So I shrugged my shoulders resignedly and continued to look out anxiously for my friend. A chill of fear had come over me, as I thought that his absence might mean that some blow had fallen during the night. Already the doors had all been shut and the whistle blown, when, "My dear Watson," said a voice, "you have not even condescended to say good morning." I turned in uncontrollable astonishment. The aged ecclesiastic had turned his face towards me. For an instant the wrinkles were smoothed away. The nose drew away from the chin, the lower lip ceased to protrude, and the mouth to mumble. The dull eyes regained their fire. The drooping figure expanded. The next, the whole frame collapsed again, and Holmes had gone as quickly as he had come. "Good heavens!" I cried. "How you startled me!" "Every precaution is still necessary," he whispered. "I have reason to think that they are hot upon our trail. Ah, there is Moriarty himself." The train had already begun to move as Holmes spoke. Glancing back, I saw a tall man pushing his way furiously through the crowd and waving his hand as if he desired to have the train stopped. It was too late, however, for we were rapidly gathering momentum, and an instant later had shot clear of the station. "With all our precautions, you see that we have cut it rather fine," said Holmes, laughing. He rose and, throwing off the black cassock and hat which had formed his disguise, he packed them away in a handbag. "Have you seen the morning paper, Watson?" "No." "You haven't seen about Baker Street, then?" "Baker Street? They set fire to our rooms last night. No great harm was done." "Good heavens, Holmes! This is intolerable." "They must have lost my track completely after their bludgeoned man was arrested. Otherwise they could not have imagined that I had returned to my rooms. They have evidently taken the precaution of watching you, however, and that is what has brought Moriarty to Victoria. You could not have made any slip in coming?" "I did exactly what you advised." "Did you find your brougham?" "Yes, it was waiting." "Did you recognize the coachman?" "No." "It was my brother Mycroft. It is an advantage to get about in such a case without taking a mercenary into your confidence. But we must plan what we are to do about Moriarty now. As this is an express, and as the boat runs in connection with it, I should think we have shaken him off very effectively." "My dear Watson, you evidently did not realize my meaning when I said that this man may be taken as being quite on the same intellectual plane as myself. You do not imagine that if I were the pursuer I should allow myself to be baffled by so slight an obstacle. Why, then, should you think so meanly of him? What will he do?" "What I should do? What would you do, then?" "Engage a special." "But it must be late." "By no means. This train stops at Canterbury, and there is always at least a quarter of an hour's delay at the boat. He will catch us there. One would think that we were the criminals. Let us have him arrested on his arrival. It would be to ruin the work of 3 months. We should get the big fish, but the smaller would dart right and left out of the net. On Monday we should have them all. No, an arrest is inadmissible." "What then?" "We shall get out at Canterbury." "And then?" "Well, then we must make a cross-country journey to Newhaven, and so over to Dieppe. Moriarty will again do what I should do. He will get on to Paris, mark down our luggage, and wait for 2 days at the depot. In the meantime, we shall treat ourselves to a couple of carpet-bags, encourage the manufacturers of the countries through which we will travel, and make our way at our leisure into Switzerland via Luxembourg and Basel." At Canterbury, therefore, we alighted, only to find that we should have to wait an hour before we could get a train to Newhaven. I was still looking rather ruefully after the rapidly disappearing luggage van, which contained my wardrobe, when Holmes pulled my sleeve and pointed up the line. "Already, you see," said he. Far away, from among the Kentish woods, there rose a thin spray of smoke. A minute later a carriage and engine could be seen flying along the open curve which leads to the station. We had hardly time to take our place behind a pile of luggage when it passed with a rattle and a roar, beating a blast of hot air into our faces. "There he goes," said Holmes, as we watched the carriage swing and rock over the points. "There are limits, you see, to our friend's intelligence. It would have been a coup de maître had he deduced what I would deduce and acted accordingly. And what would he have done had he overtaken us. There cannot be the least doubt that he would have made a murderous attack upon me. It is, however, a game at which two may play. The question now is whether we should take a premature lunch here or run our chance of starving before we reach the buffet at Newhaven. We made our way to Brussels that night and spent 2 days there, moving on upon the third day as far as Strasbourg. On the Monday morning Holmes had telegraphed to the London police, and in the evening we found a reply waiting for us at our hotel. Holmes tore it open, and then with a bitter curse hurled it into the grate. "I might have known it," he groaned. "He has escaped." Moriarty? They have secured the whole gang with the exception of him. He has given them the slip. Of course, when I had left the country, there was no one to cope with him, but I did think that I had put the game in their hands. I think you had better return to England, Watson. Why? Because you will find me a dangerous companion now. This man's occupation is gone. He is lost if he returns to London. If I read his character right, he will devote his whole energies to revenging himself upon me. He said as much in our short interview, and I fancy that he meant it. I should certainly recommend you to return to your practice. It was hardly an appeal to be successful with one who was an old campaigner as well as an old friend. We sat in the Strasbourg salle à manger, arguing the question for half an hour, but the same night we had resumed our journey and were well on our way to Geneva. For a charming week we wandered up the valley of the Rhone, and then branching off at Liège we made our way over the Gemmi Pass, still deep in snow, and so, by way of Interlaken, to Meiringen. It was a lovely trip, the dainty green of the spring below, the virgin white of the winter above, but it was clear to me that never for one instant did Holmes forget the shadow which lay across him. In the homely alpine villages, or in the lonely mountain passes, I could tell by his quick glancing eyes and his sharp scrutiny of every face that passed us that he was well convinced that, walk where we would, we could not walk ourselves clear of the danger which was dogging our footsteps. Once, I remember, as we passed over the Gemmi and walked along the border of the melancholy Dorbendsee, a large rock which had been dislodged from the ridge upon our right clattered down and roared into the lake behind us. In an instant Holmes had raced up onto the ridge, and standing upon a lofty pinnacle, craned his neck in every direction. It was in vain that our guide assured him that a fall of stones was a common chance in the springtime at that spot. He said nothing, but he smiled at me with the air of a man who sees the fulfilment of that which he had expected. And yet, for all his watchfulness, he was never depressed. On the contrary, I can never recollect having seen him in such exuberant spirits. Again and again he recurred to the fact that if he could be assured that society was freed from Professor Moriarty, he would cheerfully bring his own career to a conclusion. I think that I might go so far as to say, Watson, that I have not lived wholly in vain, he remarked. If my record were closed tonight, I could still survey it with equanimity. The air of London is the sweeter for my presence. In over 1,000 cases I am not aware that I have ever used my powers upon the wrong side. Of late I have been tempted to look into the problems furnished by nature rather than those more superficial ones for which our artificial state of society is responsible. Your memoirs will draw to an end, Watson, upon the day that I crown my career by the capture or extinction of the most dangerous and capable criminal in Europe. I shall be brief and yet exact in the little which remains for me to tell. It is not a subject on which I would willingly dwell, and yet I am conscious that a duty devolves upon me to omit no detail. It was on the 3rd of May that we reached the little village of Meiringen, where we put up at the Englischer Hof, then kept by Peter Steiler the elder, Our landlord was an intelligent man and spoke excellent English, having served for 3 years as waiter at the Grosvenor Hotel in London. At his advice, on the afternoon of the 4th, we set off together with the intention of crossing the hills and spending the night at the hamlet of Rosenlau. We had strict injunctions, however, on no account to pass the falls of Reichenbach, which are about halfway up the hill, without making a small detour to see them. It is indeed a fearful place. The torrent, swollen by the melting snow, plunges into a tremendous abyss, from which the spray rolls up like the smoke from a burning house. The shaft into which the river hurls itself is an immense chasm, lined by glistening coal-black rock, and narrowing into a creaming, boiling pit of incalculable depth, which brims over and shoots the stream onward over its jagged lip. The long sweep of the green water roaring forever down, and the thick flickering curtain of spray hissing forever upward, turn a man giddy with their constant whirl and clamour. We stood near the edge, peering down at the gleam of the breaking water far below us against the black rocks, and listening to the half-human shout which came booming up with the spray out of the abyss. The path has been cut halfway round the fall to afford a complete view, but it ends abruptly, and the traveller has to return as he came. We had turned to do so when we saw a Swiss lad come running along it with a letter in his hand. It bore the mark of the hotel which we had just left, and was addressed to me by the landlord. It appeared that within a very few minutes of our leaving, an English lady had arrived who was in the last stage of consumption. She had wintered at Davos Platz, and was journeying now to join her friends at Lucerne, when a sudden hemorrhage had overtaken her. It was thought that she could hardly live a few hours, but it would be a great consolation to her to see an English doctor, and, if I would only return, etc. The good Styler assured me in a postscript that he would himself look upon my compliance as a very great favour, since the lady absolutely refused to see a Swiss physician, and that he could not but feel that he was incurring a great responsibility. The appeal was one which could not be ignored. It was impossible to refuse the request of a fellow countrywoman dying in a strange land. Yet I had my scruples about leaving Holmes. It was finally agreed, however, that he should retain the young Swiss messenger with him as guide and companion while I returned to Meiringen. My friend would stay some little time at the fall, he said, and would then walk slowly over the hill to Rosenlau, where I was to rejoin him in the evening. As I turned away, I saw Holmes, with his back against a rock and his arms folded, gazing down at the rush of the waters. It was the last that I was ever destined to see of him in this world. When I was near the bottom of the descent, I looked back. It was impossible from that position to see the fall, but I could see the curving path which winds over the shoulder of the hill and leads to it. Along this a man was, I remember, walking very rapidly. I could see his black figure clearly outlined against the green behind him. I noted him and the energy with which he walked, but he passed from my mind again as I hurried on upon my errand. It may have been a little over an hour before I reached Meiringen. Old Steiner was standing at the porch of his hotel. "Well," said I, as I came hurrying up, "I trust that she is no worse." A look of surprise passed over his face, and at the first quiver of his eyebrows, my heart turned to lead in my breast. "You did not write this," I said, pulling the letter from my pocket. "There is no sick Englishwoman in the hotel?" "Certainly not," he cried, "but it has the hotel mark upon it. Ah, it must have been written by that tall Englishman who came in after you had gone. He said—" But I waited for none of the landlord's explanations. In a tingle of fear I was already running down the village street and making for the path which I had so lately descended. It had taken me an hour to come down. For all my efforts, 2 more had passed before I found myself at the fall of Reichenbach once more. There was Holmes's Alpine stock still leaning against the rock by which I had left him, but there was no sign of him, and it was in vain that I shouted. My only answer was my own voice reverberating in a rolling echo from the cliffs around me. It was the sight of that alpine stock which turned me cold and sick. He had not gone to Rosenau then. He had remained on that 3-foot path, with sheer wall on one side and sheer drop on the other, until his enemy had overtaken him. The young Swiss had gone too. He had probably been in the pay of Moriarty, and had left the two men together. And then what had happened? Who was to tell us what had happened then? I stood for a minute or two to collect myself, for I was dazed with the horror of the thing. Then I began to think of Holmes' own methods, and to try to practice them in reading this tragedy. It was, alas, only too easy to do. During our conversation we had not gone to the end of the path, and the alpine stock marked the place where we had stood. The blackish soil is kept for ever soft by the incessant drift of spray, and a bird would leave its tread upon it. 2 lines of footmarks were clearly marked along the farther end of the path, both leading away from me. There were none returning. A few yards from the end the soil was all ploughed up into a patch of mud, and the branches and ferns which fringed the chasm were torn and bedraggled. I lay upon my face and peered over, with the spray sprouting up all around me. It had darkened since I left, and now I could only see here and there the glistening of moisture upon the black walls, and far away down at the end of the shaft the gleam of the broken water. I shouted, but only the same half-human cry of the fall was borne back to my ears. But it was destined that I should after all have a last word of greeting from my friend and comrade. I have said that his alpine stock had been left leaning against a rock which jutted onto the path. From the top of this boulder the gleam of something bright caught my eye, and, raising my hand, I found that it came from the silver cigarette case which he used to carry. As I took it up, a small square of paper upon which it had lain fluttered down on to the ground. Unfolding it, I found that it consisted of 3 pages torn from his notebook and addressed to me. It was characteristic of the man that the direction was precise, and the writing as firm and clear as though it had been written in his study. "My dear Watson," he said, "I write these few lines through the courtesy of Mr. Moriarty, who awaits my convenience for the final discussion of those questions which lie between us. He has been giving me a sketch of the methods by which he avoided the English police and kept himself informed of our movements. They certainly confirm the very high opinion which I had formed of his abilities. I am pleased to think that I shall be able to free society from any further effects of his presence, though I fear that it is at a cost which will give pain to my friends, and especially, my dear Watson, to you. I have already explained to you, however, that my career had in any case reached its crisis, and that no possible conclusion to it could be more congenial to me than this. Indeed, if I may make a full confession to you, I was quite convinced that the letter from Meiringen was a hoax, and I allowed you to depart on that errand under the persuasion that some development of this sort would follow. Tell Inspector Patterson that the papers which he needs to convict the gang are in pigeonhole M, done up in a blue envelope and inscribed Moriarty. I made every disposition of my property before leaving England, and handed it to my brother Mycroft. Pray give my greetings to Mrs. Watson, and believe me to be, my dear fellow, very sincerely yours, Sherlock Holmes. A few words may suffice to tell the little that remains. An examination by experts leaves little doubt that a personal contest between the 2 men ended, as it could hardly fail to end in such a situation, in their reeling over, locked in each other's arms. Any attempt at recovering the bodies was absolutely hopeless, and there, deep down in that dreadful cauldron of swirling water and seething foam, will lie for all time the most dangerous criminal and the foremost champion of the law of their generation. The Swiss youth was never found, and there can be no doubt that he was one of the numerous agents whom Moriarty kept in his employ. As to the gang, it will be within the memory of the public how completely the evidence which Holmes had accumulated exposed their organization, and how heavily the hand of the dead man weighed upon them. Of their terrible chief few details came out during the proceedings, and if I have now been compelled to make a clear statement of his career, it is due to those injudicious champions who have endeavoured to clear his memory by attacks upon him, whom I shall ever regard as the best and the wisest man whom I have ever known. End of The Final Problem by Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Glasgow Mystery by Baroness Orczy. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. "It has often been declared," remarked the man in the corner, "that a murder, a successful murder, I mean, can never be committed single-handed in a busy city, and that on the other hand, once a murder is committed by more than one person, one of the accomplices is sure to betray the other, and that is the reason why comparatively so few crimes remain undetected. Now, I must say I quite agree with this latter theory." It was some weeks after my first introduction to the man in the corner and the inevitable bit of string he always played with when unraveling his mysteries, and some time before he recounted to me his grim version of the tragedy in Percy Street, which I have already retold in the Royal. Now I had made it a hard and fast rule whenever he made an assertion of that kind to disagree with it. This invariably irritated him, he became comically excited, produced his bit of string, and started off at rattling speed, after a few rude remarks directed at lady journalists in general, and myself in particular, on one of his madly bewildering true cock-and-bull stories. "What about the Glasgow murder, then?" I remarked skeptically. "Ah, the Glasgow murder," he repeated. "Yes, what about the Glasgow murder? I see you are one of those people who, like the police, believe that Yardley was an accomplice to that murder, and you still continue to hope, as they do, that sooner or later he and the other man, Upton, will meet, divide the spoils, and throw themselves into the expectant arms of the Glasgow police." "Do you mean to tell me that you don't think Yardley had anything to do with that murder?" "What does it matter what a humble amateur like myself thinks of that or any other case? Pshaw!" he added, breaking his bit of string between his bony fingers in his comical excitement. "Why, think a moment how simple is the whole thing. There was Mrs. Carmichael, the widow of a medical officer, young, good-looking, and fairly well off, who for the sake of company more than for actual profit-making rents one of the fine houses in Woodbine Crescent with a view to taking in paying guests. Her house is beautifully furnished. I told you she was fairly well off. She has no difficulty in getting boarders. The house is soon full. At the time of which I am speaking, she had 10 or 11 guests, mostly men out at business all day, also a married couple, an officer's widow with her daughter, and 2 journalists. At first she kept 4 female servants. Then one day there was a complaint among the gentlemen boarders that their boots were insufficiently polished, and their clothes were very sketchily brushed. Chief among these complainants was Mr. Yardley, a young man who wrote verses for magazines, called himself a poet, and in consequence indulged in sundry eccentric habits which furnished food for gossip both in the kitchen and in the drawing-room over the coffee-cups. As I said before, it was he who was loudest in his complaint on the subject of his boots. It was he again who, when Mrs. Carmichael expressed herself willing to do anything to please her boarders, recommended her a quiet, respectable man named Upton to come in for a couple of hours daily, clean boots, knives, windows, and what-nots, and make himself generally useful. I believe that is the technical expression. Upton, it appears, had been known to Mr. Yardley for some time, had often run errands and delivered messages for him, and had even been entrusted with valuable poetical manuscripts to be left at various editorial offices. It was in July of last year, was it not, that Glasgow, honest, stodgy, busy Glasgow, was thrilled to its very marrow by the recital in its evening papers of one of the most ghastly and most dastardly crimes? At 2 o'clock that afternoon, namely, Mrs. Carmichael of Woodbine Crescent was found murdered in her room. Her safe had been opened, and all its contents, which were presumed to include a good deal of jewelry and money, had vanished. The evening papers had also added that the murderer was known to the police, and that no doubt was entertained as to his speedy arrest. It appears that in the household at Woodbine Crescent it was the duty of Mary, one of the maids, to take up a cup of tea to Mrs. Carmichael every morning at 7 o'clock. The girl was not supposed to go into the room, but merely to knock at the door, wait for a response from her mistress, and then leave the tray outside on the mat. Usually Mrs. Carmichael took the tray in immediately and was down to breakfast with her boarders at 8:30. But on that eventful morning Mary seems to have been in a hurry. She could not positively state afterwards whether she had heard her mistress's answer to her knock or not. Against that, she was quite sure that she had taken up the tray at 7 o'clock precisely. When everybody went down to breakfast a couple of hours or so later, it was noticed that Mrs. Carmichael had not taken in her tea tray as usual. A few anxious comments were made as to the genial hostess being unwell, and then the matter was dropped. The servants did not seem to have been really anxious about their mistress during the morning. Mary, who had been in the house 2 years, said that once before Mrs. Carmichael had stayed in bed with a bad headache until 1 o'clock. However, when the lunch hour came and went, Mrs. Tyrrell, one of the older lady boarders, became alarmed. She went up to her hostess's door and knocked at it loudly and repeatedly, but received no reply. The door, mind you, was locked or bolted, presumably, of course, from the inside. After consultation with her fellow boarders, Mrs. Tyrrell at last, feeling that something must be very wrong, took it upon herself to call in the police. Constable Ray came in. He, too, knocked and called, shook the door, and finally burst it open. "It is not for me," continued the man in the corner, "to give you a description of that room as it appeared before the horrified eyes of the constable, the servants, and lady boarders. That lies more in your province than in mine. Suffice it to say that the unfortunate lady lay in her bed with her throat cut. No key or bolt was found on the inside of the door. The murderer, therefore, having accomplished his ghastly deed, must have locked his victim in, and probably taken the key away with him. Hardly had the terrible discovery been made than Emma, the cook, half hysterical with fear and horror, rushed up to Constable Ray, and, clutching him wildly by the arm, whispered under her breath, Upton, he did it, I know. My poor mistress, he cut her throat with that fowl carver this morning. I saw it in his hand. It is him, Constable." "Where is he?" asked the constable peremptorily. "See that no one leaves the house. Who has seen this man?" But neither the constable, nor anyone else for that matter, was much surprised to find that on searching the house throughout, the man Upton had disappeared. Chapter 2. At first, of course, the case seemed simplicity itself. No doubt existed, either in the public mind or that of the police, as to Upton being the author of the grim and horrible tragedy. The only difficulty so far was the fact that Upton had managed not only to get away on the day of the murder, but also had contrived to evade the rigorous search instituted throughout the city after him by the police, a search, I assure you, in which many an amateur detective readily joined. The inquest had been put off for a day or two in the hope that Upton might be found before it occurred. However, 3 days had now elapsed, and it could not be put off any longer. Little did the public expect the sensational developments which the case suddenly began to assume. The medical evidence revealed nothing new. On the contrary, it added its usual quota of vague indefiniteness, which so often helps to puzzle the police. The medical officer had been called in by Constable Ray directly after his discovery of the murder. That was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Death had occurred a good many hours before that time, stated Dr. Dawlish, possibly 9 or 10 hours, but it might also have been 11 or 12 hours previously. Then Emma the cook was called. Her evidence was, of course, most important, as she had noticed and talked to the man Upton the very morning of the crime. He came, as usual, to his work about 6:45, but the cook immediately noticed that he seemed very strange and excited. "What do you mean by strange?" asked the coroner. "Well, it was strange of him, sir, to start first thing in the morning cleaning knives, when we had as many knives as we wanted clean for breakfast." "Yes, he started cleaning knives. And then what did he do?" "Oh, he turned and turned that there knife machine, so as I told him he would be turning all the edges. Then he suddenly took up the fowl carver and said to me, 'This fowl carver is awfully blunt. Where's the steel?' I says to him, 'In the sideboard, of course, in the dining room.' and he goes off with the foul carver in his hand, and that is the last I ever saw of that carver and of Upton himself." "Have you known Upton long?" asked the coroner. "No, sir. He had only been in the house 2 days. Mr. Yardley gave him a character, and the mistress took him on to clean boots and knives. His hours were 6:30 to 10, but he used to turn up about 6:45. He seemed obliging and willing, but not much up to his work, and didn't say much. But I hadn't seen him so funny, except that morning when the poor missus was murdered." "Is this the carver you speak of?" asked the coroner, directing a constable to show one he held in his hand to the witness. With renewed hysterical weeping, Emma identified the carver as the one she had last seen in Upton's hand. It appears that Detective McMurdoch had found the knife, together with the key of Mrs. Carmichael's bedroom door, under the hall mat. "Sensational, wasn't it?" laughed the man in the corner. "Quite in the style of the penny novelette. Sensational, but not very mysterious." Then Mrs. Tyrrell had to be examined, as it was she who had been first alarmed about Mrs. Carmichael, and who had taken it upon herself to call in the police. Whether through spite or merely accidentally, Mrs. Tyrrell insisted in her evidence on the fact that it was Mr. Yardley who was indirectly responsible for the awful tragedy, since it was he who had introduced the man Upton into the house. The coroner felt more interested. He thought he would like to put a few questions to Mr. Yardley. Now, Mr. Yardley, when called up, did not certainly look prepossessing, and from the first most persons present were prejudiced against him. He was, as I think I said before, that rara avis, a successful poet. He wrote dainty scraps for magazines and weekly journals. In appearance he was a short, sallow, thin man, with no body and long limbs, and carried his head so much to one side as to almost appear deformed. Here is a snapshot I got of him some time subsequently. He is no beauty, is he? Still his manner, his small shapely hands, and quiet voice undoubtedly proclaimed him a gentleman. It was very well known throughout the household that Mr. Yardley was very eccentric. Being a poet, he would enjoy the privilege with impunity. It appears that his most eccentric habit was to get up at unearthly hours in the morning, 4 o'clock sometimes, and wander about the streets of Glasgow. "I have written my best pieces," he stated in response to the coroner's astonished remark upon this strange custom of his, "leaning against a lamp-post in Sauchiehall Street at 5 o'clock in the morning. I spend my afternoons in the various public libraries reading. I have only boarded and lodged in this house for 2 or 3 months, but as the servants will tell you, I leave it long before they are up in the morning. I am never in to breakfast or luncheon, but always in to dinner. I go to bed early, naturally, as I require several hours' sleep." Mr. Yardley was then very closely questioned as to his knowledge of the man Upton. "I first met the man," replied Mr. Yardley, "about a year ago. He was loafing in Buchanan Street, outside the Herald office, and spoke to me, telling me a most pitiable tale, namely, that he was an ex-compositor, had to give up his work owing to failing eyesight, and that he had striven for weeks and months to get some kind of employment, spending in the meanwhile the hard-earned savings of many years' toil. That he had come to his last shilling 2 days ago, and had been reduced to begging, not for money, but for some kind of job, anything to earn a few honest coins. Well, I somehow liked the look of the man. Moreover, as I just happened to want to send a message to the other end of the city, I sent Upton. Since then I have seen him almost every day. He takes my manuscripts for me to the editorial offices and runs various errands. I have recommended him to 1 or 2 of my friends, and they have always found him honest and sober. He has eked out a very meagre livelihood in this way, and when Mrs. Carmichael thought of having a man in the house to do odd jobs, I thought I should be doing a kind act by recommending Upton to her. Little did I dream then what terrible consequences such a kind act would bring in its trail. I can only account for the man's awful crime by thinking that perhaps his mind had become suddenly unhinged." All this seemed plain and straightforward enough. Mr. Yardley spoke quietly, without the slightest nervousness or agitation. The coroner and jury both pressed him with questions on the subject of Upton, but his attitude remained equally self-possessed throughout. Perhaps he felt, after a somewhat severe cross-examination on the part of the coroner, who prided himself on his talent in that direction, that a certain amount of doubt might lurk in the minds of the jury, and consequently the public. Be that as it may, he certainly begged that 2 or 3 of the servants might be recalled, in order to enable them to state definitely that he was out of the house, as usual, when they came downstairs that morning. One of the housemaids, recalled, fully corroborated that statement. Mr. Yardley's room, she said, was on the ground floor next to the dining room. She went into it soon after 6:30, turned down the bed, and began tidying it up generally. There was only one other witness of any importance to examine, one other boarder, Mr. James Lucas, a young journalist employed on the editorial staff of the Glasgow Banner. The reason why he had been called specially was because he was well known to be one of the privileged guests of the house, and had been more intimate with the deceased than any of her other boarders. This privilege, it appears, chiefly consisted in being admitted to coffee, and possibly whiskey and soda after dinner, in Mrs. Carmichael's special private sitting-room. Moreover, there was a generally accepted theory among the other boarders that Mr. James Lucas entertained certain secret hopes with regard to his amiable hostess, and that, but for the fact that he was several years her junior, she might have encouraged these hopes. Now, Mr. James Lucas was the exact opposite of Mr. Yardley, the poet. Tall, fair, athletic, his appearance would certainly prepossess everyone in his favor. He seemed very much upset, and recounted with much evidently genuine feeling his last interview with the unfortunate lady the evening before the murder. "I spent about an hour with Mrs. Carmichael in her sitting-room," he concluded, "and parted from her about 10 o'clock. I then went to my club, where I stayed pretty late, until closing time, in fact. After that I went for a stroll, and it was 2:15 by my watch when I came in. I let myself in with my latchkey. It was pitch dark in the outer hall, and I was groping for my candle when I heard the sound of a door opening and shutting on one of the floors above, and directly after someone coming down the stairs. As you have seen yourself, the outer hall is divided from the inner one by a glass door, which on this occasion stood open. In the inner hall there was a faint glimmer of light, which worked its way down from a skylight on one of the landings, and by this glimmer I saw Mr. Yardley descending the stairs, cross the hall, and go into his room. He did not see me, and I did not speak." An extraordinary, almost breathless hush had descended over all those assembled there. The coroner sat with his chin buried in his hand, his eyes resting searchingly on the witness who had just spoken. The jury had not uttered a sound. At last the coroner queried, "Is the jury to understand, Mr. Lucas, that you can swear positively that at 2:15 in the morning, or thereabouts, you saw Mr. Yardley come down the stairs from one of the floors above and go into his own room, which is on the ground floor?" "Positively." That was enough. Mr. Lucas was dismissed, and Mr. Yardley was recalled. As he once more stood before the coroner, his curious one-sided stoop, his sallowness, and length of limb seemed even more marked than before. Perhaps he was a shade or two paler, but certainly neither his hands nor his voice trembled in the slightest degree. Questioned by the coroner, he replied quietly, "Mr. Lucas was obviously mistaken. At the hour he names, I was in bed and asleep." There had been excitement and breathless interest when Mr. James Lucas had made his statement, but that excitement and breathlessness was as nothing compared with the absolutely dumbfounded awe which fell over everyone there, as the sallow, half-formed little poet gave the former witness so completely, so emphatically, the lie. The coroner himself hardly knew how to keep his professional dignity as he almost gasped the query, "Then is the jury to understand that you can swear positively that at 2:15 o'clock on that particular morning you were in bed and asleep?" "Positively." It seemed as if Mr. Yardley had repeated purposely the other man's emphatic and laconic assertion. Certainly his voice was as steady, his eye as clear, his manner as calm as that of Mr. Lucas. The coroner and jury were silent, and Mr. Yardley turned to where young Lucas had retired in a further corner of the room. The eyes of the two men, almost like swords of two duelists before the great attack. Neither flinched. One or the other was telling a lie. A terrible lie, since it might entail loss of honor or life perhaps to the other, yet neither flinched. One was telling a lie, remember, and in everyone's mind there arose at once the great and all-absorbing queries, which and wherefore? Chapter 3. I had been so absorbed in listening to the thrilling narrative of that highly dramatic inquest that I really had not noticed until then that the man in the corner was recounting it as if he had been present at it himself. "That is because I heard it all from an eyewitness," he suddenly replied, with that eerie knack he seemed to possess of reading my thoughts. "But it must have been very dramatic, and above all, terribly puzzling." You see, there were two men swearing against one another, both in good positions, both educated men. It was impossible for any jury to take either evidence as absolutely convincing, and it could not be proved that either of them lied. Mr. Lucas might have done so from misapprehension. There was just a possibility that he had had more whiskey at his club than was good for him. Mr. Yardley, on the other hand, if he lied because he had something to hide in that case which might have been terrible. Of course, Dr. Dawlish was recalled, and with wonderful learning and wonderful precision he repeated his vague medical statements. When I examined the body with my colleague Dr. Swanton, death had evidently supervened several hours ago. Personally, I believe that it must have occurred certainly more like 12 hours ago than 7. More than that he could not say. After all, medical science has its limits. Then Emma, the cook, was again called. There was an important point which, oddly enough, had been overlooked up to this moment. The question, namely, of the doormat under which the knife, which, by the way, was blood-stained, and also the key of Mrs. Carmichael's bedroom door, was found. Emma, however, could make a very clear and very definite statement on that point. She had cleaned the hall and shaken the mat at 6:30 that morning. At that hour the housemaid was making Mr. Yardley's bed. He had left the house already. There certainly was neither key nor knife under the mat then. The balance of the evidence, which perhaps for one brief moment had inclined, ever so slightly, against Mr. Yardley, returned to its original heavy weight against the man Upton. Of course, there was practically nothing to implicate Mr. Yardley seriously. The coroner made a resume of the case before his jury worthy of a judge in the high courts. He recapitulated all the evidence. It was very strong, undeniable, damning against Upton, and the jury could arrive at but one conclusion with regard to him. Then there was the medical evidence. That certainly favored Upton a very little, if at all. Remember that both the medical gentlemen refused to make a positive statement as to the time. Their evidence could not, therefore, be said to weigh either for or against anyone. There was then the strange and unaccountably conflicting evidence between two gentlemen of the house, Mr. Lucas and Mr. Yardley. That was a matter which for the present must rest between either of these gentlemen and their conscience. There was also the fact that the man Upton, the evident actual murderer, had been introduced into the house by Mr. Yardley. The jury knew best themselves if this fact should or should not weigh with them in their decision. That was the sum total of the evidence. The jury held out but a very brief consultation. Their foreman pronounced their verdict of willful murder against Upton. Not a word about Mr. Yardley. What could they have said? There was really no evidence against him, not enough, certainly, to taint his name forever with so hideous a blight. In a case like that, remember, the jury are fully aware that the police would never for a moment lose sight of a man who had so narrowly escaped a warrant as Yardley had done. Relying on the certainty that very soon Upton would be arrested, it was not to be doubted for a moment but that he would betray his accomplice, if he had one. Criminals in such a plight nearly always do. In the meantime, every step of Yardley's would be dogged, unbeknown to himself, even if he attempted to leave the country. As for Upton— The man in the corner paused. He was eyeing me through his great bone-rimmed spectacles, watching with ironical delight my evident breathless interest in his narrative. I remembered that Glasgow murder so well. I remember the talks, the arguments, the quarrels that would arise in every household. Was Yardley an accomplice? Did he kill Mrs. Carmichael at 2 a.m? Did he tell a lie? If so, why? Did Mr. James Lucas tell a lie? Many people, I remember, held this latter theory, more particularly as Mrs. Carmichael's will was proved some days later, and it was found that she had left all her money to him. For a little while public opinion veered dead against him. Some people thought that if he were innocent, he would refuse to touch a penny of her money. Others, of a more practical turn of mind, did not see why he should not. He was a struggling young journalist, the lady had obviously been in love with him and intended to marry him. She had a perfect right, as she had no children or any near relative, to leave her money to whom she chose, and it would indeed be hard on him if, through the act of some miscreant, he should at one fell swoop be deprived both of wife and fortune. Then, of course, there was Upton, whom the police could not find, who must be guilty, seeing that he so hid himself, who never would have acted the hideous comedy with the carver. Why should he have wilfully drawn attention to himself and left, as it were, his visiting card on the scene of the murder. Why? Ah, yes, why? Came as a funny, shrill echo from my eccentric vis-a-vis. I see that in spite of my earnest endeavor to teach you to think out a case logically and clearly, you start off with a preconceived notion, which naturally leads you astray because it is preconceived, just like any blundering detective in these benighted islands. Preconceived? I retorted indignantly. There is no question of preconception. Whether Mr. Yardley knew of the contemplated murder or not, whether he was an accomplice of Mr. Lucas, there is one thing very clear, namely, that Upton was not innocent in the matter. What makes you say that? He asked blandly. Obviously, because if he were innocent, he would not have acted the hideous tragic comedy with the carver. He would not, above all, have absolutely damned himself by disappearing out of the house and out of sight at the very moment when the discovery of Mrs. Carmichael's murdered body had become imminent. It never struck you, I suppose, retorted the man in the corner with quiet sarcasm, how very damning Upton's actions were on that particular morning. Of course they were very damning. That is just my contention. And you have never then studied my methods of reasoning sufficiently to understand that when a criminal, a clever criminal, mind you, appears to be damning himself in the most brainless fashion, that is the time to guard against the clever pitfalls he is laying up for the police? Exactly. That is why I, as well as many people connected with journalism, believe that Upton was acting a comedy in order to save his accomplice. The question only remains as to who the accomplice was. He must have been singularly unselfish and self-sacrificing, then. How do you mean? According to your argument, Upton heaped up every conceivable circumstantial evidence against himself in order to shield his accomplice. Firstly, he acts the part of strange, unnatural excitement. He loudly proclaims the fact that he leaves the kitchen with the fowl carver in his hand. Thirdly, he deposits that same blood-stained knife and the key of Mrs. Carmichael's room under the mat a few moments before he leaves the house. You must own that the man must have been singularly unselfish, since, if he is ever caught, nothing would save him from the gallows, whilst, unless a great deal more evidence can be brought up, his accomplice could continue to go free. Yes, that may be, I said thoughtfully. It was, of course, a part of the given plan. Many people held that Upton and Yardley were great friends. They might have been brothers. Who knows? Yes, who knows, he repeated scornfully, as getting more and more excited, his long, thin fingers wound and unwound his bit of string, making curious, complicated knots, and then undoing them feverishly. Do brothers usually so dote on each other that they are content to swing for one another? And have you never wondered why the police never found Upton? How did he get away? Where is he? Has the earth swallowed him up? Surely a clumsy brute like that, who gives himself hopelessly away on the very day when he commits a murder, cannot have brains enough to hide altogether away from the police. A man who before a witness selects the weapon with which he means to kill his victim, and who then deliberately leaves it blood-stained there where it is sure to be found at once? Why imagine such a consummate fool evading the police? Not a day, not a week, not a month, but nearly 2 years now, which means altogether, why such a fool as you, the public, and the police have branded him would have fallen into a trap within 24 hours of his attempt at evasion, whereas the man who planned and accomplished that murder was a genius before he became a blackguard. That is just what I said. He was doing it to shield his accomplice. His accomplice? Gasped the funny creature with ever-increasing excitement. Yes, the accomplice he loved and cherished above all. His brother, you say, perhaps. No, someone he would love 10,000 times more than any brother. Then you mean? Himself, of course. Didn't you see it all along? Lord bless my soul. The young man, poet or blackguard, what you will, who comes into a boarding-house, then realizes that its mistress is wealthy. He studies the rules of the house, the habits of its mistress, finds out about her money, her safe, her jewels, and then makes his plans. Oh, they were magnificently laid. That man ought to have been a great diplomatist, a great general. He was only a great scoundrel. The sort of disguise he assumed is so easy to manage. Only remember one thing. When a fool wishes to sink his identity, he does so after he has committed a crime and is wanted by the police. He is bound, therefore, for the best part of the remainder of his life, to keep up the disguise he has selected at all times, every hour, every minute of the day, to alter his voice, his walk, his manners. On the other hand, how does a clever man like Yardley proceed? He chooses his disguise and assumes it before the execution of his crime. It is then only a matter of a few days, and when it is over, the individual, the known criminal, disappears. And, mind you, he takes great care that the criminal shall be known. Now, in this case, Upton is introduced into the house. Say he calls one evening on Mr. Yardley's recommendation. Mrs. Carmichael sees him in the hall for a few moments, arranges the question of work and wages, and after that he comes every morning, with a dirty face, tousled hair, false beard, and mustache, the usual type of odd-job man very much down in his luck. His work lies in the kitchen, no one sees him upstairs, whilst the cook and kitchen folk never see Mr. Yardley. After a little while, something, carelessness perhaps, might reveal the trick, but the deception is only carried on 2 days. Then the murder is accomplished while Upton disappears. In the meanwhile, Mr. Yardley continues his eccentric habits. He goes out, unearthly hours. He is a poet. He is out of the house when Upton carries on the comedy with the carving knife. He knows that there will never be any evidence against him as Yardley. He has taken every care that all should be against Upton. All. Hopeless, complete, absolute, damning. Then he leaves the police to hunt for Upton. He lies low for a time. After a little while he will go abroad. I dare say he has done so already. A jeweler in Vienna, or perhaps St. Petersburg, will buy some loose stones of him, the stones he has picked out of Mrs. Carmichael's brooches and rings. The gold he will melt down and sell, the notes he can cash at any foreign watering place, without a single question being asked of him. English banknotes find a very ready market abroad, and no questions asked. After that he will come back to his friends in Glasgow and write dainty bits of poetry for magazines, the only difference being that he will write them at more reasonable hours. And during all the time, the police will hunt for Upton. It was clever, was it not? You have his photo? I gave it to you just now. Clever-looking, isn't he? As Upton, he wore a beard and dyed his hair very black. It must have been a great trouble every morning, mustn't it? End of The Glasgow Mystery by Baroness Z.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13. The Greek Interpreter by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. During my long and intimate acquaintance with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I had never heard him refer to his relations, and hardly ever to his own early life. This reticence upon his part had increased the somewhat inhuman effect which he produced upon me, until sometimes I found myself regarding him as an isolated phenomenon, a brain without a heart, as deficient in human sympathy as he was preeminent in intelligence. His aversion to women and his disinclination to form new friendships were both typical of his unemotional character, but not more so than his complete suppression of every reference to his own people. I had come to believe that he was an orphan with no relatives living, but one day, to my very great surprise, he began to talk to me about his brother. It was after tea on a summer evening, and the conversation, which had roamed in a desultory, spasmodic fashion from golf clubs to the causes of the change in the obliquity of the ecliptic, came round at last to the question of atavism and hereditary aptitudes. The point under discussion was how far any singular gift in an individual was due to his ancestry and how far to his own early training. In your own case, said I, from all that you have told me, it seems obvious that your faculty of observation and your peculiar faculty for deduction are due to your own systematic training. To some extent, he answered thoughtfully. My ancestors were country squires who appear to have led much the same life as is natural to their class. But none the less, my turn that way is in my veins, and may have come with my grandmother, who was the sister of Vernet, the French artist. Art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. But how do you know that it is hereditary? Because my brother Mycroft possesses it in a larger degree than I do. This was news to me indeed. If there were another man with such singular powers in England, how was it that neither police nor public had heard of him? I put the question with a hint that it was my companion's modesty which made him acknowledge his brother as his superior. Holmes laughed at my suggestion. "Oh, my dear Watson," said he, "I cannot agree with those who rank modesty among the virtues. To the logician, all things should be seen exactly as they are, and to underestimate oneself is as much a departure from truth as to exaggerate one's own powers. When I say, therefore, that Mycroft has better powers of observation than I, you may take it that I am speaking the exact and literal truth." "Is he your junior?" "7 years my senior." "How comes it that he is unknown?" "Oh, he is very well known in his own circle." "Where, then?" "Well, in the Diogenes Club, for example." I had never heard of the institution, and my face must have proclaimed as much, for Sherlock Holmes pulled out his watch. "The Diogenes Club is the queerest club in London, and Mycroft one of the queerest men. He's always there from 5:15 to 8:20. It's 6 now, so if you care for a stroll this beautiful evening, I shall be very happy to introduce you to 2 curiosities." 5 minutes later we were in the street walking towards Regent's Circus. "You wonder," said my companion, "why it is that Mycroft does not use his powers for detective work. He is incapable of it." "But I thought you said—" "I said that he was my superior in observation and deduction. If the art of the detective began and ended in reasoning from an armchair, my brother would be the greatest criminal agent that ever lived. But he has no ambitions and no energy. He will not even go out of his way to verify his own solutions, and would rather be considered wrong than take the trouble to prove himself right. Again and again I have taken a problem to him and have received an explanation which has afterwards proved to be the correct one, and yet he was absolutely incapable of working out the practical points which must be gone into before a case could be laid before a judge or jury." "It is not his profession, then?" "By no means. What is to me a means of livelihood is to him the merest hobby of a dilettante. He has an extraordinary faculty for figures, and audits the books in some of the government departments. Mycroft lodges in Pall Mall, and he walks round the corner into Whitehall every morning and back every evening. From year's end to year's end he takes no other exercise, and is seen nowhere else, except only in the Diogenes Club, which is just opposite his rooms." "I cannot recall the name." "Very likely not. There are many men in London, you know, who, some from shyness, some from misanthropy, have no wish for the company of their fellows. Yet they are not averse to comfortable chairs and the latest periodicals. It is for the convenience of these that the Diogenes Club was started, and it now contains the most unsociable and unclubbable men in town. No member is permitted to take the least notice of any other one. Save in the strangers' room, no talking is, under any circumstances, allowed, and 3 offences, if brought to the notice of the committee, render the talker liable to expulsion. My brother was one of the founders, and I have myself found it a very soothing atmosphere." We had reached Pall Mall as we talked, and were walking down it from the St. James's End. Sherlock Holmes stopped at a door some little distance from the Carlton, and cautioning me not to speak, he led the way into the hall. Through the glass panelling I caught a glimpse of a large and luxurious room, in which a considerable number of men were sitting about and reading papers, each in his own little nook. Holmes showed me into a small chamber which looked out into Pall Mall, and then, leaving me for a minute, he came back with a companion whom I knew could only be his brother. Mycroft Holmes was a much larger and stouter man than Sherlock. His body was absolutely corpulent, but his face, though massive, had preserved something of the sharpness of expression which was so remarkable in that of his brother. His eyes, which were of a peculiarly light, watery grey, seemed to always retain that far-away, introspective look which I had only observed in Sherlock's when he was exerting his full powers. "I'm glad to meet you, sir," said he, putting out a broad, fat hand, like the flipper of a seal. "I hear of Sherlock everywhere since you became his chronicler. By the way, Sherlock, I expected to see you round last week to consult me over the Manor House case. I thought you might be a little out of your depth." "No, I solved it," said my friend, smiling. "It was Adams, of course." Yes, it was Adams. I was sure of it from the first. The two sat down together in the bow window of the club. "To anyone who wishes to study mankind, this is the spot," said Mycroft. "Look at the magnificent types. Look at these two men who are coming towards us, for example. The billiard marker and the other." "Precisely. What do you make of the other?" The two men had stopped opposite the window. Some chalk marks over the waistcoat pocket were the only signs of billiards which I could see in one of them. The other was a very small, dark fellow, with his hat pushed back and several packages under his arm. "An old soldier, I perceive," said Sherlock. "And very recently discharged," remarked the brother. "Served in India, I see. And a non-commissioned officer. Royal Artillery, I fancy," said Sherlock. "And a widower, but with a child." "Children, my dear boy, children." "Come," said I, laughing, "this is a little too much." "Surely," answered Holmes. "It is not hard to say that a man with that bearing, expression of authority, and sun-baked skin is a soldier, is more than a private, and is not long from India. That he has not left the service long is shown by his still wearing his ammunition boots, as they are called," observed Mycroft. "Yet he had not the cavalry stride, yet he wore his hat on one side, as is shown by the lighter skin on that side of his brow. His weight is against his being a sapper. He is in the artillery. Then, of course, his complete mourning shows that he has lost someone very dear. The fact that he's doing his own shopping looks as though it were his wife. He has been buying things for children, you perceive. There is a rattle which shows that one of them is very young. The wife probably died in childbed. The fact that he has a picture book under his arm shows that there is another child to be thought of." I began to understand what my friend meant when he said that his brother possessed even keener faculties than he did himself. He glanced across at me and smiled. Mycroft took stuff from a tortoise-shell box and brushed away the wandering grains from his coat front with a large red silk handkerchief. "By the way, Sherlock," said he, "I have had something quite after your own heart, a most singular problem, submitted to my judgment. I really had not the energy to follow it up save in a very incomplete fashion, but it gave me a basis for some pleasing speculation. If you would care to hear the facts—" "My dear Mycroft, I should be delighted." The brother scribbled a note upon a leaf of his pocket-book, and, ringing the bell, he handed it to the waiter. "I've asked Mr. Melas to step across," said he. "He lodges on the floor above me, and I have some slight acquaintance with him, which led him to come to me in his perplexity. Mr. Melas is a Greek by extraction, as I understand, and he is a remarkable linguist. He earns his living partly as interpreter in the law courts, and partly by acting as guide to any wealthy Orientals who may visit the Northumberland Avenue hotels. I think I will leave him to tell his very remarkable experience in his own fashion." A few minutes later we were joined by a short, stout man whose olive face and coal-black hair proclaimed his southern origin, though his speech was that of an educated Englishman. He shook hands eagerly with Sherlock Holmes, and his dark eyes sparkled with pleasure when he understood that the specialist was anxious to hear his story. "I do not believe that the police credit me. On my word, I do not," said he in a wailing voice, "just because they have never heard of it before. They think that such a thing cannot be. But I know that I shall never be easy in my mind until I know what has become of my poor man with the sticking plaster upon his face." "I am all attention," said Sherlock Holmes. "This is Wednesday evening," said Mr. Maylis. "Well, then, it was Monday night, only 2 days ago, you understand, that all this happened. I am an interpreter, as perhaps my neighbour there has told you. I interpret all languages, or nearly all, but as I am a Greek by birth and with a Grecian name, it is with that particular tongue that I am principally associated. For many years I have been the chief Greek interpreter in London, and my name is very well known in the hotels. It happens not unfrequently that I am sent for at strange hours by foreigners who get into difficulties, or by travellers who arrive late and wish my services. I was not surprised, therefore, on Monday night, when a Mr. Latimer, a very fashionably dressed young man, came up to my rooms and asked me to accompany him in a cab which was waiting at the door. A Greek friend had come to see him upon business, he said, and as he could speak nothing but his own tongue, the services of an interpreter were indispensable. He gave me to understand that his house was some little distance off in Kensington, and he seemed to be in a great hurry, bustling me rapidly into the cab when we had descended to the street. I say into the cab, but I soon became doubtful as to whether it was not a carriage in which I found myself. It was certainly more roomy than the ordinary four-wheeled disgrace to London, and the fittings, though frayed, were of rich quality. Mr. Latimer seated himself opposite to me, and we started off through Charing Cross and up the Shaftesbury Avenue. We had come out upon Oxford Street, and I had ventured some remark as to this being a roundabout way to Kensington, when my words were arrested by the extraordinary conduct of my companion. He began by drawing a most formidable-looking bludgeon loaded with lead from his pocket, and switching it backward and forward several times, as if to test its weight and strength. Then he placed it without a word upon the seat beside him. Having done this, he drew up the windows on each side, and I found to my astonishment that they were covered with paper so as to prevent my seeing through them. "I am sorry to cut off your view, Mr. Maylis," said he. "The fact is that I have no intention that you should see what the place is to which we are driving. It might possibly be inconvenient to me if you could find your way there again." As you can imagine, I was utterly taken back by such an address. My companion was a powerful, broad-shouldered young fellow, and apart from the weapon, I should not have had the slightest chance in a struggle with him. "This is very extraordinary conduct, Mr. Latimer," I stammered. "You must be aware that what you are doing is quite illegal." "It is somewhat of a liberty, no doubt," said he, "but we will make it up to you. I must warn you, however, Mr. Maylis, that if at any time tonight you attempt to raise an alarm or do anything which is against my interests, you will find it a very serious thing. I beg you to remember that no one knows where you are, and that, whether you are in this carriage or in my house, you are equally in my power." His words were quiet, but he had a rasping way of saying them, which was very menacing. I sat in silence, wondering what on earth could be his reason for kidnapping me in this extraordinary fashion. Whatever it might be, it was perfectly clear that there was no possible use in my resisting, and that I could only wait to see what might befall. For nearly 2 hours we drove, without my having the least clue as to where we were going. Sometimes the rattle of the stones told of a paved causeway, and at others our smooth, silent course suggested asphalt. But, save by this variation in sound, there was nothing at all which could in the remotest way help me to form a guess as to where we were. The paper over each window was impenetrable to light, and a blue curtain was drawn across the glasswork in front. It was 7:15 when we left Pall Mall, and my watch showed me that it was 10 minutes to 9 when we at last came to a standstill. My companion let down the window, and I caught a glimpse of a low, arched doorway with a lamp burning above it. As I was hurried from the carriage, it swung open, and I found myself inside the house, with a vague impression of a lawn and trees on each side of me as I entered. Whether these were private grounds, however, or bona fide country was more than I could possibly venture to say. There was a coloured gas lamp inside, which was turned so low that I could see little save that the hall was of some size and hung with pictures. In the dim light I could make out that the person who had opened the door was a small, mean-looking, middle-aged man with rounded shoulders. As he turned towards us, the glint of the light showed me that he was wearing glasses. "Is this Mr. Maylis, Harold?" said he. "Yes." "Well done, well done. No ill will, Mr. Maylis, I hope, but we could not get on without you. If you deal fair with us, you'll not regret it, but if you try any tricks, God help you." He spoke in a nervous, jerky fashion, and with little giggling laughs in between, but somehow he impressed me with fear more than the other. "What do you want with me?" I asked. "Only to ask a few questions of a Greek gentleman who is visiting us, and to let us have the answers. But say no more than you are told to say, or," here came the nervous giggle again, "you had better never have been born." As he spoke, he opened a door and showed the way into a room which appeared to be very richly furnished, but again the only light was afforded by a single lamp, half turned down. The chamber was certainly large, and the way in which my feet sank into the carpet as I stepped across it told me of its richness. I caught glimpses of velvet chairs, a high white marble mantelpiece, and what seemed to be a suit of Japanese armour at one side of it. There was a chair just under the lamp, and the elderly man motioned that I should sit in it. The younger had left us, but he suddenly returned through another door, leading with him a gentleman clad in some sort of loose dressing-gown, who moved slowly towards us. As he came into the circle of dim light, which enables me to see him more clearly, I was thrilled with horror at his appearance. He was deadly pale and terribly emaciated, with the protruding, brilliant eyes of a man whose spirit was greater than his strength. But what shocked me more than any signs of physical weakness was that his face was grotesquely criss-crossed with sticking plaster, and that one large pad of it was fastened over his mouth. "Have you the slate, Harold?" cried the older man, as this strange being fell, rather than sat down, into a chair. "Are his hands loose? Now, then, give him the pencil. You are to ask the questions, Mr. Maylis, and he will write the answers. Ask him first of all whether he is prepared to sign the papers." The man's eyes flashed fire. "Never," he wrote in Greek upon the slate. "On no condition?" I asked, at the bidding of our tyrant. "Only if I see her married in my presence by a Greek priest whom I know." The man giggled in his venomous way. "You know what awaits you, then?" "I care nothing for myself." These are samples of the questions and answers which made up our strange half-spoken, half-written conversation. Again and again I had to ask him whether he would give in and sign the documents. Again and again I had the same indignant reply. But soon a happy thought came to me. I took to adding on little sentences of my own to each question. Innocent ones at first, to test whether either of our companions knew anything of the matter, and then, as I found that they showed no signs, I played a more dangerous game. Our conversation ran something like this. "You can do no good by this obstinacy. Who are you?" "I care not. I am a stranger in London." "Your fate will be upon your own head. How long have you been here?" "Let it be so. 3 weeks. The property can never be yours. What ails you?" "It shall not go to villains. They are starving me." "You shall go free if you sign." "What house is this?" "I will never sign." "I do not know." "You are not doing her any service." "What is your name?" "Let me hear her say so." "Cratides." "You shall see her if you sign." "Where are you from?" "Then I shall never see her." "Athens." Another 5 minutes, Mr. Holmes, and I should have wormed out the whole story under their very noses. My very next question might have cleared the matter up, but at that instant the door opened and a woman stepped into the room. I could not see her clearly enough to know more than that she was tall and graceful, with black hair and clad in some sort of loose white gown. "Harold," said she, speaking English with a broken accent, "I could not stay away longer. It is so lonely up there with only— Oh, my God, it is Paul." These last words were in Greek, and at the same instant the man with a convulsive effort tore the plaster from his lips, and screaming out, "Sophie, Sophie," rushed into the woman's arms. Their embrace was but for an instant, however, for the younger man seized the woman and pushed her out of the room, while the elder easily overpowered his emaciated victim and dragged him away through the other door. For a moment I was left alone in the room, and I sprang to my feet with some vague idea that I might in some way get a clue to what the house was in which I found myself. Fortunately, however, I took no steps, for looking up I saw that the older man was standing in the doorway with his eyes fixed upon me. "That will do, Mr. Mellor," said he. "You perceive that we have taken you into our confidence over some very private business. We should not have troubled you, only that our friend who speaks Greek and who began these negotiations has been forced to return to the East. It was quite necessary for us to find someone to take his place, and we were fortunate in hearing of your powers." I bowed. "There are 5 sovereigns here," said he, walking up to me, "which will, I hope, be a sufficient fee. But remember," he added, tapping me lightly on the chest and giggling, "if you speak to a human soul about this, one human soul, mind, well, may God have mercy upon your soul." I cannot tell you the loathing and horror with which this insignificant-looking man inspired me. I could see him better now as the lamplight shone upon him. His features were peaky and sallow, and his little pointed beard was thready and ill-nourished. He pushed his face forward as he spoke, and his lips and eyelids were continually twitching like a man with St. Vitus's dance. I could not help thinking that the strange, catchy little laugh was also a symptom of some nervous malady. The terror of his face lay in his eyes, however, steel grey and glistening coldly, with a malignant, inexorable cruelty in their depths. "We shall know if you speak of this," said he. "We have our own means of information. Now you will find the carriage waiting, and my friend will see you on your way." I was hurried through the hall and into the vehicle, again obtaining that momentary glimpse of trees and a garden. Mr. Latimer followed closely at my heels, and took his place opposite me without a word. In silence we again drove for an interminable distance with the windows raised, until at last, just after midnight, the carriage pulled up. "You will get down here, Mr. Mellor," said my companion. "I am sorry to lead you so far from your house, but there is no alternative. Any attempt upon your part to follow the carriage can only end in injury to yourself." He opened the door as he spoke, and I had hardly time to spring out when the coachman lashed the horse and the carriage rattled away. I looked around me in astonishment. I was on some sort of a heathy common, mottled over with dark clumps of furze bushes. Far away stretched a line of houses, with a light here and there in the upper windows. On the other side I saw the red signal lamp of a railway. The carriage which had brought me was already out of sight. I stood gazing round and wondering where on earth I might be when I saw someone coming towards me in the darkness. As he came up to me, I made out that he was a railway porter. "Can you tell me what place this is?" I asked. "Wandsworth Common," said he. "Can I get a train into town?" "If you walk on a mile or so to Clapham Junction," said he, "you'll just be in time for the last to Victoria." So that was the end of my adventure, Mr. Holmes. I do not know where I was, nor whom I spoke with, nor anything save what I have told you. But I know that there is foul play going on, and I want to help that unhappy man if I can. I told the whole story to Mr. Mycroft, Holmes, next morning, and subsequently to the police. We all sat in silence for some little time after listening to this extraordinary narrative. Then Sherlock looked across at his brother. "Any steps?" he asked. Mycroft picked up the Daily News, which was lying on the side table. "Anybody supplying any information to the whereabouts of a Greek gentleman named Paul Kratides from Athens, who is unable to speak English, will be rewarded. A similar reward paid to anyone giving information about a Greek lady whose first name is Sophie. X 2473. That was in all the dailies. No answer. How about the Greek legation? I've inquired. They know nothing. A wire to the head of the Athens police, then. Sherlock has all the energy of the family, said Mycroft, turning to me. Well, you take the case up by all means, and let me know if you do any good. Certainly, answered my friend, rising from his chair. I'll let you know, and Mr. Malos also. In the meantime, Mr. Malos, I should certainly be on my guard, if I were you, for of course they must know through these advertisements that you have betrayed them. As we walked home together, Holmes stopped at a telegraph office and sent off several wires. You see, Watson, he remarked, our evening has been by no means wasted. Some of my most interesting cases have come to me in this way through Mycroft. The problem which we have just listened to, although it can admit of but one explanation, has still some distinguishing features. You have hopes of solving it? Well, knowing as much as we do, it will be singular indeed if we fail to discover the rest. You must yourself have formed some theory which will explain the facts to which we have listened. In a vague way, yes. What was your idea, then? It seemed to me to be obvious that this Greek girl had been carried off by the young Englishman named Harold Latimer. Carried off from where? Athens, perhaps? Sherlock Holmes shook his head. This young man could not talk a word of Greek. The lady could talk English fairly well. Inference that she had been in England some little time, but he had not been in Greece. Well, then, we will presume that she has come on a visit to England, and that this Harold has persuaded her to fly with him. That is more probable. Then the brother, for that I fancy must be the relationship, comes over from Greece to interfere. He imprudently puts himself into the power of the young man and his older associate. They seize him and use violence towards him in order to make him sign some papers to make over the girl's fortune, of which he may be trustee, to them. This he refuses to do. In order to negotiate with him, they have to get an interpreter, and they pitch upon this Mr. Malos, having used some other one before. The girl is not told of the arrival of her brother, and finds it out by the merest accident. "Excellent, Watson," cried Holmes. "I really fancy that you are not far from the truth. You see that we hold all the cards, and we have only to fear some sudden act of violence on their part. If they give us time, we must have them. But how can we find where this house lies?" Well, if our conjecture is correct and the girl's name is or was Sophie Kratides, we should have no difficulty in tracing her. That must be our main hope, for the brother is, of course, a complete stranger. It is clear that some time has elapsed since this Harold established these relations with the girl, some weeks, at any rate, since the brother in Greece has had time to hear of it and come across. If they have been living in the same place during this time, it is probable that we shall have some answer to Mycroft's advertisement. We had reached our house in Baker Street while we had been talking. Holmes ascended the stair first, and as he opened the door of our room, he gave a start of surprise. Looking over his shoulder, I was equally astonished. His brother Mycroft was sitting, smoking, in the armchair. "Come in, Sherlock, come in, sir," said he blandly, smiling at our surprised faces. "You don't expect such energy from me, do you, Sherlock? But somehow this case attracts me." "How did you get here?" "I passed you in a hansom. There has been some new development?" "I had an answer to my advertisement." "Aha! Yes, it came within a few minutes of your leaving." "And to what effect?" Mycroft Holmes took out a sheet of paper. "Here it is," said he, "written with a J pen on royal cream paper by a middle-aged man with a weak constitution. 'Sir,' he says, 'in answer to your advertisement of today's date, I beg to inform you that I know the young lady in question very well. If you should care to call upon me, I could give you some particulars as to her painful history. She is living at present at the Myrtles, Beckenham. Yours faithfully, I. Davenport.'" "He writes from Lower Brixton," said Mycroft Holmes. "Do you not think that we might drive to him now, Sherlock, and learn these particulars?" "My dear Mycroft, the brother's life is more valuable than the sister's story. I think we should call at Scotland Yard for Inspector Gregson and go straight out to Beckenham. We know that a man is being done to death, and every hour may be vital." "Better pick up Mr. Maylis on our way," I suggested. "We may need an interpreter." "Excellent," said Sherlock Holmes. "Send the boy for a four-wheeler, and we shall be off at once." He opened the table drawer as he spoke, and I noticed that he slipped his revolver into his pocket. "Yes," said he, in answer to my glance, "I should say from what we have heard that we are dealing with a particularly dangerous gang." It was almost dark before we found ourselves in Pall Mall, at the rooms of Mr. Maylis. A gentleman had just called for him, and he was gone. "Can you tell me where?" asked Mycroft Holmes. "I don't know, sir," answered the woman who had opened the door. "I only know that he drove away with the gentleman in a carriage." "Did the gentleman give a name?" "No, sir." "He wasn't a tall, handsome, dark young man?" "Oh, no, sir. He was a little gentleman with glasses, thin in the face, but very pleasant in his ways, for he was laughing all the time that he was talking." "Come along," cried Sherlock Holmes abruptly. "This grows serious," he observed, as we drove to Scotland Yard. "These men have got hold of Maylis again. He is a man of no physical courage, as they are well aware from their experience the other night. This villain was able to terrorize him the instant that he got into his presence. No doubt they want his professional services, but, having used him, they may be inclined to punish him for what they will regard as his treachery. Our hope was that, by taking train, we might get to Beckenham sooner than the carriage. On reaching Scotland Yard, however, it was more than an hour before we could get Inspector Gregson and comply with the legal formalities which would enable us to enter the house. It was 10:15 before we reached London Bridge, and 5:30 before the four of us alighted on the Beckenham platform. A drive of half a mile brought us to the Myrtles, a large dark house standing back from the road in its own grounds. Here we dismissed our cab and made our way up the drive together. "The windows are all dark," remarked the inspector. "The house seems deserted." "Our birds are flown and the nest empty," said Holmes. "Why do you say so?" "A carriage, heavily loaded with luggage, has passed out during the last hour." The inspector laughed. "Ha ha! I saw the wheel tracks in the light of the gate lamp, but where does the luggage come in?" "You may observe the same vehicle tracks going the other way, but the outward bound ones are very much deeper, so much so that we can say for a certainty that there was a very considerable weight on the carriage." "You get a trifle beyond me there," said the inspector, shrugging his shoulder. "It will not be an easy door to force, but we would try if we cannot make someone hear us." He hammered loudly at the knocker and pulled at the bell, but without any success. Holmes had slipped away, but he came back in a few minutes. "I have a window open," said he. "It is a mercy that you are on the side of the force, and not against it, Mr. Holmes," remarked the inspector, as he noted the clever way in which my friend had forced back the cat. "Well, I think that under the circumstances we may enter without an invitation." One after another we made our way into a large apartment, which was evidently that in which Mr. Maylis had found himself. The inspector had lit his lantern, and by its light we could see the two doors, the curtain, the lamp, and the suit of Japanese mail as he had described them. On the table lay 2 glasses, an empty brandy bottle, and the remains of a meal. "What is that?" asked Holmes suddenly. We all stood still and listened. A low moaning sound was coming from somewhere over our heads. Holmes rushed to the door and out into the hall. The dismal noise came from upstairs. He dashed up, the inspector and I at his heels, while his brother Mycroft followed as quickly as his great bulk would permit. 3 doors faced us upon the second floor, and it was from the central of these that the sinister sounds were issuing, sinking sometimes into a dull mumble and rising again into a shrill whine. It was locked, but the key had been left on the outside. Holmes flung open the door and rushed in, but he was out again in an instant with his hand to his throat. "It's charcoal," he cried. "Give it time, it will clear." Peering in, we could see that the only light in the room came from a dull blue flame which flickered from a small brass tripod in the centre. It threw a vivid, unnatural circle upon the floor, while in the shadows beyond we saw the vague form of 2 figures which crouched against the wall. From the open door there reeked a horrible, poisonous exhalation which set us gasping and coughing. Holmes rushed to the top of the stairs to draw in the fresh air, and then dashing into the room he threw up the window and hurtled the brazen tripod out into the garden. "We can enter in a minute," he gasped, darting out again. "Where is a candle? I doubt if we could strike a match in that atmosphere. Hold the light at the door, and we shall get them out. Mycroft, now." With a rush we got to the poisoned men and dragged them out into the well-lit hall. Both of them were blue-lipped and insensible, with swollen, congested faces and protruding eyes. Indeed, so distorted were their features that, save for the black beard and stout figure, we might have failed to recognize in one of them the Greek interpreter who had parted from us only a few hours before at the Diogenes Club. His hands and feet were securely strapped together, and he bore over one eye the marks of a violent blow. The other, who was secured in a similar fashion, was a tall man in the last stage of emaciation, with several strips of sticking plaster arranged in a grotesque pattern over his face. He had ceased to moan as we lay him down, and a glance showed me that for him at least our aid had come too late. Mr. Maylis, however, still lived, and in less than an hour, with the aid of ammonia and brandy, I had the satisfaction of seeing him open his eyes, and of knowing that my hand had drawn him back from the dark valley in which all paths meet. It was a simple story which he had to tell, and one which did but confirm our own deductions. His visitor, on entering his room, had drawn a life-preserver from his sleeve, and had so impressed him with the fear of instant and inevitable death that he had kidnapped him for the 2nd time. Indeed, it was almost mesmeric, the effect which this giggling ruffian had produced upon the unfortunate linguist, for he could not speak of him save with trembling hands and a blanched cheek. He had been taken swiftly to Beckenham, and had acted as interpreter in a second interview, even more dramatic than the first, in which the 2 Englishmen had menaced their prisoner with instant death if he did not comply with their demands. Finally, finding him proof against every threat, they had hurled him back into his prison, and after reproaching Malus for his treachery, which appeared from the newspaper advertisement, they had stunned him with a blow from a stick, and he remembered nothing more until he found us bending over him. And this was the singular case of the Grecian interpreter, the explanation of which is still involved in some mystery. We were able to find out by communicating with the gentleman who had answered the advertisement that the unfortunate young lady came of a wealthy Grecian family and that she had been on a visit to some friends in England. While there she had met a young man named Harold Latimer, who had acquired an ascendancy over her and had eventually persuaded her to fly with him. Her friends, shocked at the event, had contented themselves with informing her brother at Athens, and had then washed their hands of the matter. The brother, on his arrival in England, had imprudently placed himself in the power of Latimer and of his associate, whose name was Wilson Kemp, a man of the foulest antecedents. These two, finding that through his ignorance of the language he was helpless in their hands, had kept him a prisoner, and had endeavoured by cruelty and starvation to make him sign away his own and his sister's property. They had kept him in the house without the girl's knowledge, and the plaster over his face had been for the purpose of making recognition difficult in case she should ever catch a glimpse of him. Her feminine perception, however, had instantly seen through the disguise when, on the occasion of the interpreter's visit, she had seen him for the first time. The poor girl, however, was herself a prisoner, for there was no one about the house except the man who acted as coachman and his wife, both of whom were tools of the conspirators. Finding that their secret was out, and that their prisoner was not to be coerced, the two villains with the girl had fled away at a few hours' notice from the furnished house which they had hired, having first, as they thought, taken vengeance both upon the man who had defied and the one who had betrayed them. Months afterwards, a curious newspaper cutting reached us from Budapest. It told how two Englishmen who had been travelling with a woman had met with a tragic end. They had each been stabbed, it seems, and the Hungarian police were of opinion that they had quarrelled and had inflicted mortal injuries upon each other. Holmes, however, is, I fancy, of a different way of thinking, and holds to this day that, if one could find the Grecian girl, one might learn how the wrongs of herself and her brother came to be avenged. End of The Greek Interpreter by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13, Hunted Down by Charles Dickens. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Hunted Down by Charles Dickens. Part 1. Most of us see some romances in life. In my capacity as Chief Manager of a life assurance office, I think I have within the last 30 years seen more romances than the generality of men, however unpromising the opportunity may at first sight seem. As I have retired and live at my ease, I possess the means that I used to want of considering what I have seen at leisure. My experience have a more remarkable aspect so reviewed than they had when they were in progress. I have come home from the play now and can recall the scenes of the drama upon which the curtain has fallen, free from the glare, bewilderment, and bustle of the theatre. Let me recall one of these romances of the real world. There is nothing truer than physiognomy taken in connection with manner. The art of reading that book of which eternal wisdom obliges every human creature to present his or her own page with the individual character written on it is a difficult one perhaps, and is little studied. It may require some natural aptitude, and it must require, for everything does, some patience and some pains. That these are not usually given to it, that numbers of people accept a few stock commonplace expressions of the face as a whole list of characteristics, and neither seek nor know the refinements that are truest that you, for instance, give a great deal of time and attention to the reading of music, Greek, Latin, French, Italian, Hebrew, if you please, and do not qualify yourself to read the face of the master or mistress looking over your shoulder, teaching it to you, I assume to be 500 times more probable than improbable. Perhaps a little self-sufficiency may be at the bottom of this. Facial expressions require no study from you, you think. It comes by nature to you to know enough about it, and you are not to be taken in. I confess, for my part, that I have been taken in over and over again. I have been taken in by acquaintances, and I have been taken in, of course, by friends. Far oftener by friends than by any other class of persons. How come I to be so deceived? Had I quite misread their faces? No. Believe me, my first impression of those people founded on face and manner alone was invariably true. My mistake was in suffering them to come nearer to me and explain themselves away. Part 2. The partition which separated my own office from a general outer office in the city was of thick plate glass. I could see through it what passed in the outer office without hearing a word. I had it put up in place of a wall that had been there for years, ever since the house was built. It is no matter whether I did or did not make the change in order that I might derive my first impression of strangers who came to us on business from their faces alone without being influenced by anything they said. Enough to mention that I turned my glass partition to that account, and that a life assurance office is at all times exposed to be practiced upon by the most crafty and cruel of the human race. It was through my glass partition that I first saw the gentleman whose story I am going to tell. He had come in without my observing it, and had put his hat and umbrella on the broad counter, and was bending over to take some papers from one of the clerks. He was about 40 or so, dark, exceedingly well dressed in black, being in mourning, and the hand he extended with a polite air had a particularly well-fitting black kid glove upon it. His hair, which was elaborately brushed and oiled, was parted straight up the middle, and he presented his parting to the clerk exactly to my thinking, as if he had said, in so many words, "You must take me, if you please, my friend, just as I show myself. Come straight up here, follow the gravel path, keep off the grass, I allow no trespassing." I conceived a very great aversion to that man the moment I thus saw him. He had asked for some of our printed forms, and the clerk was giving them to him and explaining them. An obliged and agreeable smile was on his face, and his eyes met those of the clerk with a sprightly look. I have known a vast quantity of nonsense talked about bad men not looking you in the face. Don't trust that conventional idea. Dishonesty will stare honesty out of countenance any day in the week if there is anything to be got by it. I saw in the corner of his eyelash that he became aware of my looking at him. Immediately he turned the parting in his hair toward the glass partition, as if he said to me with a sweet smile, "Straight up here, if you please, off the grass." In a few moments he had put on his hat and taken up his umbrella and was gone. I beckoned the clerk into my room and asked, "Who was that?" He had the gentleman's card in his hand. "Mr. Julius Slington, Middle Temple." "Barrister Mr. Adams?" "I think not, sir." "I should have thought him a clergyman, but for his having no reverend here," said I. "Probably from his appearance," Mr. Adams replied. "He is reading for orders." I should mention that he wore a dainty white cravat and dainty linen altogether. "What did he want, Mr. Adams?" "Merely a form of proposal, sir, and form of reference." "Recommended here, did he say?" "Yes, he said he was recommended here by a friend of yours. He noticed you, but said that as he had not the pleasure of your personal acquaintance, he would not trouble you." "Did he know my name?" "Oh, yes, sir," he said. "There is Mr. Sampson, I see. A well-spoken gentleman, apparently." "Remarkably so, sir." "Insinuating manners, apparently." "Very much so, sir. Indeed, sir." "Ha!" said I. "I want nothing at present, Mr. Adams." Within a fortnight of that day I went to dine with a friend of mine, a merchant, a man of taste, who buys pictures and books, and the first man I saw among the company was Mr. Julius Slington. There he was, standing before the fire, with good large eyes and an open expression of face, but still, I thought, requiring everybody to come at him by the prepared way he offered, and by no other. I noticed him ask my friend to introduce him to Mr. Sampson, and my friend did so. Mr. Slington was very happy to see me. Not too happy. There was no overdoing of the matter. Happy in a thoroughly well-bred, perfectly unmeaning way. "I thought you had met," our host observed. "No," said Mr. Slington. "I did look in at Mr. Sampson's office on your recommendation, but I really did not feel justified troubling Mr. Sampson himself on a point in the everyday routine of an ordinary clerk." I said I should have been glad to show him any attention on a friend's introduction. "I'm sure of that," said he, "and I'm much obliged. At another time perhaps I may be less delicate. Only, however, if I have real business. For I know, Mr. Sampson, how precious business time is, and what a vast number of impertinent people there are in the world." I acknowledged his consideration with a slight bow. "You were thinking," said I, "of effecting a policy on your life." "Oh dear, no. I'm afraid I'm not so prudent as you pay me the compliment of supposing me to be, Mr. Sampson. I merely inquired for a friend. But you know what friends are in such matters. Nothing may ever come of it. I have the greatest reluctance to trouble men of business with inquiries for friends, knowing the probabilities to be 1,000 to 1 that the friends will never follow them up. People are so fickle, so selfish, so inconsiderate. Don't you, in your business, find them so every day, Mr. Sampson?" I was going to give a qualified answer, but he turned a smooth white parting to me with a straight up here, if you please, and I answered, "Yes." "I hear, Mr. Sampson," he resumed presently, for our friend had a new cook, and dinner was not so punctual as usual, "that your profession has recently suffered a great loss." "In money?" said I. He laughed at my ready association of loss with money, and replied, "No, in talent and vigor." Not at once following out his allusion, I considered for a moment. "Has it sustained a loss of that kind?" said I. "I was not aware of it." "Understand me, Mr. Sampson. I don't imagine that you have retired. It is not so bad as that. But Mr. Meltham—" "Oh, to be sure," said I. "Yes, Mr. Meltham, the young actuary of the inestimable." "Just so," he returned in a consoling way. "He is a great loss. He was at once the most profound, the most original, and the most energetic man I have ever known connected with life assurance." I spoke strongly, for I had a high esteem and admiration for Meltham, and my gentleman had indefinitely conveyed to me some suspicion that he wanted to sneer at him. He recalled me to my guard by presenting the trim pathway up his head with his internal, "Not on the grass, if you please, the gravel." "You knew him, Mr. Slington?" "Only by reputation. To have known him as an acquaintance or as a friend is an honor I should have sought if he had remained in society, though I might never have had that good fortune to attain it, being a man of far inferior mark." "He was scarcely above 30, I suppose?" "About 30. Ah!" he sighed in his former consoling way. "What creatures we are, to break up, Mr. Sampson, and become incapable of business at that time of life. Any reason assigned for the melancholy fact? I thought, as I looked at him. But I won't go off the track, and I will go on the grass." "What reason have you heard assigned, Mr. Slington?" I asked point blank. "Most likely a false one. You know what rumour is, Mr. Sampson. I never repeat what I hear. It's the only way of paring the nails and shaving the head of rumour. But when you ask me what reason I have heard assigned for Mr. Meltham's passing away from among men, it is another thing. I am not gratifying idle gossip then. I was told, Mr. Sampson, that Mr. Meltham had relinquished all his avocations and all his prospects because he was in fact broken-hearted. A disappointed attachment, I heard, though it hardly seems probable in the case of a man so distinguished and so attractive." "Attractions and distinctions are no armor against death," said I. "Oh, she died? Pray pardon me. I did not hear that." "That indeed makes it very, very sad. Poor Mr. Meltham. She died? Ah, dear me. Lamentable, lamentable." I still thought his pity was not quite genuine, and I still suspect an unaccountable sneer under all this until he said, as we were parted, like the other knots of talkers, by the announcement of dinner, "Mr. Sampson, you are surprised to see me so moved on behalf of a man whom I have never known. I am not so disinterested as you may suppose. I have suffered, and recently too, from death myself. I have lost one of 2 charming nieces who were my constant companions. She died young, barely 23, and even a remaining sister is far from strong. The world is a grave." He said this with deep feeling, and I felt reproached for the coldness of my manner. Coldness and distress had been engendered in me, I knew, by my bad experiences. They were not natural to me, and I often thought how much I had lost in life in losing trustfulness, and how little I had gained gaining hard caution. This state of mind being habitual to me, I troubled myself more about this conversation than I might have troubled myself about a greater matter. I listened to his talk at dinner and observed how readily other men responded to it, and with what a graceful instinct he adapted his subjects to the knowledge and habits of those he talked with. As in talking with me, he had easily started the subject I might be supposed to understand best, and to be the most interested in, so in talking with others, he guided himself by the same rule. The company was of varied character, but he was not at fault that I could discover with any member of it. He knew just as much of each man's pursuit as made him agreeable to that man in reference to it, and just as little as made it natural in him to seek modestly for information when the theme was broached. As he talked and talked, but really not too much, for the rest of us seemed to force it upon him, I became quite angry with myself. I took his face to pieces in my mind like a watch and examined it in detail. I could not say much against any of his features separately. I could say even less against them when they were put together. Then is it not monstrous, I asked myself, that because a man happens to part his hair straight up the middle of his head, I should permit myself to suspect and even to detest him? I may stop to remark that this was no proof of my sense. An observer of men who finds himself steadily repelled by some apparently trifling thing in a stranger is right to give it great weight. It may be the clue to the whole mystery. A hair or two will show where a line is hidden. A very little key will open a very heavy door. I took my part in the conversation with him after a time, and we got on remarkably well. In the drawing room, I asked the host how long he had known Mr. Slington. He answered, not many months. He had met him at the house of a celebrated painter then present, who had known him well when he was travelling with his nieces in Italy for their health. His plans in life being broken by the death of one of them, he was reading with the intention of going back to college as a matter of form, taking his degree and going into orders. I could not but argue with myself that here was the true explanation of his interest in poor Meltam, and that I had been most brutal in my distrust on that simple head. Part 3. On the very next day but one, I was sitting behind my glass partition as before, when he came into the outer office as before. The moment I saw him again without hearing him, I hated him worse than ever. It was only for a moment that I had this opportunity, for he waved his tight-fitting black glove the instant I looked at him and came straight in. Mr. Sampson, good day. I presume, you see, upon your kind permission to intrude upon you. I don't keep my word in being justified by business. For my business here, if I may so abuse the word, is of the slightest nature. I asked, was it anything I could assist him in? I thank you, no. I merely called to inquire outside whether my dilatory friend had been so false to himself as to be practical and sensible. But of course he has done nothing. I gave him your papers with my own hand, and he was hot upon the intention, but of course he has done nothing. Apart from the general human disinclination to do anything that ought to be done, I dare say there is a speciality about assuring one's life. You find it like will-making. People are so superstitious and take it for granted they will die soon afterwards. Up here, if you please, straight up here, Mr. Sampson, neither to the right nor to the left. I almost fancied I could hear him breathe the words as he sat smiling at me, with that intolerable parting exactly opposite the bridge of my nose. There is such a feeling sometimes, no doubt, I replied, but I don't think it obtains to any great extent. Well, said he, with a shrug and a smile, I wish some good angel would influence my friend in the right direction. I rashly promised his mother and sister in Norfolk to see it done, and he promised them that he would do it. But I suppose he never will. He spoke for a minute or two on indifferent topics and went away. I had scarcely unlocked the drawers of the writing table next morning when he reappeared. I noticed that he came straight to the door in the glass partition and did not pass a single moment outside. Can you spare me 2 minutes, my dear Mr. Sampson? By all means. Much obliged, laying his hat and umbrella on the table. I came early not to interrupt you. The fact is, I am taken by surprise in reference to this proposal my friend has made. Has he made one? Said I. Yes, he answered, deliberately looking at me, and then a bright idea seemed to strike him. Or he only tells me he has. Perhaps that may be a new way of evading the matter. By Jupiter, I never thought of that. Mr. Adams was opening the morning's letter in the outer office. What is the name, Mr. Slington? I asked. Beckwith. I looked out at the door and requested Mr. Adams if there were a proposal in that name, to bring it in. He had already laid it out of his hand on the counter. It was easily selected from the rest, and he gave it me. Alfred Beckwith. Proposal to effect a policy with us for £2,000, dated yesterday. From the Middle Temple, I see, Mr. Slington? Yes, he lives on the same staircase with me. His door is opposite. I never thought he would make me his reference, though. It seems natural enough that he should. Quite so, Mr. Sampson, but I never thought of it. Let me see. He took the printed paper from his pocket. How am I to answer all these questions? According to the truth, of course, said I. Oh, of course, he answered, looking up from the paper with a smile. I meant there were so many. But you do right to be particular. It stands to reason that you must be particular. Will you allow me to use your pen and ink? Certainly. And your desk? Certainly. He had been hovering about between his hat and his umbrella for a place to write on. He now sat down in my chair at my blotting paper and inkstand with a long walk up his head in accurate perspective before me as I stood with my back to the fire. Before answering each question, he ran over it aloud and discussed it. How long had he known Mr. Alfred Beckwith? That he had to calculate by years upon his fingers. What were his habits? No difficulty about them. Temperate in the last degree, and took a little too much exercise, if anything. All the answers were satisfactory. When he had written them all, he looked them over and finally signed them in a very pretty hand. He supposed he had now done with the business. I told him he was not likely to be troubled any further. Should he leave the papers there? If he pleased. Much obliged. Good morning. I had had one other visitor before him, not at the office, but at my own house. That visitor had come to my bedside when it was not yet daylight, and had been seen by no one else but by my faithful confidential servant. A second reference paper, for we required always two, was sent down into Norfolk and was duly received back by post. This likewise was satisfactorily answered in every aspect. Our forms were all complied with. We accepted the proposal, and the premium for 1 year was paid. Part 4. For 6 or 7 months I saw no more of Mr. Slington. He called once at my house, but I was not at home, and he once asked me to dine with him in the temple, but I was engaged. His friend's assurance was affected in March. Late in September or early in October I was down at Scarborough for a breath of sea air, where I met him on the beach. It was a hot evening. He came toward me with his hat in his hand, and there was the walk I had felt so strongly disinclined to take in perfect order again, exactly in front of the bridge of my nose. He was not alone, but had a young lady on his arm. She was dressed in mourning, and he looked at her with great interest. She had the appearance of being extremely delicate, and her face was remarkably pale and melancholy, but she was very pretty. He introduced her as his niece, Miss Nina. Are you strolling, Mr. Sampson? Is it possible you can be idle? It was possible, and I was strolling. Shall we stroll together? With pleasure. The young lady walked between us, and we walked on the cool sea sand in the direction of the Filey. There have been wheels here, said Mrs. Slington, and now I look again the wheels of a hand carriage. Margaret, my love, your shadow without doubt. Miss Nina's shadow, I repeated, looking down at it on the sand. Not that one, Mr. Slington returned, laughing. Margaret, my dear, tell Mr. Sampson. Indeed, said the young lady, turning to me, there is nothing to tell, except that I constantly see the same invalid old gentleman at all times wherever I go. I have mentioned it to my uncle, and he calls the gentleman my shadow. Does he live in Scarborough? I asked. He is staying here. Do you live in Scarborough? No, I am staying here. My uncle has placed me with the family here for my health. And your shadow? Said I, smiling. My shadow, she answered, smiling too, is, like myself, not very robust, I fear, for I lose my shadow sometimes, as my shadow loses me at other times. We both seem liable to confinement to the house. I have not seen my shadow for days and days, but it does oddly happen occasionally that wherever I go for many days together, this gentleman goes. We have come together in the most unfrequented nooks on this shore. Is this he? Said I, pointing before us. the wheels had swept down to the water's edge and described a great loop on the sand in turning. Bringing the loop back towards us and spinning it out as it came was a hand carriage drawn by a man. "Yes," said Miss Nina. "This really is my shadow, uncle." As the carriage approached us, and we approached the carriage, I saw within it an old man whose head was sunk on his breast, and who was enveloped in a variety of wrappers. He was drawn by a very quiet but very keen-looking man with iron-grey hair who was slightly lame. They had passed us when the carriage stopped, and the old gentleman within, putting out his arm, called to me by my name. I went back and was absent from Mr. Slington and his niece for about 5 minutes. When I rejoined them, Mr. Slington was the first to speak. Indeed, he said to me in a raised voice before I came up with him, "It is well you have not been longer, or my niece might have died of curiosity to know who her shadow is, Mr. Sampson." "An old East Indian director," said I. "An intimate friend of our friends, at whose house I first had the pleasure of meeting you. A certain Mr. Banks. You have heard of him?" "Never." "Very rich, Miss Nina, but very old and very crippled. An amiable man, sensible, much interested in you. He has just been expatiating on the affection that he has observed to exist between you and your uncle." Mr. Slington was holding his hat again, and he passed his hand up the straight walk, as if he himself went up it serenely after me. "Mr. Sampson," he said, tenderly pressing his niece's arm in his, "our affection was always a strong one, for we have had but few near ties. We have still fewer now. We have associations to bring us together that are not of this world, Margaret." "Dear uncle," murmured the young lady, and turned her face aside to hide her tears. "My niece and I have such remembrances and regrets in common, Mr. Sampson," he feelingly pursued, "that it would be strange indeed if the relations between us were cold or indifferent. If I remember a conversation we once had together, you will understand the difference I make. Cheer up, dear Margaret. Don't droop, my Margaret. I cannot bear to see you droop." The poor young lady was very much affected, but controlled herself. His feelings, too, were very acute. In a word, he found himself under such great need of a restorative that he presently went away to take a bath of sea water, leaving the young lady and me sitting by a point of rock, and probably presuming, but that you will say was a pardonable indulgence in a luxury, that she would praise him with all her heart. She did, poor thing. With all her confiding heart she praised him to me for his care of her dead sister, and for his untiring devotion in her last illness. The sister had wasted away very slowly, and wild and terrible fantasies had come over her toward the end, but he had never been impatient with her, or at a loss. Had always been gentle, watchful, and self-possessed. The sister had known him, as she had known him, to be the best of men, the kindest of men, and yet a man of such admirable strength of character as to be a very tower for the support of their weak natures while their poor lives endured. "I shall leave him, Mr. Sampson, very soon," said the young lady. "I know my life is drawing to an end, and when I am gone, I hope he will marry and be happy. I am sure he has lived single so long only for my sake and for my poor, poor sisters." The little hand carriage had made another great loop on the damp sand and was coming back again, gradually spinning out a slim figure of 8, half a mile long. "Young lady," said I, looking around, laying my hand upon her arm, and speaking in a low voice, "time presses. You hear the gentle murmur of that sea?" She looked at me with the utmost wonder and alarm, saying, "Yes." "And you know what a voice is in it when the storm comes?" "Yes." "You see how quiet and peaceful it lies before us, and you know what an awful sight of power without pity it might be this very night?" "Yes." "But if you had never heard or seen it, or heard of it in its cruelty, could you believe that it bears every inanimate thing in its way to pieces without mercy and destroys life without remorse?" "You terrify me, sir, by these questions." "To save you, young lady, to save you. For God's sake, collect your strength and collect your firmness. If you were here alone, and hemmed in by the rising tide on the floor to 50 feet above your head, you could not be in greater danger than the danger you are now to be saved from." The figure on the sand was spun out and straggled off into a crooked little jerk, that ended at the cliff very near us. As I am, before heaven and the judge of all mankind, your friend and your dead sister's friend, I solemnly entreat you, Miss Nina, without one moment's loss of time, to come to this gentleman with me. If the little carriage had been less near to us, I doubt if I could have got her away, but it was so near that we were there before she had recovered the hurry of being urged from the rock. I did not remain there with her 2 minutes. Certainly within 5, I had the inexpressible satisfaction of seeing her from the point we had sat on and to which I had ridden, half supported and half carried up some rude steps notched in the cliff by the figure of an active man. With that figure besides her, I knew she was safe anywhere. I sat alone on the rock awaiting Mr. Slington's return. The twilight was deepening and the shadows were heavy when he came round the point with his hat hanging on his buttonhole, smoothing his wet hair with one of his hands and picking out the old path with the other and a pocket comb. "My niece not here, Mr. Sampson?" he said, looking about. Miss Nina seemed to feel a chill in the air after the sun was down, and has gone home. He looked surprised, as though she were not accustomed to do anything without him, even to originate so slight a proceeding. "I persuaded Miss Nina," I explained. "Ah," said he, "she is easily persuaded, for her good. Thank you, Mr. Sampson, she is better within doors. The bathing place was farther than I thought, to say the truth." "Miss Nina is very delicate," I observed. He shook his head and drew a deep sigh. "Very, very, very. You may recollect my saying so. The time that has since intervened has not strengthened her. The gloomy shadow that fell upon her sister so early in life seems in my anxious eyes to gather over her ever darker, ever darker. Dear Margaret, dear Margaret, but we must hope." The hand carriage was spinning away before us at a most indecorous pace for an invalid vehicle, and was making most irregular curves upon the sand. Mr. Slington, noticing it after he had put his handkerchief to his eyes, said, "If I may judge from appearances, your friend will be upset, Mr. Sampson." "It looks probable, certainly," said I. "The servant must be drunk." "The servants of old gentlemen will get drunk sometimes," said I. "The Major draws very light, Mr. Sampson." "The Major does draw light," said I. By this time the carriage, much to my relief, was lost in the darkness. We walked on for a little, side by side over the sand, in silence. After a short while, he said in a voice still affected by the emotion that his niece's state of health had awakened in him, "Do you stay here long, Mr. Sampson?" "Why, no. I am going away tonight." "So soon?" "But business always holds you in request. Men like Mr. Sampson are too important to others to be spared to their own need of relaxation and enjoyment." "I don't know about that," said I. "However, I am going back." "To London?" "To London." "I shall be there too, soon after you." I knew that as well as he did, but I did not tell him so, any more than I told him what defensive weapon my right hand rested on in my pocket as I walked by his side, any more than I told him why I did not walk on the seaside of him with the night closing in. We left the beach, and our ways diverged. We exchanged good night, and had parted indeed when he said, returning, "Mr. Sampson, may I ask? Poor Meltam, whom we speak of, dead yet?" "Not when I last heard of him, but too broken a man to live long, and hopelessly lost to his old calling." "Dear, dear, dear," said he, with great feeling. "Sad, sad, sad. The world is a grave." And so went his way. It was not his fault if the world were not a grave, but I did not call that observation after him any more than I had mentioned those other things just now enumerated. He went his way, and I went mine with all expedition. This happened, as I have said, either at the end of September or beginning of October. The next time I saw him, and the last time, was late in November. Part 5. I had a very particular engagement to breakfast in the temple. It was a bitter northeasterly morning, and the sleet and slush lay inches deep in the street. I could get no conveyance, and was soon wet to the knees. But I should have been true to that appointment, though I had to wade to it up to my neck in the same impediments. The appointment took me to some chambers in the temple. They were at the top of a lonely corner house overlooking the river. The name Mr. Alfred Beckwith was painted on the outer door. On the door opposite, on the same landing, the name Mr. Julius Slington. The doors of both sets of chambers stood open, so that anything said aloud in one set could be heard in the other. I had never been in those chambers before. They were dismal, close, unwholesome, and oppressive. The furniture, originally good and not yet old, was faded and dirty. The rooms were in great disorder. There was a strong, prevailing smell of opium, brandy, and tobacco. The grate and fire irons were splashed all over with unsightly blotches of rust, and on a sofa by the fire, in the room where breakfast had been prepared, lay the host, Mr. Beckwith, a man with all the appearances of the worst kind of drunkard, very far advanced upon his shameful way to death. "Slinkton is not come yet," said this creature, staggering up when I went in. "I'll call him. Hello, Julius Caesar, come and drink." As he hostily roared this out, he beat the poker and tongs together in a mad way, as if that were his usual manner of summoning his associate. The voice of Mr. Slinkton was heard through the clatter from the opposite side of the staircase, and he came in. He had not expected the pleasure of meeting me. I have seen several artful men brought to a stand, but I never saw a man so aghast as he was when his eyes rested on mine. "Julius Caesar," cried Beckwith, staggering between us. Miss Sampson, Julius Caesar. Julius, Miss Sampson is the friend of my soul. Julius keeps me plied with liquor morning, noon, and night. Julius is a real benefactor. Julius threw the tea and coffee out of window when I used to have any. Julius empties all the water jugs of their contents and fills them with spirits. Julius winds me up and keeps me going. Boil the brandy, Julius. There was a rusty and furred saucepan in the ashes. The ashes looked like the accumulation of weeks, and Beckwith, rolling and staggering between us as if he were going to plunge headlong into the fire, got the saucepan out and tried to force it into Slinkton's hand. "Boil the brandy, Julius Caesar. Come, do your usual office. Boil the brandy." He became so fierce in his gesticulations with the saucepan that I expected to see him lay open Slinkton's head with it. I therefore put out my hand to check him. He reeled back to the sofa and sat there panting, shaking, and red-eyed in his rags of dressing gown, looking at us both. I noticed then that there was nothing to drink on the table but brandy, and nothing to eat but salted herrings and a hot, sickly, highly peppered stew. "At all events, Mr. Sampson," said Slinkton, offering me the smooth gravel path for the last time, "I thank you for interfering between me and this unfortunate man's violence. However you came here, Mr. Sampson, or with whatever motive you came here, at least I thank you for that." "Boil the brandy," muttered Beckwith. Without gratifying his desire to know how I came there, I said quietly, "How is your niece, Mr. Slinkton?" He looked hard at me, and I looked hard at him. "I am sorry to say, Mr. Sampson, that my niece has proved treacherous and ungrateful to her best friend. She left me without a word of notice or explanation. She was misled, no doubt, by some designing rascal. Perhaps you may have heard of it." "I did hear that she was misled by a designing rascal. In fact, I have proof of it." "Are you sure of that?" said he. "Quite." "Boil the brandy," muttered Beckwith. "Company to breakfast, Julius Caesar. Do your usual office. Provide the usual breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper. Boil the brandy." The eyes of Slinkton looked from him to me, and he said, after a moment's consideration, "Mr. Sampson, you are a man of the world, and so am I. I will be plain with you." "Oh, no, you won't," said I, shaking my head. "I tell you, sir, I will be plain with you." "And I tell you, you will not," said I. "I know all about you." "You plain with anyone? Nonsense, nonsense." "I plainly tell you, Mr. Sampson," he went on, with a manner almost composed, "that I understand your object. You want to save your funds and escape from your liabilities. These are old tricks of trade with you office gentlemen. But you will not do it, sir. You will not succeed. You have not an easy adversary to play against when you play against me. We shall have to inquire in due time when and how Mr. Beckwith fell into his present habits. With that remark, sir, I put this poor creature and his incoherent wanderings of speech aside, and wish you a good morning and a better case next time." While he was saying this, Beckwith had filled a half-pint glass with brandy. At this moment, he threw the brandy at his face and threw the glass after it. Slinkton put his hands up half blinded with the spirit, and cut with the glass across the forehead. At the sound of the breakage, a fourth person came into the room, closed the door, and stood at it. He was a very quiet but very keen-looking man with iron-grey hair and slightly lame. Slinkton pulled out his handkerchief, assuaged the pain in his smarting eyes, and dabbled the blood on his forehead. He was a long time about it, and I saw that in the doing of it a tremendous change came over him, occasioned by the change in Beckwith, who ceased to pant and tremble, sat upright, and never took his eyes off him. I never in my life saw a face in which abhorrence and determination were so forcibly painted as in Beckwith's then. "Look at me, you villain," said Beckwith, "and see me as I really am. I took these rooms to make them a trap for you. I came into them as a drunkard to bait the trap for you. You fell into the trap, and you will never leave it alive. On the morning when you last went to Mr. Sampson's office, I had seen him first. Your plot has been known to both of us all along, and you have been counterplotted all along. What? Having been cajoled into putting that prize of £2,000 in your power, I was to be done to death with brandy, and brandy not proving quick enough with something quicker? Have I never seen you, when you thought my senses gone, pouring from your little bottle into my glass? Why, you murderer and forger, alone here with you in the dead of night, as I have so often been, I have had my hand upon the trigger of a pistol 20 times to blow your brains out." This sudden starting up of the thing that he had supposed to be his imbecile victim into a determined man with a settled resolution to hunt him down and be the death of him, mercilessly expressed from head to foot, was, in the first shock, too much for him. Without any figure of speech, he staggered under it. But there is no greater mistake than to suppose that a man who is a calculating criminal is, in any phase of his guilt, otherwise than true to himself and perfectly consistent with his whole character. Such a man commits murder, and murder is the natural culmination of his course. Such a man has to outface murder, and will do it with hardihood and effrontery. It is a sort of fashion to express surprise that any notorious criminal, having such crime upon his conscience, can so brave it out. Do you think that if he had it on his conscience at all, or had a conscience to have it upon, he would ever have committed the crime? Perfectly consistent with himself, as I believed all such monsters to be, this Slinkton recovered himself and showed a defiance that was sufficiently cold and quiet. He was white, he was haggard, he was changed, but only as a sharper who had played for a great stake and had been outwitted and had lost the game. "Listen to me, you villain," said Beckwith, "and let every word you hear me say be a stab in your wicked heart. When I took these rooms to throw myself in your way and lead you on to the scheme that I knew my appearance and supposed character and habits would suggest to such a devil, how did I know that? Because you are no stranger to me. I knew you well, and I knew you to be the cruel wretch who, for so much money, had killed one innocent girl while she trusted him implicitly, and who was by inches killing another." Slinkton took out a snuff-box, took a pinch of snuff, and laughed. "But see here," said Beckwith, never looking away, never raising his voice, never relaxing his face, never unclenching his hand. "See what a dull wolf you have been after all. The infatuated drunkard who never drank a 50th part of the liquor you plied him with, but poured it away here, there, everywhere, almost before your eyes. Who bought over the fellow you set to watch him and to ply him by outbidding you in his bribe, before he had been at his work 3 days, with whom you have observed no caution, yet who was so bent on ridding the earth of you as a wild beast, that he would have defeated you if you had been ever so prudent, that drunkard whom you have many a time left on the floor of this room, and who has even let you go out of it alive and undeceived, when you have turned him over with your foot, as almost as often on the same night, within an hour, within a few minutes, watched you awake, had his hand at your pillow when you were asleep, turned over your papers, taken samples from your bottles and packets of powder, changed their contents, rifled every secret of your life." He had another pinch of snuff in his hand, but had gradually let it drop from between his fingers to the floor, where he now smoothed it out with his foot, looking down at it the while. "That drunkard," said Beckwith, "who had free access to your rooms at all times, that he might drink the strong drinks that you left in his way, and be the sooner ended, holding no more terms with you than he would hold with the tiger, has had his master key for all your locks, his test for all your poisons, his clue to your cipher writing. He can tell you, as well as you can tell him, how long it took to complete that deed, what doses there were, what intervals, what signs of gradual decay upon mind and body, what distempered fancies were produced, what observable changes, what physical pain. He can tell you, as well as you can tell him, that all this was recorded day by day as a lesson of experience for future service. He can tell you, better than you can tell him, where the journal is at this moment. Slinkton stopped the action of his foot and looked at Beckwith. No, said the latter, as if answering a question from him. Not in the drawer of the writing desk that opens with a spring. It is not there, and it never will be there again. Then you are a thief, said Slinkton, without any change whatever in the inflexible purpose, which it was quite terrific even to me to contemplate, and from the power of which I had always felt convinced it was impossible for this wretch to escape. Beckwith returned. And I am your niece's shadow too. With an imprecation, Slinkton put his hand to his head, tore out some hair, and flung it to the ground. It was the end of the smooth walk. He destroyed it in the action, and it will soon be seen that his use for it was past. Beckwith went on. Whenever you left here, I left here. Although I understood that you found it necessary to pass in the completion of that purpose to avert suspicion, still I watched you close with the poor confiding girl. When I had the diary and could read it word by word, it was only about the night before your last visit to Scarborough. You remember the night? You slept with a small flat vial tied to your wrist. I sent to Mr. Sampson, who was kept out of view. This is Mr. Sampson's trusty servant standing by the door. We three saved your niece among us. Slinkton looked at us all, took an uncertain step or two from the place where he had stood, returned to it, and glanced about him in a very curious way, as one of the meaner reptiles might, looking for a hole to hide in. I noticed at the same time that a singular change took place in the figure of the man, as if it collapsed within his clothes, and they consequently became ill-shapen and ill-fitting. You shall know, said Beckwith, for I hope the knowledge will be bitter and terrible to you, why you have been pursued by one man, and why, when the whole interest that Mr. Sampson represents would have expended any money in hunting you down, you have been tracked to death at a single individual's charge. I hear you have had the name of Meltham on your lips sometimes. I saw, in addition to those other changes, a sudden stoppage come upon his breathing. When you sent the sweet girl whom you murdered, you know with what artfully made out surroundings and probabilities you sent her to Meltham's office before taking her abroad to originate a transaction that doomed her to the grave. It fell to Meltham's lot to see her and to speak with her. It did not fall to his lot to save her, though I know he would freely give his own life to have done it. He admired her. I would say he loved her deeply, if I thought it possible that you could understand the word. When she was sacrificed, he was thoroughly assured of your guilt. Having lost her, he had but one object left in life, and that was to avenge her and destroy you. I saw the villain's nostril rise and fall convulsively, but I saw no moving at his mouth. That man Meltham, Beckwith steadily pursued, was as absolutely certain that you could never elude him in this world if he devoted himself to your destruction with his utmost fidelity and earnestness, and if he divided the sacred duty with no other duty in life, as he was certain that in achieving it he would be a poor instrument in the hands of Providence, and would do well before heaven in striking you out from among living men. I am that man, and I thank God that I have done my work. If Slinkton had been running for his life from swift-footed savages a dozen miles, he could not have shown more emphatic signs of being oppressed at heart and labouring for breath than he showed now when he looked at the pursuer who had so relentlessly hunted him down. You never saw me under my right name before. You see me under my right name now. You shall see me once again in the body when you are tired of your life. You shall see me at once again in the spirit when the cord is round your neck and the crowd are crying against you. When Meltham had spoken these last words, the miscreant suddenly turned away his face and seemed to strike his mouth with his open hand. At the same instant, the room was filled with a new and powerful odour, and almost at the same instant, he broke into a crooked run, leap, start, I have no name for the spasm, and fell with a dull weight that shook the heavy old doors and windows in their frames. That was the fitting end of him. When we saw that he was dead, We drew away from the room, and Meltham, giving me his hand, said with a weary air, "I have no more work on earth, my friend, but I shall see her again elsewhere." It was in vain that I tried to rally him. He might have saved her, he said. He had not saved her, and he reproached himself. He had lost her, and he was broken-hearted. "The purpose that sustained me is over, Samson, and there is nothing now to hold me to life. I am not fit for life. I am weak and spiritless. I have no hope and no object. My day is done." In truth, I could hardly have believed that the broken man who then spoke to me was the man who had so strongly and so differently impressed me when his purpose was before him. I used such entreaties with him as I could, but he still said, and always said in a patient, undemonstrative way, nothing could avail him. He was broken-hearted. He died early in the next spring. He was buried by the side of the poor young lady for whom he had cherished those tender and unhappy regrets, and he left all he had to a sister. She lived to be a happy wife and mother. She married my sister's son, who succeeded poor Meltham. She is living now, and her children ride about the garden on my walking stick when I go to see her. The End of Hunted Down by Charles Dickens.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13. Illusion by Maurice Level. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. Illusion by Maurice Level. Blue with cold, clutching at the bottom of his pockets the few pence he had earned that morning by opening and shutting the doors of cabs, his head bent towards his shoulder in an attempt to get some shelter from the biting wind. The beggar moved among the hurrying crowd, too weary to accost, too benumbed to risk holding out a bare hand. Blown sideways in powdery flakes, the snow caught in his beard, or melted on his neck. He did not notice it, for he was lost in a dream. "If I were rich, just for an hour, I'd have a carriage." He stopped, thought for a moment, shook his head, and asked himself, "And what else?" Visions of various kinds of luxury passed through his mind, but every time he formulated a wish, he shrugged his shoulders. "No, that's not it. Is it then so difficult to get just 1 minute of real happiness?" As he trudged along in this way, he saw another beggar, who was shivering under the protecting doorway of a house, his features drawn, his hands outstretched, his voice so weak it was lost in the noises of the street as he droned, "Help, if you please, please help me." Close by him sat a dog, a poor bedraggled cur that trembled as it barked, feebly trying to wag its tail. He stopped. At the sight of this other brother in affliction, the dog yelped a little louder, rubbing its nose against him. He looked with attention at the beggar, at his rags, his gaping shoes, his poor hands blue with cold, at the set, livid face, with closed eyes, at the grey placard on his breast which bore the one word, blind. Feeling that a man had stopped before him, the blind man took up his plaintive cry, "Help, monsieur! Pity the poor blind!" The beggar stood motionless. The passers-by quickened their steps, turning their heads away. A woman, loaded with furs, and followed by a servant in livery, who held an umbrella over her, came out of the door of the house, and walking quickly on the tips of her toes as she protected her mouth with her muff, was swallowed up in her carriage. The blind man kept on murmuring his monotonous appeal, "Help, please spare me a copper," but no one paid any attention to him. After a time the beggar took some coppers from his pocket and held them out. Seeing the action, the dog barked with pleasure. The blind man closed his trembling fingers on the halfpence and said, Thank you, monsieur. May God reward you. Hearing himself addressed as monsieur, the beggar was on the point of replying, I'm not monsieur, mate. I'm just another poor devil as miserable as yourself. But he restrained himself, and knowing only too well how the poor are spoken to, answered, It is very little, my poor fellow. You are very kind, monsieur. It is so cold, and you must have taken your hands out of your pockets for me. It is bad weather for the infirm. If people only knew. A great pity welled up in the heart of the beggar, as he muttered, I know. Then, forgetting his own poverty in the face of this greater affliction, he asked, Were you born blind? No, it came as I grew old. At the hospital they told me that it was caused by age. Cataract, they called it, I think. But I know better. I know that it wasn't only age that brought it. I have had too many misfortunes. I have shed too many tears. You have had a great deal of trouble. Oh, monsieur, in 1 year I lost my wife, my daughter, my 2 sons, all that I loved, all I had to love me. I almost died myself, but gradually I began to get better. But I wasn't able to work any more. Then it was poverty, destitution. Some days I don't have anything to eat at all. I've had nothing since yesterday but a crust of bread, and I gave half to my dog. With the money you gave me, I shall get some more for tonight and tomorrow. As he listened, the beggar turned over the coppers in his pocket. He was trying to count them, distinguishing by touch the difference between the pence and halfpence. He had 11 halfpenny. He said, Come with me. It's too cold here. I will see that you have something to eat. The blind man reddened with pleasure, stammering, Oh, monsieur, you are too kind. Come. Careful that the other should not feel how wet his own clothes were, how thin. He took him by the arm, and they set off. The dog, its head up, its ears cocked, led the way through the people, pulling sharply at its chain when they crossed a road where there was traffic. They walked on like this for a long time, finally stopping before a little restaurant in a back street. The beggar opened the door and said to the blind man, Come in. Choosing a table near the stove, he made him sit down and took a chair near him. Some workmen, all of them silent, were hungrily emptying the small, thick plates before them. The blind man took the lead off his dog and held his hands out to the fire, sighing, It's very comfortable here. The beggar called the girl who was waiting and ordered some soup and boiled beef. She asked, And what will you have? Nothing. When the soup, which smelt very appetizing, and the meat were before him, the blind man began to eat slowly in silence. The beggar watched him cutting little bits of bread that he held under the table to the dog. The soup and meat finished, he said, Have something to drink, it will put some strength into your legs. Later he called the servant. How much? 10 halfpenny. He paid, leaving the remaining penny for the girl, and helped his companion to rise. When they were back in the street, he asked, Do you live far from here? Where are we? Near St. Lazare station. Far enough. I sleep in a shed on the other side of the river. I'll go part of the way with you. The blind man kept on thanking him. He replied, No, it's not worth mentioning. Without knowing why, he felt happy, supremely happy, happier than he ever remembered feeling. As he walked along, lost in dreamy thoughts, he forgot that he himself had been without food since yesterday, that he had no place to sleep in that night. He forgot his miseries, his rags, that he was a beggar. From time to time he said gently to the blind man, Am I going too quickly? Are you tired? The blind man, humble and grateful, answered, No, oh no, monsieur. He smiled, happy to hear himself addressed in that way, soothed alike by the illusion he was giving the other and his own odd sensation of being a rich, charitable person. On the quay, feeling the dampness of the air from the river, the blind man said, "Now I can find my way alone. I have my dog." "Yes, I will say good-bye," replied the beggar in a solemn voice. For a strange thought had taken possession of him. The illusion that he had so often and so ardently desired, had it not become a reality? Had he not at last enjoyed the sensation of perfect happiness? Had not this last hour given him more joy than any of his wildest dreams of wealth and rich food and love? This blind man had no suspicion that he had been leaning on the arm of a beggar as poor as himself. Had he not been able to believe himself rich? And could he hope ever again to feel the deep, unmixed joy of tonight? But the elation did not last long. Suddenly realities came back. He said a second time, "Yes, I will leave you now." They had reached the middle of the bridge. He stopped, felt once more in his pockets to see if by any chance a halfpenny remained there. Not one. He grasped the blind man's hand, pressed it warmly, while the other said, "Thank you once again, monsieur. Will you tell me your name so that I can pray for you?" "It's not worth while. Hurry out of the cold. It is I who am very happy. Goodbye." He went a little way back, stopped, looked fixedly at the dark expanse of water below him, and once again in a louder voice said, "Goodbye." Then suddenly he leaped up on the parapet. There was a great splash, then cries of "Help! Run to the bank of the river!" Pushed roughly about by the people who rushed up, the blind man cried, "What is it? What has happened?" A street urchin, who had almost knocked him over, shouted without stopping, "A beggar has made a hole in the water." With a weary gesture he shrugged his shoulders, murmuring, "He at least had the courage he had." Then, touching his dog with the toe of his boot, he drudged on, tapping the ground with his stick, his face turned up to the sky, his back bent, without knowing. The end of Illusion by Maurice Level. Recording by Andy Sames.
Jelland's Voyage by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. "Well," said our Anglo-Jap, as we all drew up our chairs round the smoking-room fire, "it's an old tale out yonder, and may have spilt over into print, for all I know. I don't want to turn this club-room into a chestnut stall, but it is a long way to the Yellow Sea, and it is just as likely that none of you have ever heard of the yawl Matilda, and what happened to Henry Jelland and Willie McKeevoy aboard of her. The middle of the 60s was a stirring time out in Japan. That was just after the Simon Osaka bombardment and before the daimyo affair. There was a Tory party and there was a Liberal party among the natives, and the question that they were wrangling over was whether the throats of the foreigners should be cut or not. I tell you all, politics have been tame to me since then. If you lived in a treaty port, you were bound to wake up and take an interest in them. And to make it better, the outsider had no way of knowing how the game was going. If the opposition won, It would not be a newspaper paragraph that would tell him of it, but a good old Tory in a suit of chain mail, with a sword in each hand, would drop in and let him know all about it in a single uppercut. Of course it makes men reckless when they are living on the edge of a volcano like that. Just at first they are very jumpy, and then there comes a time when they learn to enjoy life while they have it. I tell you, there's nothing makes life so beautiful as when the shadow of death begins to fall across it. Time is too precious to be dawdled away then, and man lives every minute of it. That was the way with us in Yokohama. There were many European places of business which had to go on running, and the men who worked them made the place lively for 7 nights in the week. One of the heads of the European colony was Randolph Moore, the big export merchant. His offices were in Yokohama, but he spent a good deal of his time at his house up in Jeddah, which had only just been opened to the trade. In his absence, he used to leave his affairs in the hands of his head clerk, Jelland, whom he knew to be a man of great energy and resolution. But energy and resolution are two-edged things, you know, and when they are used against you, you don't appreciate them so much. It was gambling that set Jelland wrong. He was a dark-eyed fellow with black curly hair, more than 3/4 Celt, I should imagine. Every night in the week you would see him in the same place, on the left-hand side of the croupier at Matheson's Rouge et Noir table. For a long time he won and lived in better style than his employer. And then came a turn of luck, and he began to lose, so that at the end of a single week his partner and he were stone broke, without $1 to their names. This partner was a clerk in the employ of the same firm, a tall, straw-haired young Englishman called McEvoy. He was a good boy enough at the start, but he was clay in the hands of Jelland, who fashioned him into a kind of weak model of himself. They were forever on the prowl together, but it was Jelland who led and McEvoy who followed. Lynch and I and 1 or 2 others tried to show the youngster that he could come to no good along that line, and when we were talking to him we could win him round easily enough, but 5 minutes of Jelland would swing him back again. It may have been animal magnetism, or what you like, but the little man could pull the big one along like a 60-foot tug in front of a full-rigged ship. Even when they had lost all their money, they would still take their places at the table and look on with shining eyes when anyone else was raking in the stamps. But one evening they could keep out of it no longer. Red had turned up 16 times running, and it was more than Jelland could bear. He whispered to McEvoy, and then said a word to the croupier. "Certainly, Mr. Jelland, your cheque is as good as note," said he. Jelland scribbled a cheque and threw it on the black. The card was the King of Hearts, and the croupier raked in a little bit of paper. Jelland grew angry, and McEvoy white. Another and a heavier cheque was written and thrown on the table. The card was the 9 of diamonds. McEvoy leaned his head upon his hands and looked as if he would faint. "By God," growled Jelland, "I won't be beat," and he threw on a cheque that covered the other 2. The card was the deuce of hearts. A few minutes later they were walking down the Bund, with the cool night air playing upon their fevered faces. "Of course you know what this means," said Jelland, lighting a cheroot. "We'll have to transfer some of the office money to our current account. There's no occasion to make a fuss over it. Old Moore won't look over the books before Easter. If we have any luck, we can easily replace it before then." But if we have no luck," faltered McEvoy. "Tut, man, we must take things as they come. You stick to me, and I'll stick to you, and we'll pull through this together. You shall sign the cheques tomorrow night, and we shall see if your luck is better than mine." But if anything, it was worse. When the pair rose from the table on the following evening, they had spent over £5,000 of their employer's money. But the resolute Jelland was as sanguine as ever. "We have a good 9 weeks before us before the books will be examined," said he. "We must play the game out, and it will all come straight." MacEvoy returned to his rooms that night in an agony of shame and remorse. When he was with Jelland, he borrowed strength from him, but alone he recognized the full danger of his position, and the vision of his old white-capped mother in England, who had been so proud when he had received his appointment, rose up before him to fill him with loathing and madness. He was still tossing upon his sleepless couch when his Japanese servant entered the bedroom. For an instant MacEvoy thought that the long-expected outbreak had come, and plunged for his revolver. Then, with his heart in his mouth, he listened to the message which the servant had brought. Jelland was downstairs and wanted to see him. What on earth could he want at that hour of night? MacEvoy dressed hurriedly and rushed downstairs. His companion, with a set smile upon his lips, which was belied by the ghastly pallor of his face, was sitting in the dim light of a solitary candle, with a slip of paper in his hands. "Sorry to knock you up, Willie," said he. "No eavesdroppers, I suppose?" MacEvoy shook his head. He could not trust himself to speak. "Well, then, our little game is played out. This note was waiting for me at home. It is from Moore, and says that he will be down on Monday morning for an examination of the books. It leaves us in a tight place." "Monday?" gasped MacEvoy. "Today is Friday." "Saturday, my son, and 3 a.m. We have not much time to turn round in." "We are lost!" screamed MacEvoy. "We soon will be if you make such an infernal row," said Jelland harshly. "Now do what I tell you, Willie, and we'll pull through yet." "I would do anything, anything." "That's better. Where's your whisky? It's a beastly time of the day to have to get your back stiff, but there must be no softness with us, or we are gone. First of all, I think there is something due to our relations, don't you?" MacEvoy stared. "We must stand or fall together, you know. Now I, for one, don't intend to set my foot inside a felon's dock under any circumstances. D'ye see? I'm ready to swear to that." "Are you? What do you mean?" asked MacEvoy, shrinking back. "Why, man, we all have to die, and it's only the pressing of a trigger. I swear that I shall never be taken alive. Will you? If you don't, I leave you to your fate." "All right, I'll do whatever you think best." "You swear it?" "Yes." "Well, mind, you must be as good as your word. Now we have 2 clear days to get off in. The yawl, Matilda, is on sale, and she has all her fixings and plenty of tinned stuff aboard. We'll buy the lot tomorrow morning, and whatever we want, and get away in her. But first we'll clear all that is left in the office. There are 5,000 sovereigns in the safe. After dark we'll get them aboard the yawl, and take our chance of reaching California. There's no use hesitating, my son, for we have no ghost of a look-in any other direction. It's that or nothing." "I'll do what you advise." "All right, and mind you get a bright face on you tomorrow, for if Moore gets the tiff and comes before Monday, then—" He tapped the side pocket of his coat and looked across at his partner with eyes that were full of a sinister meaning. All went well with their plans next day. The Matilda was bought without difficulty, and Though she was a tiny craft for so long a voyage, had she been larger, 2 men could not have hoped to manage her. She was stocked with water during the day, and after dark the 2 clerks brought down the money from the office and stowed it in the hold. Before midnight they had collected all their own possessions without exciting suspicion, and at 2 in the morning they left their moorings and stole quietly out from among the shipping. They were seen, of course, and were set down as keen yachtsmen who were on for a good long Sunday cruise. But there was no one who dreamed that the cruise would only end either on the American coast or at the bottom of the North Pacific Ocean. Straining and hauling, they got their mainsail up and set their foresail and jib. There was a slight breeze from the southeast, and the little craft went dipping along upon her way. 7 miles from land, however, the wind fell away, and they lay becalmed, rising and falling on the long swell of glassy sea. All Sunday they did not make a mile, and in the evening Yokohama still lay along the horizon. On Monday morning down came Randolph Moore from Jeddah and made straight for the offices. He had the tip from someone that his clerks had been spreading themselves a bit, and that had made him come down out of his usual routine. But when he reached his place and found the 3 juniors waiting in the street with their hands in their pockets, he knew that the matter was serious. "What's this?" he asked. He was a man of action, and a nasty chap to deal with when he had his topmasts lowered. "We can't get in," said the clerks. "Where is Mr. Jelland?" "He has not come today." "And Mr. McEvoy?" "He has not come either." Randolph Moore looked serious. "We must have the door down," said he. "They don't build houses very solid in that land of earthquakes," and in a brace of shakes they were all in the office. Of course, the thing told its own story. The safe was open, the money gone, and the clerks fled. Their employer lost no time in talk. Where were they seen last? On Saturday they bought the Matilda and started for a cruise. Saturday? The matter seemed hopeless if they'd got 2 days' start. But there was still the shadow of a chance. He rushed to the beach and swept the ocean with his glasses. "My God!" he cried. "There's the Matilda out yonder. I know her by the rake of her mast. I have my hand upon the villains after all." But there was a hitch even then. No boat had steam up, and the eager merchant had not patience to wait. Clouds were banking up along the haunch of the hills, and there was every sign of an approaching change of weather. A police boat was ready with 10 armed men in her, and Randolph Moore himself took the tiller as she shot out in pursuit of the becalmed yawl. Jelland and McEvoy, waiting wearily for the breeze, which never came, saw the dark speck which sprang out from the shadow of the land and grew larger with every swish of the oars. As she drew nearer, they could see also that she was packed with men, and the gleam of weapons told what manner of men they were. Jelland stood leaning against the tiller, and he looked at the threatening sky, the limp sails, and the approaching boat. "It's a case with us, Willie," said he. "By the Lord, we are 2 most unlucky devils, for there's wind in that sky, and another hour would have brought it to us." McEvoy groaned. "There's no good softening over it, my lad," said Jelland. "It's a police boat right enough, and there's old Moore driving them to row like hell. It'll be a $10 job for every man of them." Willie McEvoy crouched against the side with his knees on the deck. "My mother, my poor old mother," he sobbed. "She'll never hear that you have been in the dock, anyway," said Jelland. "My people never did much for me, but I will do that much for them. It's no good, Mac. We can chuck our hands. God bless you, old man. Here's the pistol." He cocked the revolver and held the butt towards the youngster, but the other shrunk away from it with little gasps and cries. Jelland glanced at the approaching boat. It was not more than a few hundred yards away. "There's no time for nonsense," said he. "Damn it, man, what's the use of flinching? You swore it." "No, Jelland." "Well, anyhow, I swore that neither of us should be taken. Will you do it?" I can't." "Then I will for you." The rowers in the boat saw him lean forward. They heard 2 pistol shots. They saw him double himself across the tiller, and then, before the smoke had lifted, they found that they had something else to think of. For at that instant the storm broke, one of those short sudden squalls which are common in these seas. The Matilda heeled over, her sails bellied out. She plunged her lee rail into a wave and was off like a frightened deer. Jelland's body had jammed the helm, and she kept on course right before the wind and fluttered away over the rising sea like a blown piece of paper. The rowers worked frantically, but the yawl still drew ahead, and in 5 minutes it had plunged into the storm-rack, never to be seen again by mortal eye. The boat put back and reached Yokohama with the water washing halfway up to the thwarts. And that was how it came that the yawl Matilda, with a cargo of £5,000 and a crew of 2 dead young men, set sail across the Pacific Ocean. What the end of Jelland's voyage may have been, no man knows. He may have foundered in that gale, or he may have been picked up by some canny merchantman who stuck to the bullion and kept his mouth shut, or he may still be cruising in that vast waste of waters, blown north to the Bering Sea or south to the Malay Islands. It's better to leave it unfinished than to spoil a true story by inventing a tag to it. End of Jelland's Voyage by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13. The Man Who Disappeared by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustace. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man Who Disappeared. I am a lawyer by profession and have a snug set of chambers in Chancery Lane. My name is Charles Playdell. I have many clients and can already pronounce myself a rich man. On a certain morning towards the end of September in the year 1897, I received the following letter. Sir, I have been asked to call on you by a mutual friend, General Cornwallis, who accompanied my stepdaughter and myself on board the Osprey to England. Availing myself of the General's introduction, I hope to call to see you or send a representative about 11 o'clock today. The General says that he thinks you can give me advice on a matter of some importance. I am a Spanish lady, my home is in Brazil, and I know nothing of England or of English ways. I wish, however, to take a house near London and to settle down. This house must be situated in the neighbourhood of a large moor or common. It must have grounds surrounding it, and must have extensive cellars or basements, as my wish is to furnish a laboratory in order to carry on scientific research. I am willing to pay any sum in reason for a desirable habitation, but one thing is essential. The house must be as near London as possible, under the above conditions. Yours obediently, Stella Skeif. This letter was dated from the Carlton Hotel. Now it so happened that a client of mine had asked me a few months before to try and let his house, an old-fashioned and somewhat gruesome mansion situated on a lonely part of Hampstead Heath. It occurred to me that this house would exactly suit the lady whose letter I had just read. At 11 o'clock, one of my clerks brought me in a card. On it were written the words, Miss Muriel Skeif. I desired the man to show the lady in, and a moment later a slight, fair-haired English girl entered the room. Mrs. Skeif is not quite well, and has sent me in her stead. You have received a letter from my stepmother, have you not, Mr. Playdell? I have, I replied. Will you sit down, Miss Skeif? She did so. I looked at her attentively. She was young and pretty. She also looked good, and although there was a certain anxiety about her face, which she could not quite repress, her smile was very sweet. "Your stepmother," I said, "requires a house with somewhat peculiar conditions?" "Oh, yes," the girl answered. "She is very anxious on the subject. We want to be settled within a week." "That is a very short time in which to take and furnish a house," I could not help remarking. "Yes," she said again, "but all the same, in our case it is essential. My stepmother says that anything can be done if there is enough money." "That is true in a sense," I replied, smiling. "If I can help you, I shall be pleased. You want a house on a common?" "On a common or moor." "It so happens, Miss Skeef, that there is a place called the Rosary at Hampstead which may suit you. Here are the particulars. Read them over for yourself and tell me if there is any use in my giving you an order to view." She read the description eagerly, then she said, "I am sure Mrs. Skeef would like to see this house. When can we go?" "Today, if you like, and if you particularly wish it, I can meet you at the Rosary at 3 o'clock." "That will do nicely," she answered. Soon afterwards she left me. The rest of the morning passed as usual, and at the appointed hour I presented myself at the gates of the Rosary. A carriage was already drawn up there, and as I approached, a tall lady with very dark eyes stepped out of it. A glance showed me that the young lady had not accompanied her. "You are Mr. Pleydell?" she said, holding out her hand to me and speaking in excellent English. "Yes," I answered. "You saw my stepdaughter this morning?" "Yes," I said again. "I have called to see the house," she continued. "Muriel tells me that it is likely to suit my requirements. Will you show it to me?" I opened the gates and we entered a wide carriage drive. The Rosary had been unlet for some months, and weeds partly covered the avenue. The grounds had a desolate and gloomy appearance. Leaves were falling thickly from the trees, and altogether the entire place looked undesirable and neglected. The Spanish lady, however, seemed delighted with everything. She looked around with her sparkling glances. Flashing her dark eyes into my face, she praised the trees and avenue, the house, and all that the house contained. She remarked that the rooms were spacious, the lobbies wide, above all things the cellars numerous. "I am particular about the cellars, Mr. Pleydell," she said. "Indeed," I answered. "At all events, there are plenty of them." "Oh, yes, and this one is so large. It will quite suit our purpose. We will turn it into a laboratory. My brother and I— I have not told you about my brother. He is a Spaniard, Signor Morello. He joins us here next week. He and I are scientists, and I hope scientists of no mean order. We have come to England for the purpose of experimenting. In this land of the free we can do what we please. We feel, Mr. Pleydell, you look so sympathizing that I cannot help confiding in you, we feel that we are on the verge of a very great, a very astounding discovery, at which the world, yes, the whole world, will wonder. This house is the one of all others for our purpose. When can we take possession, Mr. Pleydell?" I asked several questions, which were all answered to my satisfaction, and finally returned to town, prepared to draw up a lease by which the house and grounds known as the Rosary, Hampstead Heath, were to be handed over at a very high rent to Mrs. Skeef. I felt pleased at the good stroke of business which I had done for a client, and had no apprehensions of any sort. Little did I guess what that afternoon's work would mean to me, and still more to one whom I had ever been proud to call my greatest friend. Everything went off without a hitch. The Rosary passed into the hands of Mrs. Skeef, and also into the hands of her brother, Signor Morello, a tall, dark, very handsome man, bearing all over him the well-known characteristics of a Spanish don. A week or two went by, and the affair had well nigh passed my memory, when one afternoon I heard eager, excited words in my clerk's room, and the next moment my head clerk entered, followed by the fair-haired, English-looking girl who had called herself Muriel Skeef. "I want to speak to you, Mr. Pleydell," she said in great agitation. "Can I see you alone, and at once?" "Certainly," I answered. I motioned to the clerk to leave us, and helped the young lady to a chair. "I cannot stay but a moment," she began. "Even now I am followed. Mr. Pleydell, he has told me that he knows you. It was on that account I persuaded my stepmother to come to you about a house. You are his greatest friend, for he has said it." "Of whom are you talking?" I asked in a bewildered tone. "Of Oscar Digby," she replied. "The great traveler, the great discoverer, the greatest, most single-minded, the grandest man of his age. You know him? Yes, yes." She paused for breath. Her eyes were full of tears. "Indeed, I do know him," I answered. "He is my very oldest friend. Where is he? What is he doing? Tell me all about him." She had risen. Her hands were clasped tightly together. Her face was white as death. "He is on his way to England," she answered. "Even now he may have landed. He brings great news, and the moment he sets foot in London, he is in danger." "What do you mean?" "I cannot tell you what I mean. I dare not. He is your friend, and it is your province to save him." "But from what, Miss Scaife? You have no right to come here and make ambiguous statements. If you come to me at all, you ought to be more explicit." She trembled now, and as though she could not stand any longer, dropped into a chair. "I am not brave enough to explain things more fully," she said. "I can only repeat my words. Your friend is in danger. Tell him, if you can, if you will, to have nothing to do with us. Keep him at all risks away from us. If he mentions us, pretend that you do not know anything about us. I would not speak like this if I had not cause, the gravest. When we took the rosary, I did not believe that matters were so awful. Indeed, then I was unaware that Mr. Digby was returning to London. But last night I overheard— Oh, Mr. Playdale, I can tell you no more. Pity me and do not question me. Keep Oscar Digby away from the rosary, and if possible, do not betray me. But if in no other way you can ensure his leaving us alone, tell him that I, yes, I, Muriel Scaife, wish it. There, I cannot do more." She was trembling more terribly than ever. She took out her handkerchief to wipe the moisture from her brow. "I must fly," she said. "If this visit is discovered, my life is worth very little." After she had gone, I sat in absolute amazement. My first sensation was that the girl must be mad. Her pallor, her trembling, her vague innuendos pointed surely to a condition of nerves, the reverse of sane. But although the madness of Muriel Scaife seemed the most possible solution of her strange visit, I could not cast the thing from my memory. I felt almost needlessly disturbed by it. All day her extraordinary words haunted me, and when, on the next day, Digby, whom I had not seen for years, unexpectedly called, I remembered Miss Scaife's visit with a queer and ever-increasing sense of apprehension. Digby had been away from London for several years. Before he went, he and I had shared the same rooms, had gone about together, and had been chums in the fullest sense of the word. It was delightful to see him once again. His hearty, loud laugh fell refreshingly on my ears, and one or two glances into his face removed my fears. After all, it was impossible to associate danger with one so big, so burly, with such immense physical strength. His broad forehead, his keen, frank blue eyes, his smiling mouth, his strong and muscular hands all denoted strength of mind and body. He looked as if he were muscle all over. "Well," he said, "here I am, and I have a good deal to tell you. I want your help also, old man. It is your business to introduce me to the most promising and most enterprising financier of the day. I have it in my power, Playdell, to make his fortune, and yours, and my own, and half a dozen other people's as well." "Tell me all about it," I said. I sat back in my chair, prepared to enjoy myself. Oscar was a very noted traveler and thought much of by the Geographical Society. He came nearer to me and dropped his voice a little. "I have made an amazing discovery," he said, "and that is one reason why I have hurried back to London. I do not know whether you are sufficiently conversant with the extraordinary and out-of-the-way places on our globe, but anyhow, I may as well tell you that there is a wonderful region, as yet very little known, which lies on the watershed of the Essequibo and Amazon rivers. In that region are situated the old Montes de Cristes, or Crystal Mountains, the disputed boundary between British Guiana and Brazil. There also, according to the legend, was supposed to be the wonderful lost city of Manos. Many expeditions were sent out to discover it in the 17th century, and it was the El Dorado of Sir Walter Raleigh's famous expedition in 1615, the failure of which cost him his head." I could not help laughing. "This sounds like an old geography lesson. What have you to do with this terra incognita?" He leant forward and dropped his voice. "Do not think me mad," he said, "for I speak in all sanity. I have found the lost El Dorado." "Nonsense!" I cried. "It is true. I do not mean to say that I have found the mythical city of gold. That, of course, does not exist. But what I have discovered is a spot close to Lake Amaku that is simply laden with gold. The estimates computed on my specimens and reports make it out to be the richest place in the world. The whole thing is, as yet, a close secret, and I have come to London now to put it into the hands of a big financier. A company must be formed with a capital of something like 10 millions to work it. By Jove, I cried, you astonish me. The thing will create an enormous sensation, he went on, and I shall be a millionaire, that is, if the secret does not leak out. The secret? I cried. Yes, the secret of its exact locality. Have you the charts? Yes, but those I would rather not disclose, even to you, old man, just yet. I was silent for a moment, then I said, Horace Lancaster is the biggest financier in the whole of London. He is undoubtedly your man. If you can satisfy him with your reports, charts, and specimens, he can float the company. You must see him, Digby. Yes, that is what I want, he cried. I will telephone to his office at once. I rang the bell for my clerk and gave him directions. He left the room. In a few minutes he returned with the information that Lancaster was in Paris. He won't be back for a week, sir, said the clerk. He left the room, and I looked at Digby. Are you prepared to wait? I asked. He shrugged his great shoulders. I must, I suppose, he said, but it is provoking. At any moment another may forestall me. Not that it is likely, but there is always the possibility. Shall we talk over matters tonight, Pleydell? Will you dine with me at my club? With a heart and a half, I answered. By the way, continued Digby, some friends of mine, Brazilians, ought to be in London now, a lady of the name of Scaiffe, with her pretty little stepdaughter, an English girl. I should like to introduce you to them. They are remarkably nice people. I had a letter from Mrs. Scaiffe just as I was leaving Brazil, telling me that they were en route for England, and asking me to look her up in town. I wonder where they are. Her brother, too, Signor Morello, is a most charming man. Why, Pleydell, what is the matter? I was silent for a moment, then I said, If I were you, I would have nothing to do with these people. I happen to know their whereabouts, and— Well? He said, opening his eyes in amazement. The little girl does not want you to call on them, Digby. Take her advice. She looked true and good. To my astonishment, I saw that the big fellow seemed quite upset at my remarks. True, he said, beginning to pace the room. Of course the little thing is true. I tell you, Pleydell, I am fond of her. Not engaged, or anything of that sort, but I like her. I was looking forward to meeting them. The mother, the stepmother, I mean, is a magnificent woman. I am great friends with her. I was staying at their quinta last winter. I also know the brother, Signor Morello. Has little Muriel lost her head? She is anxious and frightened. The whole thing seems absurd, of course, but she certainly did beg me to keep you away from her stepmother, and I half promised to respect her secret and not to tell you the name of the locality where Mrs. Scaiffe and Signor Morello are at present living. He tried not to look annoyed, but he evidently was so. A few moments later he left me. That evening Digby and I dined together. We afterwards went exhaustively into the great subject of his discovery. He showed me his specimens and reports, and, in short, so completely fired my enthusiasm that I was all impatience for Lancaster's return. The thing was a big thing, one worth fighting for. We said no more about Mrs. Scaiffe, and I hoped that my friend would not fall into the hands of a woman who, I began to fear, was little better than an adventuress. 3 or 4 days passed. Lancaster was still detained in Paris, and Digby was evidently eating his heart out with impatience at the unavoidable delay in getting his great scheme floated. One afternoon he burst noisily into my presence. "Well," he cried, "the little girl has discovered herself. Talk of women and their pranks! She came to see me at my hotel. She declared that she could not keep away. I just took the little thing in my arms and hugged her. We are going to have a honeymoon when the company is floated, and this evening, Pleydell, I dine at the Rosary. Ha, ha, my friend! I know all about the secret retreat of the Scaiffes by this time. Little Muriel told me herself. I dine there tonight, and they want you to come, too." I was about to refuse when, as if in a vision, the strange, entreating, suffering face of Muriel Scaiffe, as I had seen it the day she implored me to save my friend, rose up before my eyes. Whatever her present inexplicable conduct might mean, I would go with Digby tonight. We arrived at the Rosary between 7 and 8 o'clock. Mrs. Scaiffe received us in oriental splendor. Her dress was a wonder of magnificence. Diamonds flashed in her raven-black hair and glittered round her shapely neck. She was certainly one of the most splendid-looking women I had ever seen, and Digby was not many moments in her company before he was completely subjugated by her charms. The pale little Muriel looked washed out and insignificant beside this gorgeous creature. Signor Morello was a masculine edition of his handsome sister. His presence and his wonderful courtly grace of manner seemed but to enhance and accentuate her charms. At dinner we were served by Spanish servants, and a repulsive-looking negro of the name Sampson stood behind Mrs. Scaife's chair. She was in high spirits, drank freely of champagne, and openly alluded to the great discovery. "You must show us the chart, my friend," she said. "No," he answered in an emphatic voice. He smiled as he spoke, and showed his strong, white teeth. She bent towards him and whispered something. He glanced at Muriel, whose face was deadly white. Then he rose abruptly. "As regards anything else, command me," he said, "but not the chart." Mrs. Scaife did not press him further. The ladies went into the drawing-room, and by Digby and I found ourselves returning to London. During the journey I mentioned to him that Lancaster had wired to say that he would be at his office and prepared for a meeting on Friday. This was Monday night. "I am glad to hear that the thing will not be delayed much longer," he answered. "I may as well confess that I am devoured by impatience." "Your mind will soon be at rest," I replied. "And now, one more thing, old man. I must talk frankly. I do not like Mrs. Scaife. I do not like Signor Morello. As you value all your future, keep that chart out of the hands of those people." "Am I mad?" he questioned. "The chart is seen by no living soul until I place it in Lancaster's hands. But all the same, Pleydell," he added, "you are prejudiced. Mrs. Scaife is one of the best of women." "Think her so, if you will," I replied. "But whatever you do, keep your knowledge of your Eldorado to yourself. Remember that on Friday the whole thing will be safe in Lancaster's keeping." He promised, and I left him. On Tuesday I saw nothing of Digby. On Wednesday evening, when I returned home late, I received the following letter. "I am not mad. I have heavily bribed the kitchen maid, the only English woman in the whole house, to post this for me. I was forced to call on Mr. Digby, and to engage myself to him at any cost. I am now strictly confined to my room, under pretense of illness. In reality I am quite well, but a close prisoner. Mr. Digby dined here again last night, and under the influence of a certain drug introduced into his wine, has given away the whole of his discovery, except the exact locality. He is to take supper here late tomorrow night, Thursday, and to bring the chart. If he does, he will never leave the Rosary alive. All is prepared. I speak who know. Don't betray me, but save him." The letter fell from my hands. What did it mean? Was Digby's life in danger, or had the girl who wrote to me really gone mad? The letter was without date, without any heading, and without signature. Nevertheless, as I picked it up and read it carefully over again, I was absolutely convinced beyond a shadow of doubt of its truth. Muriel Scaife was not mad. She was a victim, to how great an extent I did not dare to think. Another victim, one in even greater danger, was Oscar Digby. I must save him. I must do what the unhappy girl who was a prisoner in that awful house implored of me. It was late, nearly midnight, but I knew that I had not a moment to lose. I had a friend, a certain Dr. Garland, who had been police surgeon for the Westminster Division for several years. I went immediately to his house in Eaton Square. As I had expected, he was up, and without any preamble, I told him the whole long story of the last few weeks. Finally, I showed him the letter. He heard me without once interrupting. He read the letter without comment. When he folded it up and returned it to me, I saw that his keen, clean-shaven face was full of interest. He was silent for several moments. Then he said, "I am glad you came to me. This story of yours may mean a very big thing. We have 4 prima facie points. 1. Your friend has this enormously valuable secret about the place in Guyana or on its boundary. 2. He is very intimate with Mrs. Scaife, her stepdaughter, and her brother. The intimacy started in Brazil. 3. He is engaged to the stepdaughter, who evidently is being used as a sort of tool, and is herself in a state of absolute terror, and so far as one can make out, is not specially in love with Digby, nor Digby with her. 4. Mrs. Scaife and her brother are determined, at any risk, to secure the chart which Digby is to hand to them tomorrow evening. The girl thinks this so important that she has practically risked her life to give you due warning. By the way, when did you say Lancaster would return? Has he made an appointment to see Digby and yourself? Yes, at 11 o'clock on Friday morning. Doubtless Mrs. Scaife and her brother know of this. Probably, I answered. As far as I can make out, they have such power over Digby that he confides everything to them. Just so. They have power over him, and they are not scrupulous as to the means they use to force his confidence. If Digby goes to the Rosary tomorrow evening, the interview with Lancaster will, in all probability, never take place. What do you mean? I cried in horror. Why, this. Mrs. Scaife and Signor Morello are determined to learn Digby's secret. It is necessary for their purpose that they should know the secret, and also that they should be the sole possessors of it. You see why they want Digby to call on them? They must get his secret from him before he sees Lancaster. The chances are that if he gives it up, he will never leave the house alive. Then what are we to do? I asked. For Garland's meaning stunned me, and I felt incapable of thought or of any mode of action. Leave this matter in my hands. I am going immediately to see Inspector Frost. I will communicate with you directly anything serious occurs. The next morning I called upon Digby and found him breakfasting at his club. He looked worried, and when I came in, his greeting was scarcely cordial. "What a solemn face, Pleydell," he said. "Is anything wrong?" He motioned me to a seat near. I sank into it. "I want you to come out of town with me," I said. "I can take a day off. Shall we both run down to Brighton? We can return in time for our interview with Lancaster tomorrow." "It is impossible," he answered. "I should like to come with you, but I have an engagement for tonight." "Are you going to the Rosary?" I asked. "I am," he replied after a moment's pause. "Why, what is the matter?" he added. "I suppose I may consider myself a free agent." There was marked irritation in his tone. "I wish you would not go," I said. "Why not?" "I do not trust the people." "Folly, Pleydell. In the old days you used not to be so prejudiced." "I had not the same cause. Digby, if ever people are trying to get you into their hands, they are those people. Have you not already imparted your secret to them?" "How do you know?" he exclaimed, springing up and turning crimson. "Well, can you deny it?" His face paled. "I don't know that I want to," he said. "Mrs. Scaife and Morello will join me in this matter. There is no reason why things should be kept dark from them." "But is this fair or honorable to Lancaster? Remember, I have already written fully to him. Do, I beg of you, be careful." "Lancaster cannot object to possible wealthy shareholders," was Digby's answer. "Anyhow," he added, laughing uneasily, "I object to being interfered with. Pray understand that, old man, if we are to continue friends. And now, bye-bye for the present. We meet at 11 o'clock tomorrow at Lancaster's." His manner gave me no pretext for remaining longer with him, and I returned to my own work. About 5 o'clock on that same day a telegram was handed to me, which ran as follows: "Come here at once, Garland." I left the house, hailed a hansom, and in a quarter of an hour was shown into Garland's study. He was not alone. A rather tall, gray-haired, gray-mustached, middle-aged man was with him. This man was introduced to me as Inspector Frost. "Now, Pleydell," said Garland in his quick, incisive way, "listen to me carefully. The time is short. Inspector Frost and I have not ceased our inquiries since you called on me last night. I must tell you that we believe the affair to be of the most serious kind. Time is too pressing now to enter into all details, but the thing amounts to this. There is the gravest suspicion that Mrs. Scaife and her brother, Signor Morello, are employed by a notorious gang in Brazil to force Digby to disclose the exact position of the gold mine. We also know for certain that Mrs. Scaife is in constant and close communication with some very suspicious people, both in London and in Brazil. Now listen, the crisis is to be tonight. Digby is to take supper at the Rosary, and there to give himself absolutely away. He will take his chart with him. That is the scheme. Digby must not go. That is, if we can possibly prevent him. We expect you to do what you can under the circumstances, but as the case is so serious, and as it is more than probable that Digby will not be persuaded, Inspector Frost and myself, and a number of men of his division, will surround the house as soon as it becomes dark. And if Digby should insist on going in, every protection in case of difficulty will be given him. The presence of the police will also ensure the capture of Mrs. Scaife and her brother." "You mean," I said, "that you will, if necessary, search the house?" "Yes." "But how can you do so without a warrant?" "We have thought of that. said Garland with a smile. "A magistrate, living at Hampstead, has been already communicated with. If necessary, one of our men will ride over to his house and procure the requisite instrument to enforce our entrance." "Very well," I answered. "Then I will go at once to Digby's, but I may as well tell you plainly that I have very little hope of dissuading him." I drove as fast as I could to my friend's rooms, but was greeted with the information that he had already left and was not expected back until late that evening. This was an unlooked-for blow. I went to his club. He was not there. I then returned to Dr. Garland. "I failed to find him," I said. "What can be done? Is it possible that he has already gone to his fate?" "That is scarcely likely," replied Garland after a pause. "He was invited to supper at the Rosary, and according to your poor young friend's letter, the time named was late. There is nothing for it but to waylay him on the grounds before he goes in. You will come with us tonight, will you not, Pleydell?" "Certainly," I answered. Garland and I dined together. At 9:30 we left Eaton Square, and punctually at 10 o'clock the hansom we had taken put us down at one of the roads on the north side of the heath. The large house which I knew so well loomed black in the moonlight. The night was cold and fresh. The moon was in its second quarter and was shining brightly. Garland and I passed down the dimly lit lane beside the wall. A tall, dark figure loomed from the darkness, and as it came forward, I saw that it was Inspector Frost. "Mr. Digby has not arrived yet," he said. "Perhaps, sir," he added, looking at me, "you can even now dissuade him, for it is a bad business. All my men are ready," he continued, "and at a signal the house will be surrounded, but we must have one last try to prevent his entering it. Come this way, please, sir," he added, beckoning me to follow him. We passed out into the road. "I am absolutely bewildered, Inspector," I said to him. "Do you mean to say there is really great danger?" "The worst I ever knew," was his answer. "You cannot stop a man entering a house if he wishes to. But I can tell you, Mr. Pleydell, I do not believe his life is worth that if he goes in." And the inspector snapped his fingers. He had scarcely ceased speaking when the jingling of the bells of a hansom sounded behind us. The cab drew up at the gates, and Oscar Digby alighted close to us. Inspector Frost touched him on the shoulder. He swung round and recognized me. "Halloa, Pleydell," he said in no very cordial accents. "What in the name of heaven are you doing here? What does this mean? Who is this man?" "I am a police officer, Mr. Digby, and I want to speak to you. Mr. Pleydell has asked you not to go into that house. You are, of course, free to do as you like, but I must tell you that you are running into great danger. Be advised by me, and go away." For answer, Digby thrust his hand into his breast pocket. He pulled out a note which he gave me. "Read that, Pleydell," he said, "and receive my answer." I tore the letter from its envelope and read in the moonlight, "Come to me, I am in danger and suffering. Do not fail me. Muriel." "A hoax! A forgery!" I could not help crying. "For God's sake, Digby, don't be mad." "Mad or sane, I go into that house," he said. His bright blue eyes flashed with passion, and his breath came quickly. "Hands off, sir! Don't keep me!" He swung himself away from me. "One word," called the inspector after him. "How long do you expect to remain?" "Perhaps an hour. I shall be home by midnight." "And now, sir, please listen. You can be assured, in case of any trouble, that we are here. And I may further tell you that if you are not out of the house by 1 o'clock, we shall enter with a search warrant." Digby stood still for a moment. Then he turned to me. "I cannot but resent your interference, but I believe you mean well. Good-bye." He wrung my hand and walked quickly up the drive. We watched him ring the bell. The door was opened at once by the negro servant. Digby entered. The door closed silently. Inspector Frost gave a low whistle. "I would not be that man for a good deal," he said. Garland came up to us both. "Is the house entirely surrounded, Frost?" I heard him whisper. Frost smiled, and I saw his white teeth gleam in the darkness. He waved his hand. "There is not a space of 6 feet between man and man," I heard him say, "and now we have nothing to do but wait and hope for at least an hour and a half. If in an hour's time Mr. Digby does not reappear, I shall send a man for the warrant. At 1 o'clock we enter the house." Garland and I stood behind a large fir tree in a dense shade and within the enclosed garden. The minutes seemed to crawl. Our conversation was limited to low whispers at long intervals. 11 o'clock chimed on the church clock nearby, then 1/2 sounded on the night air. My ears were strained to catch the expected click of the front door latch, but it did not come. The house remained wrapped in silence. Once Garland whispered, "Hark!" We listened closely. It certainly seemed to me that a dull, muffled sound, as of pounding or hammering, was just audible, but whether it came from the house or not, it was impossible to tell. At 11:45, the one remaining lighted window on the first floor became suddenly dark. Still, there was no sign of Digby. Midnight chimed. Frost said a word to Garland and disappeared, treading softly. He was absent for more than half an hour. When he returned, I heard him say, "I have got it," and he touched his pocket with his hand as he spoke. The remaining moments went by in intense anxiety, and just as the deep boom of 1 o'clock was heard, the inspector laid his hand on my shoulder. "Come along, quietly," he whispered. Some sign, conveyed by a low whistle, passed from him to his men, and I heard the bushes rustle around us. The next moment we had ascended the steps, and we could hear the deep whir of the front door-bell as Frost pressed the button. In less time than we had expected, we heard the bolts shot back. The door was opened on a chain, and a black face appeared at the slit. "Who are you, and what do you want?" said a voice. "I have called for Mr. Digby," said Frost. "Go and tell him that his friend, Mr. Playdell, and also Dr. Garland, want to see him immediately." A look of blank surprise came over the negro's face. "But no one of the name of Digby lives here," he said. "Mrs. Scaife lives here," replied the inspector, "and also a Spanish gentleman of the name of Signor Mirello. Tell them that I wish to see them immediately, and that I am a police officer." A short conversation was evidently taking place within. The next moment the door was flung open, electric lights sprang into being, and my eyes fell upon Mrs. Scaife. She was dressed with her usual magnificence. She came forward with a stately calm, and stood silently before us. Her large black eyes were gleaming. "Well, Mr. Playdell," she said, speaking in an easy voice, "what is the reason of this midnight disturbance? I am always glad to welcome you to my house, but is not the hour a little late?" Her words were interrupted by Inspector Frost, who held up his hand. "Your attitude, madam," he said, "is hopeless. We have all come here with a definite object. Mr. Oscar Digby entered this house at 10:15 tonight. From that moment the house has been closely surrounded. He is therefore still here." "What is your authority for this unwarranted intrusion?" she said. Her manner changed, her face grew hard as iron. Her whole attitude was one of insolence and defiance. The inspector immediately produced his warrant. She glanced over it and uttered a shrill laugh. "Mr. Digby is not in the house," she said. She had scarcely spoken before an adjoining door was opened, and Signor Morello, looking gaunt and very white about the face, approached. She looked up at him and smiled, then she said carelessly, "Gentlemen, this is my brother, Signor Morello." The signor bowed slightly, but did not speak. "Once more," said Frost, "where is Mr. Digby?" "I repeat once more," said Mrs. Scaife, "that Mr. Digby is not in this house." "But we saw him enter at 10:15. She shrugged her shoulders. "He is not here now." "He could not have gone, for the house has been surrounded." Again she gave her shoulders a shrug. "You have your warrant, gentlemen," she said. "You can look for yourselves." Frost came up to her. "I regret to say, madam, that you, this gentleman, and all your servants must consider yourselves under arrest until we find Mr. Oscar Digby." "That will be forever, then," she replied. "But please yourselves." My heart beat with an unwonted sense of terror. What could the woman mean? Digby, either dead or alive, must be in the house. The operations which followed were conducted rapidly. The establishment, consisting of Mrs. Scaife, her brother, 2 Spanish men-servants, 2 maids, 1 of Spanish extraction, and the negro who had opened the door to us, were summoned and placed in the charge of a police sergeant. Muriel Scaife was nowhere to be seen. Then our search of the house began. The rooms on the ground floor, consisting of the drawing-room, dining-room, and 2 other big rooms, were fitted up in quite an everyday manner. We did not take much time going through them. In the basement, the large cellar which had attracted Mrs. Scaife's pleased surprise on the day when I took her to see the rosary had now been fitted up as a laboratory. I gazed at it in astonishment. It was evidently intended for the manufacture of chemicals on an almost commercial scale. All the latest chemical and electrical apparatus were to be found there, as well as several large machines, the purposes of which were not evident. One in particular I especially noticed. It was a large tank with a complicated equipment for the manufacture of liquid air in large quantities. We had no time to give many thoughts to the laboratory just then. A foreboding sense of ever-increasing fear was upon each and all of us. It was sufficient to see that Digby was not there. Our search in the upper regions was equally unsuccessful. We were just going downstairs again when Frost drew my attention to a door which we had not yet opened. We went to it and found it locked. Putting our strength to work, Garland and I between us burst it open. Within we found a girl crouching by the bed. She was only partly dressed, and her head was buried in her hands. We went up to her. She turned, saw my face, and suddenly clung to me. "Have you found him? Is he safe?" "I do not know, my dear," I answered, trying to soothe her. "We are looking for him. God grant us success." "Did he come to the house? I have been locked in here all day and heavily drugged. I have only just recovered consciousness and scarcely know what I am doing. Is he in the house?" "He came in. We are searching for him. We hope to find him." "That you will never do!" She gave a piercing cry and fell unconscious on the floor. We placed the unhappy girl on the bed. Garland produced brandy and gave her a few drops. She came to in a couple of minutes and began to moan feebly. We left her, promising to return. We had no time to attend to her just then. When we reached the hall, Frost stood still. "The man is not here," he muttered. "But he is here," was Garland's incisive answer. "Inspector, you have got to tear the place to pieces." The latter nodded. The inspector's orders were given rapidly, and dawn was just breaking when 10 policemen, ordered in from outside, began their systematic search of the entire house from roof to basement. Pick and crowbar were ruthlessly applied, and never have I seen a house in such a mess. Floorings were torn up and rafters cut through. Broken plaster littered the rooms and lay about on the sumptuous furniture. Walls were pierced and bored through. Closets and cupboards were ransacked. The backs of the fireplaces were torn out and the chimneys explored. Very little was said as our investigation proceeded, and room after room was checked off. Finally, an exhaustive examination of the basement and cellars completed our search. "Well, Dr. Garland, are you satisfied?" asked the inspector. We had gone back to the garden, and Garland was leaning against a tree, his hands thrust in his pockets, and his eyes fixed on the ground. Frost pulled his long mustache and breathed quickly. "Are you satisfied?" he repeated. "We must talk sense, or we shall all go mad," was Garland's answer. "The thing is absurd, you know. Men don't disappear. Let us work this thing out logically. There are only 3 planes in space, and we know matter is indestructible. If Digby left this house, he went up, down, or horizontally. Up is out of the question. If he disappeared in a balloon or was shot off the roof, he must have been seen by us, for the house was surrounded. He certainly did not pass through the cordon of men. He did not go down, for every cubic foot of basement and cellar has been accounted for, as well as every cubic foot of space in the house. So we come to the chemical change of matter, dissipation into gas by heat. There are no furnaces, no ashes, no gas cylinders, nor dynamos, nor carbon points. The time when we lost sight of him to the time of entrance was exactly 2 hours and 3/4. There is no way out of it. He is still there. "He is not there," was the quiet retort of the inspector. "I have sent for the assistant commissioner to Scotland Yard, and will ask him to take over the case. It is too much for me." The tensions in our minds had now reached such a state of strain that we began to fear our own shadows. Oscar Digby, standing as it were on the threshold of a very great future, the hero of a legend worthy of old romance, had suddenly and inexplicably vanished. I could not get my reason to believe that he was not still in the house, for there was not the least doubt that he had not come out. What would happen in the next few hours? "Is there no secret chamber or secret passage that we have overlooked?" I said, turning to the inspector. "The walls have been tapped," he replied. "There is not the slightest indication of a hollow. There are no underground passages. The man is not within these walls." He now spoke with a certain degree of irritation in his voice, which the mystery of the case had evidently awakened in his mind. A few moments later the sound of approaching wheels caused us to turn our heads. A cab drew up at the gates, out of which alighted the well-known form of Sir George Frere. Garland had already entered the house, and on Sir George appearing on the scene, he and I followed him. We had just advanced across the hall to the room where the members of the household, with the exception of poor Muriel Scaiffe, were still detained, when to our utter amazement a long, strange peal of laughter sounded from below. This was followed by another, and again by another. The laughter came from the lips of Garland. We glanced at each other. What on earth did it mean? Together we darted down the stone steps, but before we reached the laboratory another laugh rang out. All hope in me was suddenly changed to a chilling fear, for the laugh was not natural. It had a clanging metallic sound, without any mirth. In the center of the room stood Garland. His mouth was twitching, and his breath jerked in and out convulsively. "What is it? What is the matter?" I cried. He made no reply, but pointing to a machine with steel blocks, once more broke into a choking, gurgling laugh, which made my flesh creep. Had he gone mad? Sir George moved swiftly across to him and laid his hand on his shoulder. "Come, what is all this, Garland?" he said sternly, though his own face was full of fear. I knew Garland to be a man of extraordinary self-control, and I could see that he was now holding himself in with all the force at his command. "It is no use, I cannot tell you," he burst out. "What, you know what has become of him?" "Yes." "You can prove it?" "Yes." "Speak out, man." "He is not here," said Garland. "Then where is he?" He flung his hand out towards the heath, and I saw that the fit was taking him again, but once more he controlled himself. Then he said in a clear, level voice, "He is dead, Sir George, and you can never see his body. You cannot hold an inquest, for there is nothing to hold it on. The winds have taken him and scattered him in dust on the heath. Don't look at me like that, Pleydell. I am sane, although it is a wonder we are not all mad over this business. Look and listen." He pointed to the great metal tank. "I arrived at my present conclusion by a process of elimination," he began. "Into that tank which contained liquid air, Digby, gagged and bound, must have been placed violently, probably after he had given away the chart. Death would have been instantaneous, and he would have been frozen into complete solidity in something like 40 minutes. The ordinary laboratory experiment is to freeze a rabbit, which can then be powdered into mortar like any other friable stone. The operation here has been the same. It is only a question of size. Remember, we are dealing with 312 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And then, well, look at this and these." He pointed to a large machine with steel blocks and to a bench littered with saws, chisels, pestles, and mortars. "That machine is a stonebreaker," he said. "On the dust adhering to these blocks, I found this." He held up a test tube containing a blue liquid. "The Guiagum test," he said. "In other words, blood. This fact taken with the facts we already know, that Digby never left the house, that the only other agent of destruction of a body, fire, is out of the question, that this tank is the receptacle of that enormous machine for making liquid air in very large quantities, and above all the practical possibility of the operation being conducted by the men who are at present in the house, afford me absolutely conclusive proof, beyond a possibility of doubt, as to what has happened. The body of that unfortunate man is as if it had never been, without a fragment of pinpoint size for identification or evidence. It is beyond the annals of all the crimes that I have ever heard of. What law can help us? Can you hold an inquest on nothing? Can you charge a person with murder where no victim or trace of a victim can be produced?" A sickly feeling came over me. Garland's words carried their own conviction, and we knew that we stood in the presence of a horror without a name. Nevertheless, to the police mind, horror per se does not exist. To them there is always a mystery, a crime, and a solution. That is all. The men beside me were police once more. Sentiment might come later. "Are there any reporters here?" asked Sir George. "None," answered Frost. "Good. Mr. Oscar Digby has disappeared. There is no doubt how. There can, of course, be no arrest, as Dr. Garland has just said. Our official position is this. We suspect that Mr. Digby has been murdered, but the search for the discovery of the body has failed. That is our position." Before I left that awful house, I made arrangements to have Muriel Scaiffe conveyed to a London hospital. I did not consult Mrs. Scaiffe on the subject. I could not get myself to say another word to the woman. In the hospital a private ward was secured for the unhappy girl, and there for many weeks she hovered between life and death. Meanwhile, Mrs. Scaiffe and her brother were detained at the Rosary. They were closely watched by the police, and although they made many efforts to escape, they found it impossible. Our hope was that when Muriel recovered strength, she would be able to substantiate a case against them. But, alas, this hope was unfounded, for as the girl recovered there remained a blank in her memory which no efforts on our part could fill. She had absolutely and completely forgotten Oscar Digby, and the house on Hampstead Heath was to her as though it had never existed. In all other respects she was well. Under these circumstances we were forced to allow the Spaniard and his sister to return to their own country, our one most earnest hope being that we might never see or hear of them again. Meanwhile, Muriel grew better. I was interested in her from the first. When she was well enough, I placed her with some friends of my own. A year ago, she became my wife. I think she is happy. A past which is forgotten cannot trouble her. I have long ago come to regard her as the best and truest woman living. End of The Man Who Disappeared.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13. Montague's New Act by Carl Mason. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Montague's New Act. August 13. Strange how some little unconscious action or trivial incident will suddenly awaken a train of thought. I mused as I stood in my rooms, staring at the postmark on a letter from my mother which I had just torn open. It was the date in the circle which brought the whole affair to my mind and recalled the favor I had promised Montague. "Andrews," he had said to me while he was packing his trunk, "if I'm not back in a year from tonight, I wish you'd go down to the bank and get the contents of my lockbox. The lease expires then. There's nothing of great value in it. Keep what you want and destroy the rest. You'll find some old letters and clippings which may give you a theme for one of your stories." He handed me the key, told me the password, and said that he had left instructions for me to act for him. I was sorry to lose such a good companion, but as he seemed so set on getting back to England, his old home, I did not express my whole feelings, not wanting to cast him into one of the fits of depression he was subject to. And now a year had passed. From that night I had neither heard from nor seen him. Today was August 13. I think it was Montague's appearance which first attracted me when I saw him at the club where we both lived. He suggested so much vitality held in reserve, dignity so delicately poised, his broad, powerful shoulders, his erect, almost stately carriage, his white hair, worn rather long, his immaculate dress, all made him a mark of admiration for both feminine and masculine eyes. Even if he was quite a few years the older, some time later, when we did meet by introduction, we almost instantly seemed to be drawn to each other and soon became close companions. When I say that we became close companions, I must explain. Although we were a great deal in each other's company, neither ever made a confidant of the other. At least Montague never made one of me. He always seemed to hold me at a distance about some things. Whenever there were any allusions made to his past life, the lines in his face would tighten, his eyes narrow somewhat, and he would either change the subject instantly or lapse into a moody dejection which would sometimes last for days. It did not take me long to understand that here was a subject he did not care to touch upon, something that seemed to give him pain, and out of respect for his feelings, I would not press the topic. Consequently, I never found out who Montague, a name I always believed to be assumed, really was. He was, I soon learned, a keen observer, a student of human nature. His deductions were always keen and cutting as a scalpel, going right to the heart of things. He was continually studying men's faces, their gestures, their mannerisms. He did it all so earnestly, it soon appeared to me to be no mere diversion or amusement. Once or twice I almost came to the conclusion that he was really searching for some one particular person. To my knowledge, he neither received a letter nor wrote one during the time I knew him. He never seemed to be extravagant, either in his pleasure or way of living. On the other hand, while apparently without vocation, he always had plenty of money to supply his needs. One thing Montague was extremely careful of, his physical condition. He was always early to bed and early to rise. He exercised regularly in the gymnasium at the club or at the YMCA. On the horses, or the horizontal bars, there were none, not even the instructors, who could surpass him. Some there were who ventured the opinion that at some time in his youth he may have been a professional gymnast or performer. One day, while he was under the spell of one of his moods of depression, he gave me a fleeting glimpse of another side of his nature which heretofore I had never noticed. It was when one of the young chaps at the club was giving a farewell dinner before his wedding. Montague and I were near the door of the banquet room, and as we passed we noticed the groom-elect's face all wreathed in smiles. "He looks happy," I remarked. "He has a right to be," answered Montague. "It's the greatest event in any man's life." It wasn't so much what he said, but the way he said it, that made me feel for him. There was such a note of sadness in his voice, as if at some time the iron of a great disappointment had entered deep into his soul. From this I concluded that in the past some searing misfortune must have fallen his lot. It was I who suggested taking the small furnished apartment up in Harlem. June had set in hot and sticky, and the little cubbyhole rooms at the club were already stuffy and oppressive. Montague thought it a capital idea, and we made the change to 2 bedrooms, a bath, and a small kitchen, which we seldom used. Montague occupied one of the bedrooms and I the other. There was no choice, for each had a window opening onto a wide, well-lighted, airy court which separated our building from the one fronting on the other street by a good 20 feet. "Talk about comfort," I remarked several evenings later when I came home from my work on the paper. "Why, the asphalt's melting on the streets downtown. It's so hot." "Hot!" Montague exclaimed, knocking the ashes from his pipe into the tray on the windowsill near where he was sitting. "Why, I've been as comfortable as can be. There's always a breeze here." Dusk was just blending into night as I glanced out of the window through which the air was playing. A man, across the court in the room opposite, turned on the light and stood outlined as in a frame. Montague, attracted by the sudden flare, also looked up. For a moment I thought I saw him start, but if he did, he immediately regained full control of himself, and for the time being I completely forgot the incident. The next few days found Montague in one of the worst of his moody spells. He seldom left the house, but kept to his room, smoking and reading, with what seemed to me no interest in either. Shortly after, thinking to arouse him from his apathy, I proposed a visit to the circus, which was then playing its annual engagement at the garden. But as he very politely yet emphatically refused by offering some transparent excuse, I did not press the invitation. Then came the fatal night. The heat was terrific, and had been for more than a week without relief. The nights were as bad as the days, with little or no breeze. Even up in our little apartment we began to feel uncomfortable. Toward evening, however, clouds began to bank up on the west, giving some hope, but they just hung on the horizon from lack of wind to move them, and served only to increase the discomfort by intense humidity. I threw my window wide open to catch any vagrant breeze which might be stirring. As I glanced out, I noticed that there were no lights in any of the windows of the house across the court, excepting the one directly opposite Montague's. It was only a struggling, pale, yellowish-blue gas flame turned very low, but vaguely outlining the room between the heavy curtains, which at that time of the season, I remembered, seemed very inappropriate and depressing. I turned away with a feeling little short of a premonition that something very terrible was going to happen. Aside from weather, there was nothing which could have induced the mood. In order to cast off this sinister spell, I lighted a cigarette and sat down to wait for some of the boys from the office, who were coming for our weekly session of penny ante. None of us could afford to play high, so we usually played long, the game often continuing well into the morning, with a light lunch sometime during a lull in the amusement. While I was smoking and waiting, Montague was in the bath. Later, after we had begun to play, he came into the room for a few moments, clad only in his pajamas and dressing gown. He spoke very cheerfully, wishing all of us good luck, but I noticed at the time that his humor seemed rather forced, also that he carefully avoided the window. Montague never joined in our game, so after watching several hands, he bade us good night and retired, leaving his door, which opened directly into my room, ajar. The game was not a spirited or excited one that night. The cards did not seem to run right, and the betting lagged dismally. Only occasionally did one of us have a good hand, and then usually there was no one to stay in the pot. "Deal me out this round," said Bob Whitcomb about midnight, as he pushed back his chair and arose, stretching himself. "I'm going to see if it won't change my luck. I haven't had a pair in 2 hours." He lighted his pipe and strode over to the window, where he stood enjoying the fragrance of the tobacco and letting the air play on his face. "Great guns!" he exclaimed a few minutes later, as a vivid flash of sheet lightning spread itself across the heavens. "Did you see that? We're going to have some storm." A rumble of thunder followed this speech, and large drops of rain began to spatter on the window ledge and fire escape. Then came that lull which nearly always precedes a storm of great violence. The breeze ceased. The rain stopped as quickly as it had come, and a deadly, ominous hush fell on all outside. Suddenly, this death-like stillness was punctuated by a scream. "Great God!" exclaimed Bob, staggering back, his face as white as the walls. "Did you hear that?" "What was it?" we all shouted, starting up from the table. "Over there," said Bob, shaking with great agitation, as he pointed to the room with the tiny gas light in the apartment across the court. "There was a man over there a moment ago. He was about to close the windows when someone from behind the curtain struck him down. I never saw such a look of horror on a man's face in all my life." Other heads were now appearing at all the windows, despite the downpour of rain which had begun at that moment. Bob had received an awful shock from the sight he had witnessed. It was several minutes before he fully recovered his composure, and only for the coolness and presence of mind of Montague who, having heard the commotion, had entered the room and was pressing a flask of liquor to Bob's lips, I do believe the boy would have fainted dead away. We left Whitcomb in Montague's care and hurried over to the other building. The police had not yet arrived, and the occupants of the other apartments, attired in a varied assortment of hastily snatched-up garments, were making an attempt to open the only door which led to the scene of the crime. However, their efforts were without reward, as the door was still barred on the inside by some extra heavy bolt, proving conclusively that the assailant must still be in the room with the victim, for no one had been seen to leave by the window, which was the only other way of escape. Finally, the police, who now arrived, forced the door, and with drawn revolvers cautiously stole into the room, fully prepared to meet some unknown foe. But there was none. Save for the victim, there was no one in the room. By the dim light of the flickering gas flame, I saw on the floor, over against the baseboard, just beneath the window partially covered by the curtain, which, in his fall, he had torn down, the huddled-up body of a man. Satisfied that the assailant was not about, the officers turned their attention to the figure on the floor. It was lying partially on its side, the face toward the window, the right hand hidden beneath the body. That the man was dead was plainly evident. But the manner in which he had come to his end was not apparent until the body was turned over. From the left breast, driven to the hilt, protruded a heavy, wicked-looking dagger. At the same time, it became evident that the victim had made some effort to defend himself, for as the police moved the body, a revolver of heavy caliber fell from the dead man's right hand. The murderer must have been too quick, however, for not a cartridge in the weapon had been discharged. All search, no matter how minute or careful, failed to bring to light the slightest evidence on which to establish either the motive for the crime or the identity of the perpetrator. How the murderer had entered the room, or how an escape had been effected after the fatal stabbing, has never become known. No one was seen to come, and stranger still, no one was seen to go. The door, bolted from within, proved conclusively that the assailant had not left the room that way. The window, the only other avenue of escape, had been continually watched by many eyes from the very moment when the scream had sounded and Whitcomb had witnessed the blow struck. No one had been seen to depart that way. Every inch of the walls and ceilings had been carefully examined and sounded many times. Even the floors had been torn up, in the hope of finding some clue to the mystery, but all without result. The identity of the victim was easily and quickly determined. Captain Bonda, at least so he was billed, was one of the featured performers of the circus then playing at the garden. The posters described him in glowing terms as the world's renowned champion marksman. Further than this, little could be learned of the man's private life. Circus performers, for the most part, are nomadic, wandering from town to town, year in and year out, first with one tented aggregation, then another, oftentimes changing their names as well as their acts. That the mystery of Captain Bonda's death was never cleared up was no fault of the police department. The best men on the detective force were put to work, but the case, baffling even them, after several months was finally marked on the records as unsolved. It was perhaps a month or so after the death of Captain Bonda that Montague first expressed a desire to return to his old home in England. About a week later, one evening when I came back from my work at the office, I was surprised to find him packing his trunk. It was then he asked me to look after the contents of his lockbox at the bank, should he not return within a year. That year is up. Tomorrow I shall fulfill my promise. Perhaps in writing the above facts last night I may have produced the impression that at the time I held some suspicion that Montague was in some way connected with the Captain Bonda mystery. But I assure you, up until this morning, when I opened his lockbox at the trunk, nothing was further from my mind. I found in the little steel case what I least expected: a large, well-filled envelope, carefully sealed and addressed to me. That was all. Noting the care Montague had exerted in preparing all this, I felt there must be something in the packet which was intended for my eyes alone. Therefore I refrained from breaking the seal until I reached the seclusion of my own room. In order that you may experience the same sensations and surprises, I herewith give you the letter, or rather a short history of Montague's life, as he had written it to me in his clear and distinctly legible handwriting, starting off, "Dear Andrews." Later I shall also describe the photographs which accompanied it. Last night I told you I was going to my old home in England. That was subterfuge. England is not my old home, nor am I going there. My one regret in leaving is that my departure will sever our companionship. We have been friends for quite a while, and as you have so patiently and silently tolerated my many moods and eccentricities, I feel that I owe you an explanation for some of my actions. When you read this, I shall be far away. If you care to, you may use what I am about to tell you as a theme for one of your stories. Montague is not my right name. I know you have suspicioned that long ago. What it really is does not matter now. That I have suffered, and that I have had one great misfortune in my life, I also know you must have suspected. I want to thank you for respecting my feelings enough not to have tried to open old wounds. This is not intended as a confession. I am simply relating facts, and as I am going to tell you everything, I may as well start at the beginning. 20 years ago, as you can judge from my present physical condition, I was in my prime professionally. My people before me have all been performers of one kind or another. If you were to trace them back, you would find some to have been with the earliest wagon shows of the United States, and even mountebanks or conjurers in Europe and the Orient. Naturally, as a child, I was brought up and trained along the same lines. My earliest recollections are of the circus, the spangles on my mother's bodice, the blare of the bands, the smell of animals and sawdust. Pride begins young. At 5, I felt it respond to the applause from the tiers of seats when my mother, swinging head downward from her trapeze, would catch my tiny wrists as I sped through space, hurled by my father from his swaying bar high up in the crown of the big top. Time, like everything else about the circus, moves fast. At 20, I was recognized as one of the foremost in my profession. It was about this time that I originated the trick which established my fame. Perhaps my early experience and the training of my parents really suggested it to my mind, and it was the danger of the act, I suppose, which appealed to both the audience and myself. The least false move, the slightest miscalculation, would bring disastrous results, perhaps death. But the applause by which every performer's salary is gauged meant much to my income and my own satisfaction as an artist. A year or so later, May Bell came into my life. I can still recall when I first saw her. A slight, trim little figure in pink tights, standing over near the exit leading to the dressing tents. She was intently watching me as I sat in my trapeze, high up under the canopy, wiping my hands, preparing to go through my number. It was her first view of our show, she having joined us only the day before at Memphis. At that moment the band stopped playing. The clowns left off their droll comedy. All the performers stood stock still. A hush fell on all that gathered throng. This was always done for effect, to concentrate all eyes on me, to impress on the audience that the big moment of the show had come, and that one jarring note might cause me to misjudge the distance and fall to possible death, for in those days we scorned nets as a safeguard. You perhaps have seen the act I am describing, for I soon had many imitators who afterwards even improved and elaborated on my feat, which is still today always a good attraction for any circus. During this electrical silence, I dropped down to the bar of the trapeze and, hanging by my hands, swung back and forth several times to gain momentum, and then, releasing my hold, flew whirling about through the air and caught another swinging trapeze more than 20 feet away. The moment I grasped the bar was always the cue for the band to play and the rest of the performance once more to resume its interrupted course. My act never failed to bring a storm of applause from the most blasé crowd. That day, as I hurried on my way to the dressing tent, Maybelle was still standing where I had first seen her. Her sweet, girlish face was pale with excitement and fear caused by my daring. As I passed, I smiled to her. "Say, mister," she said, "some day you're going to miss that bar." I made some answer and laughed at her fears, yet I knew that she was speaking the truth, that some day I would miss the bar. That was my first meeting with Maybelle, but not my last. 6 months later we were married, and began laying our plans for the day when together we could retire from the dangers of the show business and settle down on a little farm somewhere in Virginia, where she had come from. But our hopes were never realized. Many of the uninitiated think that married life in my profession is seldom happy. Personally, I do not hold the same opinion. I believe the proportion of disappointing marriages is no greater in public than in private life. One thing I am certain of, that Maybelle and I were ideally mated. 5 years of good luck were ours, something rare in the show business. During all that time we never wanted for employment, nor were we compelled to accept separate engagements. But the old saying about a long lane without a turning soon proved true. One cold, rainy day in early spring, only our 3rd week out, at Cincinnati, while hurtling through space from one trapeze to the other, I suddenly realized that Maybelle's first words to me were about to come true. As I flew through the air, they sounded in my ears just as distinctly as when she had spoken them more than 5 years before. "Say, mister, some day you're going to miss that bar." Instinctively I felt that day had come. Too late, I discovered that I had not attained sufficient momentum to carry me across the intervening distance. I did not miss the bar by very much. In fact, I touched it. With a sickening feeling, I felt its cold, clammy dampness as it slipped through my frantically grasping fingers. All through that downward rush I heard Maybelle's agonizing scream, for she understood what had happened. Fate often tempers misfortune. It did for me. The heavy rains of the morning and the night before had turned the lot into a veritable bog, and it was the soft, spongy ground which saved my life. As I lay in the hospital with Maybelle watching over me, one thought began to filter through my benumbed mind, that my days on the trapeze were over, for a while at least, perhaps forever. There were several reasons to make me believe that. A shattered shoulder, fractured ribs, and a broken left arm were some, but greatest of all was the old and seldom discredited belief that one good fall not only breaks the bones but the nerve as well of any aerialist. I had many times scoffed at this tradition, but that day, as I lay on my cot, I was convinced that it was no fallacy, but an undeniable truth. I knew I would never again swing from a trapeze up under the canvas of the big top, and I never did. I shall not bore you with the details of my recovery. Maybelle, of course, continued on with the show. When I was able, I soon set about perfecting something in which we could work double. All those many months I toiled hard, practicing and developing the necessary skill the new act demanded. You can imagine our joy when the next spring found us working together again. It was during this season that we met Garcia. I never liked the man from the very start. He seemed so self-centered, so cocksure of himself and everything he did. Perhaps it was his skill as a marksman which made him so egotistical. However, to give him the credit he deserved, he really put over some very remarkable feats with the rifle and revolver, soon becoming quite an attraction with the show. Garcia was a Spaniard, I believe. At least he had all the appearances of one. He was swarthy of complexion, well-proportioned physically, impulsive and quick in his movements and decisions. While we never came to open enmity at that time, I soon gained the impression that Garcia had no more love for me than I for him. Yet I suppose neither of us could have offered then any explanation for this secret hatred. Despite the existing feeling, we were much in each other's company, times when I noticed that Maybelle was very nervous and ill at ease, something foreign to her nature. I could not quite understand her, and put it down that, knowing the quick temper we both had, she feared some action or word might suddenly break our silently agreed-upon armistice. But I was far from the real cause of her worries. Thus things continued until one day in July, when Garcia failed to put in his appearance for the street parade. He had suddenly left the show the night before at Marengo, Illinois. "I'm so glad he's gone," exclaimed Maybelle when she heard the news, and her mood seemed to change instantly, as if some great load had been lifted from her. All that morning, and during that afternoon, while we were awaiting our call, she was more carefree and light-hearted than I had seen her for months. Also, through our act together, she smiled in a way that told me she was happy. And later, when she left me to do her part of the program alone, she blew one farewell kiss. Maybelle, in the vernacular of the profession, did an iron jaw act, a feat which is now very common but still popular. Hanging only by her teeth to a leather strap attached to a twisted rope cable, she would be hoisted to the top of the big tent, and there, like a dervish, would dizzily whirl about with outstretched arms, all the while swinging pendulum-like high above the ground. That there was grave danger for Maybelle you can readily understand. But what one of the many performers of the circus does not daily risk life and limb, that the audience may be thrilled and amused? Danger and skill are what the crowd mostly comes to see, and therefore must be supplied. It was Wingo, one of the clowns, who broke the news to me. "Brace up, old man. he said as he came into the dressing room and consolingly laid his hand on my shoulder. "I've got some mighty bad news for you." Even through the thick mask of grease paint on his face, I could read that something terrible had happened out in the arena. "Not about Maybelle. She didn't—" I choked up with fear, as if someone had suddenly grasped me by the throat. "Yes," he sadly answered. "Something went wrong with the rope. It broke while she was up. I think she's badly hurt, old man." Wingo was right. Maybelle was badly hurt. So badly that she died in my arms on the way to the hospital. But not before she told me all about Garcia. Despite my protests against any exertion as her voice grew weaker and weaker, in almost inaudible whispers, she related how he had tried to win her away from me, how, fearing to tell me of her trials, she had fought the battle alone, repulsing his advances time and again, how only the night before Garcia had vowed that if he could not have her, no one else would. It was all very clear then. Garcia had fulfilled his threat. Out of revenge, he had partially cut the rope, knowing that sooner or later, under Maybelle's weight, the few remaining strands would break and let her drop to certain death. The pain and anguish I suffered I shall pass over. Maybelle's death was a blow from which I have never recovered. One thing made me cling to life, the hope that someday I might meet Garcia and serve him as he had my wife. I left the circus immediately and never again went back to it as a performer. Maybelle and I had saved quite a neat sum against the day when we were to retire, so financially I had plenty. While I had every physical comfort, mentally I was the most unhappy of men. However, time, that great healer of all wounds, mental or physical, gradually alleviated my sorrow to some extent, but failed to eliminate the hope of finding the cause of my misery. I made every effort to locate Garcia, but all in vain. I sought him everywhere in this country, only to arrive at the decision that either he was dead, or, changing his name and destroying his identity completely, he had lost himself in Europe. Still, I did not give up the hunt. I fell to studying men's faces, their mannerisms, their gestures, in the hope that some time I might accidentally find the person I was seeking. I felt that, if still alive, a performer of Garcia's ability would sooner or later seek the greatest market for all theatrical wares, New York. With this thought in mind, I came here to live. That my deduction was correct you shall presently see. When you suggested that we take the small apartment in Harlem, I readily consented, because I was glad to have your companionship, which has been one of the few bright spots in my later years. I also knew that the neighborhood was frequented by theatrical people of all kinds, and to be there would give me further opportunity to prosecute my never-flagging search for Garcia. You may well imagine my surprise when one evening, shortly after we made the change, I saw the one I had sought for so long standing in a window across the court and directly opposite my own. It appeared as if fate had played right into my hand. I recognized Garcia instantly. That he, too, knew me was proven later when he was found dead clutching his weapon. You will undoubtedly remember that shortly after, you very kindly invited me to go to the circus which was then playing at the Garden. I refused, giving the excuse that such entertainments bored me. The truth of the matter was that I had already been to the performance that same afternoon, and had established beyond a doubt that Captain Bonda and Garcia were one and the same person. Why he continued to live so near me for the next few days I cannot understand, unless he was of the opinion that I had not recognized him, and that some time the opportunity to be rid of me for good might offer itself. During that time it only remained a question which one would first catch the other off guard. I was well aware of his skill as a marksman, and for that reason never ventured in front of the windows, something I knew he was watching for whenever he was not occupied at the circus. That he feared me was substantiated by the heavy bolt he had placed on his door. You of course recall the night of the storm. What happened, you well know. After all, I suppose if the complete evidence could be shown, it would be conclusively proven a case of self-defense. So I may as well tell you. I killed Garcia, or Captain Bonda, as he was then known. Here, after a few formal phrases by way of closing, Montague's manuscript ended. The thing struck me as peculiar. Impossible, I exclaimed to myself as I put the papers aside. For me, the disastrous affair of that night was no nearer solution than before. True, Montague had established two things, a motive and the claim that he had killed Captain Bonda. But how? That was the question. I sat thinking the whole thing over for many minutes before I remembered the photographs in the envelope. The first one I took out was of a young, very handsome woman hanging by her teeth, swinging high up under a tent. This was undoubtedly Maybelle performing the feat which afterward brought about her untimely end. The moment I looked at the other picture, I knew instantly that I had solved the mystery. It was of the act Montague had perfected by much practice after his fall from the trapeze. The same young woman of the other photograph was in the scene. Clad in a tight-fitting bodice and fleshings, her wonderfully rounded arms outstretched forming a human cross, she was standing confidently erect, her back against the wall. More than 20 feet away was Montague, also in tights, his right hand uplifted and drawn back, about to hurl one of the many large heavy knives with which he was outlining the young woman's slender form, as he drove the dangerous blades deep into the wall, each time barely missing her flesh. I understood it all now. Even after those many years, Montague's skill had not deserted him, when on that stormy night he had so unerringly cast his dagger at Garcia across the court. End of Montague's New Act.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13, The Other Lodgers by Algernon Blackwood. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Other Lodgers. In order to take that train, said Colonel Levering, sitting in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, you will have to remain nearly all night in Atlanta. That is a fine city, but I advise you not to put up at the Breathitt House, one of the principal hotels. It is an old wooden building in urgent need of repairs. There are breaches in the walls that you could throw a cat through. The bedrooms have no locks on the doors, no furniture but a single chair in each, and a bedstead without bedding, just a mattress. Even these meager accommodations you cannot be sure that you will have in Monopoly. You must take your chance of being stowed in with a lot of others. Sir, it's a most abominable hotel. The night that I passed in it was an uncomfortable night. I got in late and was shown to my room on the ground floor by an apologetic night clerk with a tallow candle, which he considerately left with me. I was worn out by 2 days and a night of hard railway travel, and had not entirely recovered from a gunshot wound in the head, received in an altercation. Rather than look for better quarters, I lay down on the mattress without removing my clothing, and fell asleep. Along toward morning I awoke. The moon had risen and was shining in at the uncurtained window, illuminating the room with a soft bluish light, which seemed, somehow, a bit spooky, though I dare say it had no uncommon quality. All moonlight is that way, if you'll observe it. Imagine my surprise and indignation when I saw the floor occupied by at least a dozen other lodgers. I sat up, earnestly damning the management of that unthinkable hotel, and was about to spring from the bed to go and make trouble for the night clerk, him of the apologetic manner and the tallow candle, when something in the situation affected me with a strange indisposition to move. I suppose I was what a story writer might call frozen with terror, for these men were obviously all dead. They lay on their backs, disposed orderly along 3 sides of the room, their feet to the walls. Against the other wall, farthest from the door, stood my bed and the chair. All the faces were covered, but under their white cloths the features of the 2 bodies that lay in the square patch of moonlight near the window showed in sharp profile as to nose and chin. I thought this a bad dream and tried to cry out, as one does in a nightmare, but could make no sound. At last, with a desperate effort, I threw my feet to the floor, and passing between the 2 rows of clouded faces and the 2 bodies that lay nearest the door, I escaped from the infernal place and ran to the office. The night clerk was there, behind the desk, sitting in the dim light of another tallow candle, just sitting and staring. He did not rise. My abrupt entrance produced no effect on him, though I must have looked a veritable corpse myself. It occurred to me then I had not before really observed the fellow. He was a little chap, with a colourless face and the whitest, blankest eyes I ever saw. He had no more expression than the back of my hand. His clothing was a dirty grey. "Damn you," I said, "what do you mean?" Just the same, I was shaking like a leaf in the wind and did not recognize my own voice. The night clerk rose, bowed apologetically, and, well, he was no longer there. And at that moment I felt a hand laid upon my shoulder from behind. Just fancy that, if you can. Unspeakably frightened, I turned and saw a portly, kind-faced gentleman who asked, "What's the matter, my friend?" I was not long in telling him, but before I made an end of it, he went pale himself. "See here," he said, "are you telling the truth?" I now got myself in hand, and terror had given place to indignation. "If you dare to doubt it," I said, "I'll hammer the life out of you." "No," he replied, "don't do that. Just sit down till I tell you. This is not a hotel. It used to be. Afterward, it was a hospital. Now it is unoccupied, awaiting a tenant. The room that you mention was the dead room. There were always plenty of dead. The fellow that you call the night clerk used to be that, but later he booked the patients as they were brought in. I don't understand his being here. He's been dead a few weeks." "And who are you?" I blurted out. "Oh, I look after the premises. I happened to be passing by just now, and seeing a light in here, came in to investigate." "Let us have a look into that room," he added, lifting the sputtering candle from the desk. "I'll see you at the devil first," said I, bolting out of the door into the street. "Sir, that Breathitt House in Atlanta is a beastly place. Don't you stop there. God forbid. Your account of it certainly does not suggest comfort. By the way, Colonel, when did all that occur?" "In September 1864, shortly after the siege." End of The Other Lodgers by Algernon Blackwood. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13, present at a hanging by Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. Present at a hanging. An old man named Daniel Baker, living near Lebanon, Iowa, was suspected by his neighbors of having murdered a peddler who had obtained permission to pass the night at his house. This was in 1853, when peddling was more common in the western country than it is now, and was attended with considerable danger. The peddler with his pack traversed the country by all manner of lonely roads, and was compelled to rely on the country people for hospitality. This brought him into relation with queer characters, some of whom were not altogether scrupulous in their methods of making a living, murder being an acceptable means to that end. It occasionally occurred that a peddler with a diminished pack and a swollen purse would be traced to the lonely dwelling of some rough character, and never could be traced beyond. This was so in the case of Old Man Baker, as he was always called. Such names are given in the western settlements only to elderly persons who are not esteemed, and to the general dispute of social unworth is affixed the special reproach of age. A peddler came to his house, and none went away. That is all anybody knew. 7 years later, the Reverend Mr. Cummings, a Baptist minister, well known in that part of the country, was driving by the Baker farm one night. It was not very dark. There was a bit of moon somewhere above the light veil of mist that lay along the earth. Mr. Cummings, who was at all times a cheerful person, was whistling a tune, which he would occasionally interrupt to speak a word of friendly encouragement to his horse. As he came to a little bridge across a dry ravine, he saw the figure of a man standing upon it, clearly outlined against the grey background of a misty forest. The man had something strapped on his back, and carried a heavy stick. Obviously an itinerant peddler, his attitude had in it a suggestion of abstraction, like that of a sleepwalker. Mr. Cummings reined in his horse when he arrived in front of him, gave him a pleasant salutation, and invited him to a seat in the vehicle. "If you're going my way," he added. The man raised his head, looked him full in the face, but neither answered nor made any further movement. The minister, with good-natured persistence, repeated his invitation. At this the man threw his right hand forward from his side and pointed downward as he stood on the extreme edge of the bridge. Mr. Cummings looked past him, over into the ravine, saw nothing unusual, and withdrew his eyes to address the man again. He had disappeared. The horse, which all this time had been uncommonly restless, gave at the same moment a snort of terror and started to run away. Before he had gained control of the animal, the minister was at the crest of the hill 100 yards along. He looked back and saw the figure again, at the same place and in the same attitude as when he had first observed it. Then, for the first time, he was conscious of a sense of the supernatural, and drove home as rapidly as his willing horse would go. On arriving home, he related his adventure to his family, and early the next morning, accompanied by 2 neighbors, John White Cornwell and Abner Razor, returned to the spot. They found the body of Old Man Baker hanging by the neck from one of the beams of the bridge, immediately beneath the spot where the apparition had stood. A thick coating of dust, slightly dampened by the mist, covered the floor of the bridge, but the only footprints were those of Mr. Cummings' horse. In taking down the body, the men disturbed the loose, friable earth of the slope below it, disclosing human bones already nearly uncovered by the action of water and frost. They were identified as those of the lost peddler. At the double inquest, the coroner's jury found that Daniel Baker died by his own hand while suffering from temporary insanity, and that Samuel Moritz was murdered by some person or persons, to the jury unknown. End of Present at a Hanging.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 13. The Adventure of the Speckled Band by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George. The Adventure of the Speckled Band. On glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases in which I have during the last 8 years studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I find many tragic, some comic, a large number merely strange, but none commonplace. For, working as he did rather for the love of his art than for the acquirement of wealth, he refused to associate himself with any investigation which did not tend towards the unusual, and even the fantastic. Of all these varied cases, however, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that which was associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. The events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. It is possible that I might have placed them upon record before, but a promise of secrecy was made at the time, from which I have only been freed during the last month by the untimely death of the lady to whom the pledge was given. It is perhaps as well that the facts should now come to light, for I have reasons to know that there are widespread rumors as to the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, which tend to make the matter even more terrible than the truth. It was early in April in the year 83 that I woke one morning to find Sherlock Holmes standing, fully dressed, by the side of my bed. He was a late riser, as a rule, and as the clock on the mantelpiece showed me that it was only 7:15, I blinked up at him in surprise, and perhaps just a little resentment, for I was myself regular in my habits. "Very sorry to knock you up, Watson," said he, "but it's the common lot this morning. Mrs. Hudson has been knocked up," she retorted upon me, "and I on you." "What is it, then? A fire?" "No, a client. It seems that a young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement, who insists upon seeing me. She is waiting now in the sitting-room. Now, when young ladies wander about the metropolis at this hour of the morning, and knock sleepy people up out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing which they have to communicate. Should it prove to be an interesting case, you would, I am sure, wish to follow it from the outset. I thought, at any rate, that I should call you and give you the chance. My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything. I had no keener pleasure than in following Holmes in his professional investigations, and in admiring the rapid deductions, as swift as intuitions, and yet always founded on a logical basis with which he unraveled the problems which were submitted to him. I rapidly threw on my clothes, and was ready in a few minutes to accompany my friend down to the sitting-room. A lady dressed in black and heavily veiled, who had been sitting in the window, rose as we entered. "Good morning, madame," said Holmes cheerily. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Ha! I am glad to see that Mrs. Hudson has had the good sense to light the fire. Pray draw up to it, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for I observe that you are shivering." "It is not cold which makes me shiver," said the woman in a low voice, changing her seat as requested. "What then?" "It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror." She raised her veil as she spoke, and we could see that she was indeed in a pitiable state of agitation, her face all drawn and grey, with restless, frightened eyes, like those of some hunted animal. Her features and figure were those of a woman of 30, but her hair was shot with premature grey, and her expression was weary and haggard. Sherlock Holmes ran her over with one of his quick, all-comprehensive glances. "You must not fear," said he soothingly, bending forward and patting her forearm. "We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt. You have come in by the train this morning, I see. You know me, then?" No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you had a good drive in a dog-cart along heavy roads before you reached the station. The lady gave a violent start and stared in bewilderment at my companion. There is no mystery, my dear madame, said he, smiling. The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle save a dog-cart which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver. Whatever your reasons may be, you are perfectly correct, said she. I started from home before 6, reached Leatherhead at 20 past, and came in by the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand this strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have no one to turn to, none save only one who cares for me, and he, poor fellow, can be of little aid. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I have heard of you from Mrs. Farintosh, whom you helped in the hour of her sore need. It was from her that I had your address. Oh, sir, do you not think that you could help me, too, and at least throw a little light through the dense darkness which surrounds me? At present it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 6 weeks I shall be married, with the control of my own income, and then at least you shall not find me ungrateful. Holmes turned to his desk, and, unlocking it, drew out a small case-book, which he consulted. Farintosh, said he. Ah, yes, I recall the case. It was concerned with an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson. I can only say, madam, that I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as I did to that of your friend. As to reward, my profession is its own reward, but you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to, at the time which suits you best. And now I beg that you will lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion upon the matter. Alas, replied our visitor, the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points which might seem trivial to another, that even he to whom of all others I have a right to look to for help and advice looks upon all that I tell him about it as the fancies of a nervous woman. He does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. But I have heard, Mr. Holmes, that you can see deeply into the manifold wickedness of the human heart. You may advise me how to walk amid the dangers which encompass me. I am all attention, madame. My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey. Holmes nodded his head. The name is familiar to me, said he. The family was at one time among the richest in England, and the estates extended over the borders into Berkshire in the north and Hampshire in the west. In the last century, however, 4 successive heirs were of a dissolute and wasteful disposition, and the family ruin was eventually completed by a gambler in the days of the Regency. Nothing was left save a few acres of ground and the 200-year-old house, which is itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragged out his existence there, living the horrible life of an aristocratic pauper. But his only son, my stepfather, seeing that he must adapt himself to the new conditions, obtained an advance from a relative, which enabled him to take a medical degree, and went out to Calcutta, where, by his professional skill and his force of character, he established a large practice. In a fit of anger, however, caused by some robberies which had been perpetrated in the house, he beat his native butler to death and narrowly escaped a capital sentence. As it was, he suffered a long term of imprisonment and afterwards returned to England, a morose and disappointed man. When Dr. Wylett was in India, he married my mother, Mrs. Stoner, the young widow of Major General Stoner of the Bengal Artillery. My sister Julia and I were twins, and we were only 2 years old at the time of my mother's remarriage. She had a considerable sum of money, not less than £1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed to Dr. Wylett entirely while we resided with him, with a provision that a certain annual sum should be allowed to each of us in the event of our marriage. Shortly after our return to England, my mother died. She was killed 8 years ago in a railway accident near Crewe. Dr. Wylett then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London and took us to live with him in the old ancestral house at Stoke Moran. The money which my mother had left was enough for all our wants, and there seemed to be no obstacle to our happiness. But a terrible change came over our stepfather about this time. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbours, who had at first been overjoyed to see a Wylett of Stoke Moran back in the old family seat, he shut himself up in his house and seldom came out save to indulge in ferocious quarrels with whoever might cross his path. Violence of temper approaching to mania has been hereditary in the men of the family, and in my stepfather's case it had, I believe, been intensified by his long residence in the tropics. A series of disgraceful brawls took place, 2 of which ended in the police court, until at last he became the terror of the village, and the folks would fly at his approach, for he is a man of immense strength and absolutely uncontrollable in his anger. Last week he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, and it was only by paying over all the money which I could gather together that I was able to avert another public exposure. He had no friends at all save the wandering gypsies, and he would give these vagabonds leave to encamp upon the few acres of bramble-covered land which represent the family estate, and would accept in return the hospitality of their tents, wandering away with them sometimes for weeks on end. He has a passion also for Indian animals, which are sent over to him by a correspondent, and he has at this moment a cheetah and a baboon, which wander freely over his grounds and are feared by the villagers almost as much as their master. You can imagine from what I say that my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay with us, and for a long time we did all the work of the house. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has. Your sister is dead, then? She died just 2 years ago, and it is of her death that I wish to speak to you. You can understand that, living the life which I have described, we were little likely to see anyone of our own age and position. We had, however, an aunt, my mother's maiden sister, Miss Honoria Westphale, who lives near Harrow, and we were occasionally allowed to pay short visits at this lady's house. Julia went there at Christmas 2 years ago, and met there a half-pay major of Marines, to whom she became engaged. My stepfather learned of the engagement when my sister returned, and offered no objection to the marriage. But within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for the wedding, the terrible event occurred which has deprived me of my only companion. Sherlock Holmes had been leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed and his head sunk in a cushion, but he half opened his lids now and glanced across at his visitor. "Pray be precise as to details," said he. "It is easy for me to be so, for every event of that dreadful time is seared into my memory. The manor house is, as I have already said, very old, and only one wing is now inhabited. The bedrooms in this wing are on the ground floor, the sitting rooms being in the central block of the buildings. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Wylett's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open into the same corridor. Do I make myself plain? Perfectly so. The windows of the 3 rooms open out upon the lawn. That fatal night Dr. Roylott had gone to his room early, though we knew that he had not retired to rest, for my sister was troubled by the smell of the strong Indian cigars which it was his custom to smoke. She left her room, therefore, and came into mine, where she sat for some time, chatting about her approaching wedding. At 11 o'clock she rose to leave me, but she paused at the door and looked back. "Tell me, Helen," said she, "have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night?" "Never," said I. "I suppose that you could not possibly whistle yourself in your sleep." "Certainly not. But why?" "Because during the last few nights I have always, about 3 in the morning, heard a low, clear whistle. I am a light sleeper, and it has awakened me. I cannot tell where it came from, perhaps from the next room, perhaps from the lawn. I thought that I would just ask you whether you had heard it." "No, I have not. It must be those wretched gypsies in the plantation." "Very likely. And yet, if it were on the lawn, I wonder that you did not hear it also." "Ah, but I sleep more heavily than you." "Well, it is of no great consequence, at any rate." She smiled back at me, closed my door, and a few minutes later I heard her key turn in the lock. "Indeed," said Holmes. "Was it your custom always to lock yourselves in at night?" "Always." "And why?" "I think that I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feeling of security unless our doors were locked." "Quite so. Pray proceed with your statement." "I could not sleep that night. A vague feeling of impending misfortune impressed me. My sister and I, you will recollect, were twins, and you know how subtle are the links which bind 2 souls which are so closely allied. It was a wild night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was beating and splashing against the windows. Suddenly, amid all the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth the wild scream of a terrified woman. I knew that it was my sister's voice. I sprang from my bed, wrapped a shawl round me, and rushed into the corridor. As I opened my door, I seemed to hear a low whistle, such as my sister described, and a few moments later a clanging sound, as if a mass of metal had fallen. As I ran down the passage, my sister's door was unlocked and revolved slowly upon its hinges. I stared at it, horror-stricken, not knowing what was about to issue from it. By the light of the corridor lamp, I saw my sister appear at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help, her whole figure swaying to and fro like that of a drunkard. I ran to her and threw my arms round her. But at that moment her knees seemed to give way, and she fell to the ground. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought that she had not recognized me, but as I bent over her, she suddenly shrieked out in a voice which I shall never forget, "Oh, my God! Helen! It was the band! The Speckled band!" There was something else which she would fain have said, and she stabbed with her finger into the air in the direction of the doctor's room. But a fresh convulsion seized her and choked her words. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room in his dressing gown. When he reached my sister's side, she was unconscious, and though he poured brandy down her throat and sent for medical aid from the village, all efforts were in vain, for she slowly sank and died without having recovered her consciousness. Such was the dreadful end of my beloved sister. "One moment," said Holmes. "Are you sure about this whistle and metallic sound? Could you swear to it?" "That was what the county coroner asked me at the inquiry. It was my strong impression that I heard it, and yet, among the crash of the gale and the creaking of an old house, I may possibly have been deceived." Was your sister dressed? No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found the charred stump of a match, and in her left a matchbox, showing that she had struck a light and looked about her when the alarm took place. That is important. And what conclusions did the coroner come to? He investigated the case with great care, for Dr. Roylett's conduct had long been notorious in the county, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death. My evidence showed that the door had been fastened upon the inner side, and the windows were blocked by old-fashioned shutters with broad iron bars, which were secured every night. The walls were carefully sounded, and were shown to be quite solid all round, and the flooring was also thoroughly examined with the same result. The chimney is wide, but is barred up by 4 large staples. It is certain, therefore, that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her. How about poison? The doctors examined her for it, but without success. What do you think that this unfortunate lady died of, then? It is my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock, though what it was that frightened her I cannot imagine. Were there gypsies in the plantation at the time? Yes, there are nearly always some there. Ah, and what did you gather from this allusion to a band, a speckled band? Sometimes I have thought that it was merely the wild talk of delirium, sometimes that it may have referred to some band of people, perhaps to these very gypsies in the plantation. I do not know whether the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear over their heads might have suggested the strange adjective which she used. Holmes shook his head like a man who is far from being satisfied. "These are very deep waters," said he. "Pray, go on with your narrative." 2 years have passed since then, and my life has been, until lately, lonelier than ever. A month ago, however, a dear friend, whom I have known for many years, has done me the honor to ask my hand in marriage. His name is Armitage, Percy Armitage, the second son of Mr. Armitage, of Cranewater, near Reading. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match, and we are to be married in the course of the spring. 2 days ago some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, and my bedroom wall has been pierced, so that I have had to move into the chamber in which my sister died, and to sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake, thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard in the silence of the night the low whistle which had been the herald of her own death. I sprang up and lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen in the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again. However, so I dressed, and as soon as it was daylight, I slipped down, got a dog-cart at the Crown Inn, which is opposite, and drove to Leatherhead, from whence I have come on this morning, with the one object of seeing you and asking your advice. You have done wisely, said my friend. But have you told me all? Yes, all. Miss Roylott, you have not. You are screening your stepfather. Why, what do you mean? For answer, Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed the hand that lay upon our visitor's knee. 5 little vivid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the white wrist. You have been cruelly used, said Holmes. The lady colored deeply and covered over her injured wrist. He is a hard man, she said, and perhaps he hardly knows his own strength. There was a long silence, during which Holmes leaned his chin upon his hands and stared into the crackling fire. This is a very deep business, he said at last. There are 1,000 details which I should desire to know before I decide upon our course of action. Yet we have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stoke Moran today, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather? As it happens, he spoke of coming into town today upon some most important business. It is probable that he will be away all day, and that there would be nothing to disturb you. We have a housekeeper now, but she is old and foolish, and I could easily get her out of the way." "Excellent. You were not averse to this trip, Watson?" "By no means." "Then we shall both come. What are you going to do yourself?" "I have one or two things which I would wish to do now that I am in town, but I shall return by the 12 o'clock train, so as to be there in time for your coming." "And you may expect us early in the afternoon. I have myself some small business matters to attend to. Will you not wait and breakfast?" "No, I must go. My heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon." She dropped her thick black veil over her face and glided from the room. "And what do you think of it all, Watson?" asked Sherlock Holmes, leaning back in his chair. "It seems to me to be a most dark and sinister business. Dark enough and sinister enough. Yet, if the lady is correct in saying that the flooring and walls are sound, and that the door, window, and chimney are impassable, then her sister must have been undoubtedly alone when she met her mysterious end. What becomes, then, of these nocturnal whistles, and what of the very peculiar words of the dying woman? I cannot think. When you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gypsies who are on intimate terms with this old doctor, the fact that we have every reason to believe that the doctor has an interest in preventing his stepdaughter's marriage, the dying allusion to a band, and, finally, the fact that Miss Helen Stoner heard a metallic clang, which might have been caused by one of those metal bars that secured the shutters falling back into its place, I think that there is good ground to think that the mystery may be cleared along those lines. But what, then, did the gypsies do? I cannot imagine. I see many objections to any such theory. And so do I. It is precisely for that reason that we are going to Stoke Moran this day. I want to see whether the objections are fatal, or if they may be explained away. But what in the name of the devil? The ejaculation had been drawn from my companion by the fact that our door had been suddenly dashed open, and that a huge man had framed himself in the aperture. His costume was a peculiar mixture of the professional and of the agricultural, having a black top hat, a long frock coat, and a pair of high gaiters, with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breadth seemed to span it across from side to side. A large face, seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the sun, and marked with every evil passion, was turned from one to the other of us, while his deep-set, bile-shot eyes, and his high, thin, fleshless nose gave him somewhat the resemblance to a fierce old bird of prey. "Which of you is Holmes?" asked this apparition. "My name, sir, but you have the advantage of me," said my companion quietly. "I am Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran." "Indeed, doctor," said Holmes blandly. "Pray take a seat." "I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I have traced her. What has she been saying to you?" "It is a little cold for the time of the year," said Holmes. "What has she been saying to you?" screamed the old man furiously. "But I have heard that the crocuses promise well," continued my companion imperturbably. "Ha! You put me off, do you?" said our new visitor, taking a step forward and shaking his hunting crop. "I know you, you scoundrel. I have heard of you before. You are Holmes, the meddler." My friend smiled. "Holmes, the busybody." His smile broadened. "Holmes, the Scotland Yard jack-in-office." Holmes chuckled heartily. "Your conversation is most entertaining," said he. "When you go out, close the door, for there is a decided draught." "I will go when I have had my say. Don't you dare to meddle with my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I traced her. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here." He stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it into a curve with his huge brown hands. "See that you keep yourself out of my grip," he snarled, and hurling the twisted poker into the fireplace, he strolled out of the room. "He seems a very amiable person," said Holmes, laughing. "I am not quite so bulky, but if he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own." As he spoke, he picked up the steel poker, and with a sudden effort, straightened it out again. "Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation, however, and I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her imprudence in allowing this brute to trace her. And now, Watson, we shall order breakfast, and afterwards I shall walk down to Doctor's Commons. I hope to get some data which may help us in this matter." It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held in his hand a sheet of blue paper scrawled over with notes and figures. "I have seen the will of the deceased wife," said he. "To determine its exact meaning, I have been obliged to work out the present prices of the investments with which it is concerned. The total income, which at the time of the wife's death was little short of £1,100, is now, through the fall in agricultural prices, not more than £750. Each daughter can claim an income of £250 in case of marriage. It is evident, therefore, that if both girls had married, this beauty would have had a mere pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a very serious extent. My morning's work has not been wasted, since it has proved that he has the very strongest motives for standing in the way of anything of the sort. And now, Watson, this is too serious for dawdling, especially as the old man is aware that we are interesting ourselves in his affairs. So, if you are ready, we shall call a cab and drive to Waterloo. I should be very much obliged if you would slip your revolver into your pocket. And Ellie's number 2 is an excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and a toothbrush are, I think, all that we need." At Waterloo, we were fortunate in catching a train for Leatherhead, where we hired a trap at the station inn and drove for 4 or 5 miles through the lovely Surrey lanes. It was a perfect day, with a bright sun and a few fleecy clouds in the heavens. The trees and wayside hedges were just throwing out their first green shoots, and the air was full of the pleasant smell of the moist earth. To me, at least, there was a strange contrast between the sweet promise of the spring and this sinister quest upon which we were engaged. My companion sat in the front of the trap, his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and his chin sunk upon his breast, buried in the deepest thought. Suddenly, however, he started, tapped me on the shoulder, and pointed over the meadows. "Look there," said he. A heavily timbered park stretched up in a gentle slope, thickening into a grove at the highest point. From amid the branches there jutted out the grey gables and high roof-tree of a very old mansion. "Stoke Moran?" said he. "Yes, sir, that be the house of Dr. Grimesby Roylott," remarked the driver. "There is some building going on there," said Holmes. "That is where we are going." "There's the village," said the driver, pointing to a cluster of roofs some distance to the left. "But if you want to get to the house, you'll find it shorter to get over this stile, and so by the footpath over the fields. There it is, where the lady is walking." "And the lady, I fancy, is Miss Stoner," observed Holmes, shading his eyes. "Yes, I think we had better do as you suggest." We got off, paid our fare, and the trap rattled back on its way to Leatherhead. I thought it as well, said Holmes as we climbed the stile, that this fellow should think we had come here as architects, or on some definite business. It may stop his gossip. Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see that we have been as good as our word. Our client of the morning had hurried forward to meet us with a face which spoke her joy. I have been waiting so eagerly for you, she cried, shaking hands with us warmly. All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Wylett has gone to town, and is unlikely that he will be back before evening. We have had the pleasure of making the doctor's acquaintance, said Holmes, and in a few words he sketched out what had occurred. Miss Stoner turned white to the lips as she listened. Good heavens, she cried. He has followed me, then. So it appears. He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him. What will he say when he returns? He must guard himself, for he may find that there is someone more cunning than himself upon his track. You must lock yourself up from tonight. If he is violent, we shall take you away to your aunt's at Harrow. Now we must make the best use of our time, so kindly take us at once to the rooms which we are to examine. The building was of grey, lichen-blotched stone, with a high central portion and two curving wings, like the claws of a crab, thrown out on each side. In one of these wings the windows were broken and blocked with wooden boards, while the roof was partly caved in, a picture of ruin. The central portion was in little better repair, but the right-hand block was comparatively modern, and the blinds in the windows, with the blue smoke curling up from the chimneys, showed that this was where the family resided. Some scaffolding had been erected against the end wall, and the stonework had been broken into, but there were no signs of any workmen at the moment of our visit. Holmes walked slowly up and down the ill-trimmed lawn, and examined with deep attention the outsides of the windows. This, I take it, belongs to the room in which you used to sleep, the centre one to your sister's, and the one next to the main building to Dr. Roylett's chamber? Exactly so. I am now sleeping in the middle one. Pending the alterations, as I understand. By the way, there does not seem to be any very pressing need for repairs at that end wall. There were none. I believe that it was an excuse to move me from my room. Ah, that is suggestive. Now, on the other side of this narrow wing runs the corridor from which these three rooms open. There are windows in it, of course? Yes, but very small ones, too narrow for anyone to pass through. As you both locked your doors at night, your rooms were unapproachable from that side. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your room and bar your shutters? Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes, after a careful examination through the open window, endeavored in every way to force the shutter open, but without success. There was no slit through which a knife could be passed to raise the bar. Then with his lens he tested the hinges, but they were of solid iron, built firmly into the massive masonry. Said he, scratching his chin in some perplexity. My theory certainly presents some difficulties. No one could pass these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon the matter. A small side door led into the whitewashed corridor from which the three bedrooms opened. Holmes refused to examine the third chamber, so we passed at once to the second, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and in which her sister had met with her fate. It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and a gaping fireplace, after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in one corner, a narrow white counterpaned bed in another, and a dressing-table on the left-hand side of the window. These articles, with two small wicker-work chairs, made up all the furniture in the room, save for a square of Wilton carpet in the center. The boards round and the paneling of the walls were of brown, worm-eaten oak, so old and discolored that it may have dated from the original building of the house. Holmes drew one of the chairs into a corner and sat silent, while his eyes travelled round and up and down, taking in every detail of the apartment. "Where does that bell communicate with?" he asked at last, pointing to a thick bell-rope which hung down beside the bed, the tassel actually lying upon the pillow. "It goes to the housekeeper's room." "It looks newer than the other things?" "Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago." "Your sister asked for it, I suppose?" "No, I never heard of her using it. We always used to get what we wanted for ourselves." "Indeed, it seemed unnecessary to put so nice a bell-pull there. You will excuse me for a few minutes while I satisfy myself as to this floor." He threw himself down upon his face, with his lens in his hand, and crawled swiftly backward and forward, examining minutely the cracks between the boards. Then he did the same with the woodwork with which the chamber was panelled. Finally, he walked over to the bed and spent some time in staring at it, and in running his eye up and down the wall. Finally, he took the bell-rope in his hand and gave it a brisk tug. "Why, it's a dummy," said he. "Won't it ring?" "No, it is not even attached to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see now that it is fastened to a hook just above where the little opening for the ventilator is." "How very absurd! I never noticed that before." "Very strange," muttered Holmes, pulling at the rope. "There are one or two very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must be to open a ventilator into another room, when, with the same trouble, he might have communicated with the outside air." "That is also quite modern," said the lady. "Done about the same time as the bell-rope?" remarked Holmes. "Yes, there were several little changes carried out about that time. They seem to have been of a most interesting character. Dummy bell-ropes and ventilators which do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into the inner apartment." Dr. Grimesby Roylett's chamber was larger than that of his stepdaughter, but was as plainly furnished. A camp bed, a small wooden shelf full of books, mostly of a technical character, an armchair beside the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, a round table, and a large iron safe were the principal things which met the eye. Holmes walked slowly round and examined each and all of them with the keenest interest. "What's in here?" he asked, tapping the safe. "My stepfather's business papers." "Oh, you have seen inside, then?" "Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of papers." "There isn't a cat in it, for example?" "No. What a strange idea." "Well, look at this." He took up a small saucer of milk, which stood on the top of it. "No, we don't keep a cat, but there is a cheetah and a baboon." "Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is just a big cat, and yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say. There is one point which I should wish to determine." He squatted down in front of the wooden chair and examined the seat of it with the greatest attention. "Thank you, that is quite settled," said he, rising and putting his lens in his pocket. "Hullo, here is something interesting." The object which had caught his eye was a small dog lash hung on one corner of the bed. The lash, however, was curled upon itself and tied so as to make a loop of whipcord. "What do you make of that, Watson?" "It's a common enough lash, but I don't know why it should be tied." "That is not quite so common, is it?" "Ah me, it's a wicked world, and when a clever man turns his brains to crime, it is the worst of all. I think that I have seen enough now, Miss Stoner, and with your permission we shall walk out upon the lawn." I had never seen my friend's face so grim or his brow so dark as it was when we turned from the scene of this investigation. We had walked several times up and down the lawn, neither Miss Stoner nor myself liking to break in upon his thoughts before he roused himself from his reverie. "It is very essential, Miss Stoner," said he, "that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect. I shall most certainly do so. The matter is too serious for any hesitation. Your life may depend upon your compliance. I assure you that I am in your hands. In the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room." Both Miss Stoner and I gazed at him in astonishment. "Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I believe that is the village inn over there?" "Yes, that is the Crown." "Very good. Your windows would be visible from there?" "Certainly. You must confine yourself to your room, on pretense of a headache, when your stepfather comes back. Then, when you hear him retire for the night, you must open the shutters of your window, undo the hasp, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw quietly with everything which you are likely to want into the room which you used to occupy. I have no doubt that, in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night." "Oh, yes, easily. The rest you will leave in our hands." "But what will you do?" "We shall spend the night in your room, and we shall investigate the cause of this noise which has disturbed you." "I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind," said Miss Stoner, laying her hand upon my companion's sleeve. "Perhaps I have." "Then, for pity's sake, tell me what was the cause of my sister's death. I should prefer to have clearer proofs before I speak. You can at least tell me whether my own thought is correct, and if she died from some sudden fright." "No, I do not think so. I think that there was probably some more tangible cause. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you, for if Dr. Roylott returned and saw us, our journey would be in vain. Goodbye, and be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, you may rest assured that we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you." Sherlock Holmes and I had no difficulty in engaging a bedroom and sitting-room at the Crown Inn. They were on the upper floor, and from our window we could command a view of the avenue gate and of the inhabited wing of Stoke Moran Manor House. At dusk we saw Dr. Grimesby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. The boy had some slight difficulty in undoing the heavy iron gates, and we heard the hoarse roar of the doctor's voice and saw the fury with which he shook his clenched fists at him. The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a sudden light spring up among the trees as the lamp was lit in one of the sitting-rooms. "Do you know, Watson," said Holmes, as we sat together in the gathering darkness, "I have really some scruples as to taking you tonight. There is a distinct element of danger." "Can I be of assistance? Your presence might be invaluable. Then I shall certainly come. It is very kind of you. You speak of danger. You have evidently seen more in these rooms than was visible to me." "No, but I fancy that I may have deduced a little more." "I imagine that you saw all that I did." "I saw nothing remarkable save the bell rope, and what purpose that could answer, I confess, is more than I can imagine." "You saw the ventilator, too?" "Yes, but I do not think that it is such a very unusual thing to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could hardly pass through. I knew that we should find a ventilator before ever we came to Stoke Moran." "My dear Holmes." "Oh, yes, I did. You remember in her statement she said that her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar? Now, of course, that suggested at once that there must be a communication between the two rooms. It could only be a small one, or it would have been remarked upon at the coroner's inquiry. I deduced a ventilator. But what harm can there be in that? Well, there is at least a curious coincidence of dates. A ventilator is made, a cord is hung, and a lady who sleeps in the bed dies. Does not that strike you?" I cannot as yet see any connection. Did you observe anything very peculiar about that bed? No. It was clamped to the floor. Did you ever see a bed fastened like that before? I cannot say that I have. The lady could not move her bed. It must be always in the same relative position to the ventilator and to the rope, or so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell-pull. Holmes, I cried, I seem to see dimly what you are hinting at. We are only just in time to prevent some subtle and horrible crime. Subtle enough and horrible enough. When a doctor does go wrong, he is the first of criminals. He has nerve and he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper, but I think, Watson, that we shall be able to strike deeper still. But we shall have horrors enough before the night is over. For goodness' sake, let us have a quiet pipe and turn our minds for a few hours to something more cheerful. About 9 o'clock, the light among the trees was extinguished, and all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then, suddenly, just at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out right in front of us. That is our signal, said Holmes, springing to his feet. It comes from the middle window. As we passed out, he exchanged a few words with the landlord, explaining that we were going on a late visit to an acquaintance, and that it was possible that we might spend the night there. A moment later we were out on the dark road, a chill wind blowing in our faces, and one yellow light twinkling in front of us through the gloom to guide us on our somber errand. There was little difficulty in entering the grounds, for unrepaired breaches gaped in the old park wall. Making our way among the trees, we reached the lawn, crossed it, and were about to enter through the window, when out from a clump of laurel bushes there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child, who threw itself upon the grass with writhing limbs and then ran swiftly across the lawn into the darkness. "My God," I whispered, "did you see it?" Holmes was for the moment as startled as I. His hand closed like a vice upon my wrist in his agitation. Then he broke into a low laugh and put his lips to my ear. "It is a nice household," he murmured. "That is the baboon." I had forgotten the strange pets which the doctor affected. There was a cheetah, too. Perhaps we might find it upon our shoulders at any moment. I confess that I felt easier in my mind when, after following Holmes' example and slipping off my shoes, I found myself inside the bedroom. My companion noiselessly closed the shutters, moved the lamp onto the table, and cast his eyes round the room. All was as we had seen it in the daytime. Then, creeping up to me and making a trumpet of his hand, he whispered into my ear again, so gently that it was all that I could do to distinguish the words. The least sound would be fatal to our plans. I nodded to show that I had heard. We must sit without light. He would see it through the ventilator. I nodded again. Do not go asleep. Your very life may depend upon it. Have your pistol ready in case we should need it. I will sit on the side of the bed, and you in that chair. I took out my revolver and laid it on the corner of the table. Holmes had brought up a long thin cane, and this he placed upon the bed beside him. By it he laid the box of matches and the stump of a candle. Then he turned down the lamp, and we were left in darkness. How shall I ever forget that dreadful vigil? I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew that my companion sat open-eyed within a few feet of me, in the same state of nervous tension in which I was myself. The shutters cut off the least ray of light, and we waited in absolute darkness. From outside came the occasional cry of a night bird, and once at our very window a long-drawn, cat-like whine, which told us that the cheetah was indeed at liberty. Far away we could hear the deep tones of the parish clock, which boomed out every quarter of an hour. How long they seemed, those quarters! 12 struck, and 1 and 2 and 3, and still we sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Suddenly there was the momentary gleam of a light up in the direction of the ventilator, which vanished immediately, but was succeeded by a strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern. I heard a gentle sound of movement, then all was silent once more, though the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I sat with straining ears. Then suddenly another sound became audible, a very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle. The instant that we heard it, Holmes sprang from the bed, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell-pull. "You see it, Watson," he yelled. "You see it." But I saw nothing. At the moment when Holmes struck the light, I heard a low, clear whistle, but the sudden glare flashing into my weary eyes made it impossible for me to tell what it was at which my friend lashed so savagely. I could, however, see that his face was deadly pale and filled with horror and loathing. He had ceased to strike and was gazing up at the ventilator when suddenly there broke from the silence of the night the most horrible cry to which I have ever listened. It swelled up, louder and louder, a hoarse yell of pain and fear and anger, all mingled in the one dreadful shriek. They say that away down in the village, and even in the distant parsonage, that cry raised the sleepers from their beds. It struck cold to our hearts, and I stood gazing at Holmes, and he at me, until the last echoes of it had died away into the silence from which it rose. "What can it mean?" I gasped. "It means that it is all over," Holmes answered, "and perhaps, after all, it is for the best. Take your pistol, and we will enter Dr. Waylett's room." With a grave face he lit the lamp and led the way down the corridor. Twice he struck at the chamber door without any reply from within. Then he turned the handle and entered it, I at his heels, with the cocked pistol in my hand. It was a singular sight which met our eyes. On the table stood a dark lantern with the shutter half open, throwing a brilliant beam of light upon the iron safe, the door of which was ajar. Beside this table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimesby Roylott, clad in a long grey dressing gown, his bare ankles protruding beneath, and his feet thrust into red, heelless Turkish slippers. Across his lap lay the short stock with the long lash which we had noticed during the day. His chin was cocked upward, and his eyes were fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at the corner of the ceiling. Round his brow he had a peculiar yellow band, with brownish speckles, which seemed to be bound tightly round his head. As we entered, he made neither sound nor motion. "The band, the speckled band," whispered Holmes. I took a step forward. In an instant his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat, diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome serpent. "It is a swamp adder," cried Holmes, "the deadliest snake in India. He has died within 10 seconds of being bitten." Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. Let us thrust this creature back into its den, and we can then remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter, and let the county police know what has happened. As he spoke, he drew the dog whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing the noose round the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and, carrying it at arm's length, threw it into the iron safe, which he closed upon it. Such are the true facts of the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran. It is not necessary that I should prolong a narrative which has already run to too great a length by telling how we broke the sad news to the terrified girl, how we conveyed her by the morning train to the care of her good aunt at Harrow, of how the slow process of official inquiry came to the conclusion that the doctor met his fate while indiscreetly playing with a dangerous pet. The little which I had yet to learn of the case was told me by Sherlock Holmes as we travelled back next day. "I had," said he, "come to an entirely erroneous conclusion, which shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it always is to reason from insufficient data. The presence of the gypsies, the use of the word band, which was used by the poor girl, no doubt, to explain the appearance which she had caught a hurried glimpse of by the light of her match, were sufficient to put me upon an entirely wrong scent. I can only claim the merit that I instantly reconsidered my position when, however, it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not come either from the window or the door. My attention was speedily drawn, as I have already marked to you, to this ventilator and to the bell rope which hung down the bed. The discovery that this was a dummy, and that the bed was clamped to the floor, instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something passing through the hall and coming to the bed. The idea of a snake instantly occurred to me, and when I coupled it with my knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India, I felt that I was probably on the right track. The idea of using a form of poison which could not possibly be discovered by any chemical test was just such a one as would occur to a clever and ruthless man who had an Eastern training. The rapidity with which such a poison would take effect would also, from his point of view, be an advantage. It would be a sharp-eyed coroner, indeed, who could distinguish the two little dark punctures which would show where the poisoned fangs had done their work. Then I thought of the whistle. Of course he must recall the snake before the morning light revealed it to the victim. He had trained it, probably by the use of the milk which we saw, to return to him when summoned. He would put it through this ventilator at the hour that he thought best, with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim. I had come to these conclusions before ever I had entered his room. An inspection of his chair showed me that he had been in the habit of standing on it, which of course would be necessary in order that he should reach the ventilator. The sight of the safe, the saucer of milk, and the loop of whipcord were enough to finally dispel any doubts which may have remained. The metallic clang heard by Miss Stoner was obviously caused by her stepfather hastily closing the door of his safe upon its terrible occupant. Having once made up my mind, you know the steps which I took in order to put the matter to the proof. I heard the creature hiss, as I have no doubt that you did also, and I instantly lit the light and attacked it, with the result of driving it through the ventilator, and also with the result of causing it to turn upon its master at the other side. Some of the blows of my cane came home and roused its snakish temper, so that it flew upon the first person it saw. In this way, I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimesby Roylett's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience. End of The Adventure of the Speckled Band